under the arm. M-Neck Spike may not protect everyone.
It's not too late to protect yourself. M-Neck Spike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to find a vaccine near you. That's mnexspike.com. Moderna, official sponsor of Yankees Radio.
Be part of it isn't just a slogan. 2026 season tickets are on sale now, and this is your chance to join the tradition and legacy of the New York Yankees. Purchase a plan and enjoy the best seat locations, significant savings, and flexible payment options. Plans start at just 9 games. Log on to Yankees.com, call 212-YANKEES, or email seasontickets@Yankees.com. For 2026 Yankees season tickets, email seasontickets@Yankees.com today.
Hi, this is Ben Rice. You can hear every pitch of Yankees baseball on the Fan 101.9 FM and the free Odyssey app.
And the Max Fried, Ben Rice tandem. The battery tonight. Rice a triple, a run scored in that third inning. He stays red hot at the plate. Yankees win it 8-1. They're tied with Toronto atop the AL East with 4 games to play. The offensive story tonight, though. Aaron Judge, home run number 50. Home run number 51. And that first one, number 50, his 4th 50-homer season of his career. That was a go-ahead shot in the second inning, giving the Yankees that 3-1 lead. What did it look back from there? Aaron Judge, courtesy of the Yes Network.
We try not to focus on, checking the standings, checking the records, anything like that. If we just take care of what we do, we'll be where we want to be. Our goal is, once we start the season, ultimately just go out there and win a World Series, get back there. But, it starts by winning your division. So, that's our goal. We just got to keep moving forward.
What does 50 home runs mean to you?
I was happy to get that 3-run. Get the 3 runs for Max. I know he gave up the 1 early, but just anytime you give him a couple runs, then you just kind of see him go on autopilot, and he was in cruise control. So it felt good to get that, get in a win, and just kind of keep our momentum going.
3 other guys have 4 50-homer seasons. Do you ever take a minute to just appreciate the company you join along the way?
I can't. If you sit back and admire it, then you're gonna, stop your momentum. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Hopefully I have a long career here, and we do some special things that we can talk about at the end.
What has Fried meant to this team this year?
Wow, he's been an ace. I heard a lot of great stories when he was with Atlanta. Just talking to a lot of those guys over there, what he meant. We saw what he could do on the field, but I think just his clubhouse presence. He's a guy that came over here. You're going to the New York Yankees clubhouse. It can be a little intimidating, but he's a guy that, from the very first day, we talked, and he's always like, hey, I just want to help out. I want to help this team win and get us back to where we belong. And, seeing that out of a guy that's had such a great career, it was pretty amazing. Then just seeing the work he's done with a lot of our younger guys, they're talking about game planning, pitching. It's almost like having another Garrett. Garrett's the same way, where he's trying to help everybody out in this room. And you get a couple guys like that in the same room, especially with our great young pitchers we got. It's pretty special. So I can't speak enough about what Max has been.
Did you remember you hit 50 and 51 together last year also?
I didn't. But that's pretty cool. That's good to know.
I wouldn't expect Aaron Judge to relish in that or remember that, but he did do that against Colorado last year and again against the White Sox this year. 50 and 51 on the same day. He's our player of the game, presented by Collars & Co., makers of the dress collar polo. Visit collarsandco.com. And this iconic moment in Yankees history, sponsored by your Tri-State Cadillac dealer. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today. September 24th, 1998. That's 27 years ago today. The Yankees won their 111th game of the season. That passed a franchise record of 110 wins set back in 1927. Pretty incredible. Nobody thought that 1927 team could ever be passed, but the 1998 Yankees did it and finished with 114 wins, leading to their 24th World Championship. You count the postseason wins that year, and a 125-win team in 98. This iconic moment in Yankees history, sponsored by your Tri-State Cadillac dealer. Our next game time brought to you by Nielsen Dodge. For the best selection of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram, visit NielsenDodge.com and save today. The Nielsen way. Our next game is tomorrow night. Series finale. Yankees going for the sweep and looking to take the lead in the division. 4 games to play in the regular season. 7:05 first pitch on the air at 6:25 with our pregame coverage. Yankees looking to do it behind Carlos Rodon. Until then, for our producer and engineer in the booth, Matt Shortis, to your producer Alex Azar. And for Susan Wallman and Dave Sims, Emmanuel Barbari saying so long from the stadium. Once again, the final score, the Yankees 8 and the White Sox 1. On WFAN, Yankees Radio. Have a good one.
This has been the Yankees postgame show, powered by Verizon. For a limited time, get their best price ever. Drop into your local Verizon store today to learn more. Also brought to you by Wendy's, the official hamburger of the New York Yankees. ServPro, cleanup, restoration, construction, like it never even happened. Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Peerless Boilers. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. London menswear brand Charles Tirrett. They make it easy for men to dress well. Borgata Casino. Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Veg ER for Pets. Official emergency veterinarian group of Yankees Radio. And by General Plumbing Supply. Trust the real experts. This is WFAN Yankees Radio. This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Oh, let's go.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd, the annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org. You deserve a car that thrills you, a car that puts goosebumps on your goosebumps. At Nissan, we've got everything from turbocharged SUVs to 100% electric vehicles that'll make your heart beat faster. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com today.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. One step forward, two steps back. Jonah Tong torched for 5 runs, 7 hits in just 2 innings as the Cubs rolled the Mets 10-3. Juan Soto, Francisco Alvarez each went deep, and the Mets pitching once again put him behind the 8 ball. The good news was that the Reds lost, so they remain 1 up on Cincy. Diamondbacks ended the day 1 back as well, and right now they trail the Dodgers 3-1. They're in the bottom of the 5th in the desert. Meanwhile, Aaron Judge looking to nail down another MVP and help the Yankees take another step to a division title.
There you go. Here's the drive to right center field. He is going to do it. Giddy up, baby. Goodbye. Home run for the captain is second tonight. Number 51. That's 4 RBIs tonight. And the Yankees have an 8-1 lead.
2 homers, 4 ribbies, 51 on the season. Yankees dismissed the White Sox 8-1. Dave Sims, the call here on the Fan. Max Fried fired 7 innings, a 1-run ball, 7 Ks, a league-leading 19th victory. Blue Jays lost to the Yankees in Toronto, now tied atop the AL East. Blue Jays do well in the tiebreaker. And the Giants made the move to Jaxson Dart official, but despite another 0-3 start, the rookie says pressure not on his mind.
I don't feel it from that standpoint. You know, my focus is just trying to just win one game at a time, and we've been so close each week, and it's been tough to watch. It's been tough, as a team to come back in the locker room. Like I said, when you're just that close to winning.
72 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan.
Let's go! We're vibing again. Back-to-back nights. To the victors go the spoils. When you win, we're going to talk about you. So we're going to lead off with your New York Yankees, who, check the standings. They're tied right there. I know. I said I didn't think it could happen. I don't know anything. I don't proclaim as the smartest guy that knows everything about baseball. I didn't think so. The math wasn't mathing, but it's mathing now. 888-808-1019 as I'm watching ESPN coming off of Unfortunately, the Go Cubs go, Chicago Cubs, they weren't going to lose another game. They just smacked the Mets. And yeah, they're showing the Blue Jays. So let's start with the rest of the league. And then, of course, we're going to get to the Yankees and take all of your Yankee calls. So Max Scherzer is when you get one of those calls and it's a scam alert, scam likely. They just said he has a 11.70 ERA in September. They paid him to join that team and absolutely fold down the stretch. Mets fans could have probably warned Toronto about that. And listen, I have receipts for Met fans, but I was telling you I don't want to, let the receipts go on the Mets fans. I get enough of, oh, you're a Mets hater and this guy's obsessed with Juan Soto. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to pile on. Oh, but I've got receipts for the Blue Jays. Chris McMonigle has been saying for years that they're frauds, and I suspect a lot of fraudulent activity this week. Buck Martinez, yeah, I'm talking to you, Buck. I heard what you said. Call into my show. Don't call Evan and Tiki peacocking, saying you feel good about where the Blue Jays are. Call into KM to AM. I got something for you, Buck. Alek Manoah, I know you're not even on the team anymore, but I remember what you said about Garrett Cole. Ooh, I cannot wait to cook your big ass. Vladdy Jr., you love to talk about the Yankees. You better find a way. I'm telling you, they better find a way. George Springer. George Springer, bitch ass. Hey, John Boy loves reading lips. Caught you on the camera. If they want New York to win, just tell me and give it to them already. This is a professional athlete, a Yankee killer, also a cheater. This guy cheated with the Houston Astros. He's talking about something being rigged or fixed. I'm telling you. And that nerd Blue Jays fan that always is in his living room on Twitter looking at the TV, jumping up and down, laughing. I have got smoke for them. But we're not there yet. 888-808-1019. Job not done. Job not finished. Finish the job. Last night, I felt like the Yankees were sipping champagne. And when we got into this game tonight, I thought they had a little bit of a champagne hangover. I felt like they were a little hungover. Now, last night, if you listen to me, I played Jazz, I played Judge, and I said, yes, enjoy it. It's a long season, the ups and downs, the roller coaster, as I call it, the ride. When the ride gets to the point where you're clinched and you're in, because not everybody gets in, even in this expanded postseason. Enjoy it, man. But they were a little subdued. But obviously, early in that game, getting runners on, loading them up, stranding runners, you down with LOB, yeah, you know me. I'm like, these guys can't be serious. Missed opportunities. It's the Chicago White Sox. I'm shaking my head like, yo, there's no way you had that much of that champagne last night that you're not ready to play. We are chasing the division. It is right there. This is the end of the race. You can see the finish line. You have to knock this team out. They're playing for nothing. And then there was a moment, I think, in the second inning where McMahon fielded that ball. He didn't grab it cleanly. He didn't get a grip on it. He threw it in the dirt. Jazz wasn't quick enough with his glove. They initially ruled it as an error on McMahon, and then they overturned it to an error on Jazz. Or I'm like, what the hell are these guys doing? And even in that inning, after not getting that out, Fried loses his command a little bit, and I'm like, yo, come on. You can't tell me, Fried gives up a run there. I'm like, you can't tell me that these guys are about to actually slug it out with the White Sox because they partied too much last night, clinching an appearance with the division on the line. And no, you know what happened? A little Aaron Judge, hair of the dog. Bink! Before that, shout out to Volpe. I see you court his own tone. Little by little, Volpe's just doing his job. He's just getting on, right? You guys don't want to scream it too loud because you were screaming too loud about send him down, cut him, get rid of him. Caballero's my shortstop. I'm done with Volpe. You're not done with Volpe. We're not done with Volpe. Court his own tone got on. And, all rise for the honorable captain. I know Cal Raleigh homer tonight. He's got 59. I'm literally going to bed at night and praying that he doesn't get to 62, 63. But Judge tonight said, wait, I'm hearing on MLB Network, Harold Reynolds says that the MVP race is over. No. I'm going to say something about that tonight. Boom. That's the hair of the dog. The Yankees go up 3-1. Judge hits home run number 50. History. 50. And you're like, wow, we're back. Just like that, we're back. And then the Yankees continue after that. Max Fried bounces back. 1, 2, 3 inning. And in the third inning, Ben Rice. We finally got to eat some fried rice. Yeah, I'm fried. Yeah, I'm fried. We finally got the battery of Ben Rice and Max Fried, the fried rice combo. Ben Rice triples. Goldie singles. Score them. Jazz coming through with the double. It's 5-1 Yankees. And you can exhale because you're like, yo, Max Fried is locking back in. And I remember last night saying, Max Fried is going to shove as he gets to his 19th win. And as you start to look at Max Fried and you're like, yo, plan B was the best thing to do. You know, you can't always get what you want. We wanted Juan Soto. But if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. We needed an ace. Garrett Cole went down. And Max Fried wanted to come compete with the New York Yankees. Thank God we got Max Fried. And I said last night that Devin Williams would pitch. And shout out to the Caster. Caster is calling Devin Williams high lev dev. If you recall, if you fast forward or rewind before we fast forward to the Caster coming up with high lev dev. I had Sam Lucchini on and Ryan Garcia on from the Fireside Yankees podcast. And that night we talked about low-lev dev. Remember I came up with the Devin Williams rules? You can't pitch him with a lead. Don't even pitch him with a tie. Don't pitch him late in the game. You can only use him in garbage time. If we're losing, you can only use him as the first guy out of the bullpen. Well, that was when we were calling him low-lev dev. It had a nice little ring to it. But then immediately after that, Devin Williams said, I don't like that nickname. I don't like that. I didn't get the beard policy changed for nothing. I didn't come here to be low leverage. I was MLB Network's #1 reliever going into this year. I'm not re-signing with you guys. I'm trying to make history. Hey, Michael K said it. Let me go and get the quote because I was laughing and it kind of popped up on Yankees Twitter. People were giving me credit for low-lev dev, high-lev dev. I'm like, listen, I said it on the radio, but I got it from Fireside Yankees podcast, Sam and Ryan, who I had on the show. Caster said, Boone really trusts him. He's really high on Devin Williams. High-lev dev. You're going to see him in a lot of spots in the postseason. And then Paul O'Neill says, high-lev dev, that's a new one. And then Caser said, yeah, I just came up with it right now. Shout out to Michael K. Michael K, you're the best, man. But high-lev dev, low-lev dev, I had to set the record straight. 888-808-1019. I would have thrown Camilo Duvall tonight in that spot. Remember last night I was saying, hey, if we're up after Max Fried and Devin Williams goes, throw Camilo Duvall in that spot to get the last 3 outs. But, hey, in the rain, they didn't want to do it. And I don't know, something has gotten into Paul Blackburn right now where you're looking at Paul Blackburn like, hey, he shook the Metsiness off him. He's been actually pretty serviceable. Go click on his name and go see what Paul Blackburn has done. Obviously, you remember what happened against the Red Sox and how he started. How he started is not like he is now. Same thing with Devin Williams. Shout out to Max Fried. Shout out to Aaron Judge, who hit his second homer of the night. Shout out to Trent Grisham. You're a mean one, Mr. Grish. Best year of his career. Prove it year. And it's just a part of this story for the New York Yankees as we went up and down and on this roller coaster and we're getting to this finish line. You're starting to see a lineup that can produce. You're starting to see guys that do believe in each other. They're pulling the same rope. You're starting to see that, hey, this lineup is deep. Judge is Judge. Judge is reminding people that he should be the MVP. And boy, if Judge is Judge in the postseason, the Yankees aren't losing any series to any of these American League teams. And we're going back to the Fall Classic. Judge is not saying it, but Jazz is. Jazz is talking about putting a ring on it. Jazz is talking about World Series. Jazz is talking about winning the division. Well, control your own destiny. Win the rest of these games. Man, shout out to whoever at Major League Baseball decided, yo, we're going to make the Yankees September schedule hella soft just in case they need it, right? Just in case they go through the Boone swoon again. Just in case, July you cry. The Yankees are the Yankees. We need the Yankees to get back to the World Series. Let's make their schedule butter soft just in case the fraudulent Blue Jays have some injuries and start to fold. And here we are, 1019. Let's have a good time, man. If you love baseball, if you're watching the Yankees, you're going to these games, and you're starting to get that feeling, that October feeling again, October ready, October baseball. It's in the air. 888-808-1019. Now, before I break, I got to introduce my guest. He was on with me last year. I forget what Yankee game we went to at the end of the year last year, but I'm coming down the Harlem River Drive, flying from Yankee Stadium to get here, and then boom, 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 boom. And I'm starting to smell the rubber burning. I think I had the sunroof open. And my boy's like, yo, that's your tire. Like, we got to pull over. I'm like, nah, I can make it. He's like, nah, you got to get to the next exit. We pull off to the next exit. Before I can even ditch my car, he's got the Uber on the way. My guy, Alex Day, you know him from Yes Network. You know him from TikTok. You know him from Instagram. This is his second time on the fan. He's a Yankees fan. He's a Giants fan. He was at the clinch night last night. He was at opening night Sunday night for the Giants. He's also a Knicks fan as the Knicks are getting into training camp and starting their push towards a championship. Alex Day, any words before we go to the break?
I am ready for October baseball. I'm hyped to be back here with you, Keith. So much going on. Yanks playing their best ball. Jaxson Dart time. We got Rangers preseason. We have Knicks camp. And we'll talk about the Mets, too. I'll try not to smile. Excited to be back here with you, Keith.
Hey, let's do it. We're 20 minutes in. This show goes till 2 a.m. Call me up, 888-808-1019. KM to AM returns right after this.
Competitor, you want to play on the biggest stages in front of the best and most passionate fans.
Jaxson Dart has just trotted onto the field.
The Jaxson Dart era starts Sunday.
Pistol set with Dart and Scadaboo.
As the Giants take on Justin Herbert and the 3-0 Chargers at 1 p.m.
Dart pumps his right leg, takes the snap. Handoff Scadaboo. Up the middle he goes. Scadaboo to the 10. Scadaboo to the 5. Scadaboo reaching for the goal line, and he's down at the 1.
With help from fellow rookie Cam Scadaboo and the dynamic Malik Neighbors, the young QB will look to lead Big Blue to their first win of the season in front of the hometown faithful.
Into the end zone, standing up, and the Giants are back in front.
Don't miss a second of the action here on your home for New York Giants football. WFAN 1019 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Got internet? Cool. A $200 Verizon gift card for switching to our Fios 1 gig plan? Hot. And here's a pro tip. Use it to pay your bill. It's like getting 2 months free. Plus, get a 5-year price guarantee. Hurry into your Verizon store today. Offer ends 10/8/25. Must install and maintain eligible Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on select plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for additional terms and conditions.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier immediate orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers 4 convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. From the field or sports court straight to a top-rated walk-in orthopedic doctor. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and on to your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. This NFL season has finally arrived. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Evan. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel.com/Evan. We love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Life can change suddenly without any warning whatsoever. When you're sidelined due to a debilitating personal injury, it's crucial to have a trusted team on your side. The Rothenberg Law Firm has over 50 years of spectacular courtroom experience, ensuring that you're not facing those obstacles alone. Winning and collecting billions for our clients, we are committed to helping you recover whatever you deserve. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888.
Big lawyer for injured ones, injurylawyer.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Inside the 11 o'clock hour on the Fan in New York. The Yankees win. Yankees win. Keith McPherson in here with a guest, Alex Day, the internet sensation. He's just a fan, like I'm a fan. Let's get to the phones. Let's talk to the fans. I got to go to Jake in Guilford, Connecticut first.
Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to say you're getting me hyped about that Judge homer. I mean, I can't imagine Judge going off in the playoffs. Like, he needs that. That will solidify his GOAT status.
Yeah.
And lead to that ship.
That I articulated on the Fan that, like, if they do want to give Cal Raleigh the MVP so badly, because I can just see the narrative and I can see the campaign they're pushing, Judge should be focused on going to get the World Series trophy, maybe even the World Series MVP.
You know, Judge doesn't care about that award. The only thing he wants is a World Series. Same thing with Stanton. We got a ton of leaders in the dugout, and we also got guys right now that know their spots aren't guaranteed, and it's lighting a fire under their you-know-what, like Volpe. I think that's why Grisham's been playing like a dog. Like, I mean, we got guys that are not taking stuff for granted. We're coming into the playoffs at the right time, I think.
Urgency, there is no tomorrow. Nothing is for certain. The division is not locked up yet. We're tied, but they own the tiebreaker, right? I talked about Grish. Prove it year. Go out and earn your money. Somebody is going to pay that man a lot of money. Volpe, we're not just putting you out at shortstop every day. We bring a shortstop here from Tampa that gets on base, that adds a spark to the game. And you know what? Iron sharpens iron. That competition has brought out the best of Volpe, and some rest also helped him.
And I don't want to throw a jab at the little brother here in New York, but I really think that there's a better chance that we make the playoffs or win the division than they don't make the playoffs, which is kind of unfortunate.
I'll take it from here, Jake. There's a better chance in Jake from Guilford, Connecticut's mind that the New York Yankees win the division this week than the Mets even make the postseason this week. I think they both happen. Honestly, like with the Reds, you're in your building against the Pirates, and you just lost a series. They're not good. Like, it might be the most anticlimactic. We were talking about this with the Mets, Alex Day. I'm like, it might be the most anticlimactic entrance into the postseason, but also such a sigh of relief for the Met fan.
I'm with Jake there. I think the Yankees have a much better chance than the Mets. When it comes to the Mets just need to worry about themselves. The Mets need to have left foot, right foot, one foot in front of another, and play good baseball. Yes, they're worrying about the Reds. Yes, they're worrying about the D-backs. But the Mets are making baseball look really hard. Since June, they're 19 games under 500. They don't look like a playoff team. They don't pass the eye test. And the Yankees, since September started, the first dozen games, 12 games against playoff teams, 7-5.
Yeah.
You get your mojo back. You get your confidence. Now you have an easy second half of September. Inspired baseball, 6-1 in the last 7. The Yankees feel like every time they go on the field right now, they think they're going to win, which we haven't said at other points in the Yankees season. I'm absolutely with Jake. I think the Yankees have a better shot at winning the division than the Mets to make the playoffs.
Yeah, because I said, shout out to whoever made this schedule. I don't see the White Sox or the Orioles standing up to this Yankees team. And maybe the Yankees lose one game, but I'm not even saying they're going to lose one game. Like, they could win the next 4 games.
The Yankees tried to give it away last night and couldn't.
I mean, even like baseball is going to baseball. Baseball things are going to happen. But I just think they have too much firepower with who they're going against. Now, on the converse, you have the Mets going against the Cubs, who are a postseason team. They're in the division with the best record team in baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers, but they're in, and they have a bunch of hitters. They have good pitchers. Like tonight, they weren't beating Matthew Boyd. I was just saying, I'm like, this guy's an all-star. He stood up for them. They weren't going to lose 6 in a row in their building. They had 35,000 out there in Wrigley. I remember going to Wrigley when they didn't have lights, like a night game in Wrigley, nationally televised on ESPN. They got rolled, and you know what? I feel bad again for this young kid. They have a baby on the mound. They've got a preschool pitcher on the mound in Jonah Tong. This kid only goes 2 innings, 7 hits, 5 earned runs. He gets squeezed by the ump. Things don't go his way. The 3rd inning unravels everything. They go down 5-0, and it's like, well, how are they going to come back tonight? Are they going to have back-to-back nights where they rally and they have heroics and they fight? It's hard to do.
Keith, one of my favorite baseball euphemisms, I think it was Earl Weaver who said it, is you're only as good as your next day's starting pitcher.
Yeah.
And if you're the Mets, yes, you have Soto, you've got some pop in your lineup. Your next day's starting pitcher is someone you probably don't feel great about. Yeah. And it's been like that for most of the season. So, yes, there's a lot of things to like about the Mets, but if your starters are what your starters are, the numbers don't lie, and the eye test definitely doesn't lie either.
I also said this to you, whose fault is this? Mets fans, who are you mad at right now? You're not mad at Jonah Tong.
Has to be Stearns.
You're mad at David Stearns. David Stearns, you can't tell me your vision for this team that was 2 games away from the World Series, that went out and signed Juan Soto. Your vision wasn't to be at the end of the season relying on a 22-year-old kid, or relying on Nolan McLean or Brandon Sproat, or a piggyback of, like, you are making it up as you go along here. I don't know what happened to the pitching lab, Jeremy Hefner. It is not a good situation. So now they're looking at Nolan McLean versus Shota Imanaga tomorrow night. And it's like, yo, you lose this series, you're in peril, because you can't lose series the rest of the way. You really need to win all these games to ensure that you get to the postseason. But if you drop this game to the Cubs, you got to go to Miami and face the Marlins, who moved Sandy Alcantara to Friday, because they will treat it like their World Series to knock you out of October.
It's absolutely on Stearns, because I don't think it's unlucky what happened in the rotation this year. I think the rotation was exactly who we thought they were. As Dennis Green would say, they are who we thought we were. They are who we thought they were. You know, coming out of spring training, Manaea, Montas,
hurt.
Peterson.
Montas said every day they'd be throwing an ace. He said something, we got 5 number 1 starters. Every day is like we're throwing an ace. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Senga.
You're not an ace?
Holmes. This isn't
Senga got hurt. What is up with Senga right now? He's throwing bullpens. Can he come back? Can they bring Piggy back? Can they piggyback him and David Peterson? Can we get the David? Maybe just COVID? I think COVID would be the right name for Kodai and David. COVID-25.
COVID-25. What happened in June and this summer for the Mets is reversion to the mean for their starting pitching. They got lucky with how those starters performed in the spring, and how they've been since then is kind of what I thought that rotation was going to be coming out of camp.
Yeah, they were ahead of the hitting in the beginning of the season. We were raving about the pitching lab, it working wonders. We saw what it did for Severino last year. We saw what it did for Quintana last year. We saw what it did for David Peterson last year. You can't pitch David Peterson again. He's cooked. And like, I'm seriously looking at David Stearns because this is his mentality. This is his mantra. This is his idea that, no, we don't pay for aces. Steve Cohen went out and gave money to Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, Chris Bassett. Like, he was going out there paying guys to pitch. You can never have enough pitching.
Look, we're going to get to the Brian Daboll stuff. And, you know, if you're a coach and front office, you have to show some moxie in your press conferences and back up what you say. But I haven't liked some of the quotes coming out of what I'm hearing with the Mets with Stearns and how they still trust the process. And there's some things they've gotten unlucky with. You can point to the offense and say, you know what, there are some instances where that may be true. But if you're the Mets, you have to look at what your process was in building the rotation and say, we can't make those mistakes a second time this offseason. There has to be some more ownership that they completely miscalculated how good this rotation was going to be. And yes, you know, that offense is what they thought it was going to be in many ways. Soto's having a really nice year, a Juan Soto year, but that rotation was never going to be it.
They spent a lot of money on the lineup with Juan Soto, right? They bought the Ferrari. They paid Pete Alonso to come back, $30 million. They got the expensive sports car, but here they are at the end of the season filling it up with chocolate milk.
Pete, another
Can't
great
run
year.
on Yoo-hoo. You need premium gas in that thing. All right, let's get back to the phones, man. Joe is in Nutley, New Jersey on the Fan. Go for it, Joe.
Hi, how's it going? Good evening. I'm a diehard Mets fan. Congrats to the Yanks making the post. For the Mets, though, I'm so frustrated, obviously, so angry, and kind of what you guys were saying earlier. I know as a diehard Mets fan, we want our pound of flesh when they don't make the post, because I don't think they'll make the post. They have no more pitchers left. And even if they make the wild card round, they'll lose in like 2 or 3. Because, again, they don't have any pitching left. So from a pound of flesh standpoint, do you believe Mendoza's going to take the hit? The coaching staff's going to take the hit? Because I believe, and I agree with you guys, a lot of this failure has to be on Stearns' shoulders, but he's not going to get fired. He's going to get one more chance.
Thanks for the call, Joe. I don't think anyone is going to be fired. I think Mendoza has a 3-year contract. He'll be back. I think Stearns is in his 2nd year, and he already was tabbed as boy wonder and one of the smartest minds in baseball. They couldn't wait to get him out of Milwaukee. Seems like Milwaukee's doing fine without him. I think what they'll say, they'll chalk it up to injuries. Griffin Canning got hurt. Frankie Montas got hurt. Sean Manaea had the loose bodies in the elbow. I bet you there's some type of, it's David Peterson's hip or something once the season is over. They will have all of these reasons and excuses that the rotation, Tyler McGill got hurt. Like they will lean on those things and say, it's baseball. You can't predict it. Like, you know, it just didn't go our way this year.
I agree with you, Keith. I think every manager has their blips, their bad moments. Look, it's baseball. 162 games. You're trying to always press the right button. But if Carlos Mendoza gets fired, he would not stay jobless for very long. I think he's a great manager. I think he's well respected in the league. He's well respected by his players.
Yeah.
They play hard for him. They played hard for him last year. If you
coming out of the Yankee system, that's what they talked about. Like this guy was, it was eventual, like it was inevitable that he was going to get a manager job.
He speaks English. He speaks Spanish. The
Latin players, he connects very well with the Latin players.
Absolutely. The thought of having this conversation this time last year would have been asinine. It would have been crazy. So what is he going to do? Who is he going to throw out there and start the next day? That doesn't fall on the manager. He hasn't been perfect, but
he can only go with who he has.
Correct.
He can only go with who he has. Let's go with who we have on the phone. My guy, Josh, up in the Bronx.
I'm telling you, I feel like Aaron Judge hitting third here. Anyway, I don't think the Yankees are going to sink in the postseason. I think they're going to build the foundation right from the start, going into October and getting back to the World Series, Keith. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for taking my call.
You're the man, Josh. Yeah, as we're talking about, like, okay, even if the Mets do fall on their backs into the third wild card and they face the Dodgers in the first round, what's that Dodgers lineup going to do against Nolan McLean? Who are you pitching? Clay Holmes and Sean Manaea, Brandon Sproat. Is that your three? They are going to hit the ball all around the field and out of the ballpark, and it's going to be done. It's going to be over. Now with the Yankees, we're looking at Max Fried, ace, 19 wins. We're looking at Carlos Rodon, not that far off. We're looking at, who do we want? Cam Schlittler or Luis Gil as the third starter? And honestly,
first world problems.
What we're really looking at, bro, is like, yo, forget the wild card now. Now we're like, yo, go get the division so that we can rest, have a week off, and have the path of least resistance.
Can I ask you a hypothetical? If the Yankees on the last day of the season need a win to win the division, and you have a choice of throwing, Fried or Rodon, are you throwing one of them to try to win the division, or are you saving them for a wild card?
Nah, if I'm Boone, I'm going in there and I'm telling them we could throw anybody out there. We could pitch Austin Slater today. Go out there and field your position, throw the ball, hit, because you don't want to mess up, anybody's schedule or whatever. Like, what if they lose that game that day and then you're in the wild card round and then that messes that up? Like, it's already lined up. They already kind of, have it the way that they want to go. 888-808-1019. Let's break it down here. When we come back, we'll do the big shot of the night. I saw a Jaxson Dart call disappear. I got Alex Day in here with me. Were you one of those fans at MetLife chanting, "We want Dart"?
Yeah.
Were you booing at all in there?
Yeah. I wasn't booing Russell Wilson as much as I was booing just the catastrophe this whole thing is.
Like, how many Giants games in a row that you've gone to in that building that felt like that, I'd be booing too. I mean, Dable himself said he would be booing.
The feeling of coming out of MetLife Stadium after a Giants loss on Sunday Night Football, and then you need to get on the New Jersey Transit.
There's cars everywhere.
There's cars everywhere, whether it's the transit, the traffic, and the Giants just had a stinker where they score maybe one touchdown a game, they lose to a rival, and all of a sudden you've got work the next morning. It's pushing 1 o'clock in the morning. You're staring out the window like you're in a music video for Eminem's Stan, and things are dark.
Make you hate the Giants.
You're like,
the Giants did this to me.
The Giants did this to me, and you know what? I'll be back there next Sunday too. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad, and I don't even know where to begin. You could begin with the fact that I don't think the Giants should have ever signed Russ.
Okay, time out right there. Yeah. Save it for after the break.
How deep do we want to go in? We have to get to break, Keith.
I know people are going to start calling about Russ and Jaxson Dart. We got the audio from Dart talking today, Russ talking today, Dable talking today. We got time. I'm on until 2 a.m., and I will make sure to get Alex Day's opinion on the whole Dart situation. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Big shot next. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
There's a real disappointment that is associated with the Giant fan right now, and rightfully so for that matter. I mean, the Jets are going through their new transition and their rebuild and all that other stuff, but the Giants right now, they were trying to save their season by bringing Russell Wilson in here, but, what we see is, exactly kind of like what you expected.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Ugh, my phone takes such bad pics.
Girl, you gotta update that phone.
I can't afford a new one.
My hot tip, go to Metro. The iPhone 13 is on them.
Wait, Metro's got it covered?
Yeah, and iPhone 13 has a dual camera system. So bye-bye bad pics.
Ooh, my profile pics are about to be on point.
Get iPhone 13 on us when you join. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
With virtual MasterCard after third month, bring your number and ID to a $50 plan with AutoPay. $55 first month.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest inventory of name brand tires at discount prices, including Michelin tires, which give you the perfect match. A relaxing driving experience from your vehicle, along with all-season design for superior performance that stands out from the crowd. And Town Fair stands out from other dealers with a guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires and gives you more free services for life than anywhere. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
My name is Maria. Okay, I lied. It's Mary. But I'm feeling more European after my European-style holiday on MSC Cruises. The restaurants, nightlife and shops and La Galleria. And of course, American touches, like a sports bar and water slides. Bellissimo. Okay, this is a problem.
Book now and save up to 30% off, plus kids sale free. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than 4 wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. Accident victims, I understand how an accident can turn your world upside down. You're in pain. You need medical care. You can't work. You're struggling to pay your bills, and you don't have a clue what your rights are. So what do? Call the first law firm that pops up on the internet? Look for the best website? Or say, hey, find me a lawyer. The options are endless, but the answers are simple. Ask around, read reviews, and go with your gut. Great law firms build great reputations. I built D'Agostino & Associates one client at a time by doing the right thing for accident victims just like you. Our clients know my team cares, and we're going to fight to get you every dollar you deserve. So call me today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino Law. Bite back.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city. You know we got a bunch of big shots, and this guy has won a ton of big shot awards since I started doing this a few seasons ago. It's Judge. Come on. MVP. Bro, I would put Ben Rice over Cal Raleigh as MVP if we're talking catchers. Judge is the MVP. He hit 2 bombs tonight. He makes history again. He's in the company of Babe Ruth, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa as the only players in MLB history with 4 50 home run seasons. Like I said, tonight when I felt like the Yankees were hungover, the hair of the dog was Judge going deep. When I felt like the Yankees needed to wake up and get it together and snap out of the champagne celebration, Judge was like, I didn't even sip nothing last night. Boop, here we go. Lead, and they didn't let that lead go. 888-808-1019. Again, I got Alex Day with me in here. You've seen his TikToks. You've seen his reaction videos. You've seen his interviews on Instagram as well. He just hit 50K on Instagram. Congrats on that. And he's a diehard sports fan. I think I ran into you for the first time. We've talked about this at Yankee Stadium. You hustled me. You were doing some type of dollar game where you answer some questions. I still remember the question that I got wrong. I knew the answer, but I froze, and I ended up leaving with nothing. I had the money in my hand, and I got that last question. I was like, I don't know. It's like an escalator thing. You answer a question, you get $5. You get $10. You get $20. Tom Glavine was the answer to the question. Now I'm blanking on it on air, but I got that question wrong, and you took the money, and I was like, damn, I got hustled on cam.
Isn't it amazing how when you hear trivia and you're not the one participating, I got the answer.
Yeah.
Oh, that quickly. And then the lights turn on, the mic is in your face. Gets a little tense. But, Keith, you and I have, whether it's talking about the Yankees, whether it's going back and forth with the Giants and the Cowboys, the Knicks and the Nets, you're a good sports sparring partner, my friend.
Yeah, that similar thing happened. I won when we did baseball Jeopardy on Babita Tailgate, but then when we did overall sports Jeopardy, I was flying off the handle with wrong answers that I was terrible. Luckily, that one hasn't hit YouTube yet. The other one is out there where I won, but the next one, hopefully they keep that in the tuck. All right, let's get back to the callers. 888-808-1019. Jake is in Manhattan on the Fan next. What's up, Jake?
Yo, Keith, what's going on?
Hanging out.
Yo, Day, what's going on, brother?
What's up,
Not gonna lie, man. I was really excited to wear my Jameis Winston jersey that we rocked in NOLA for next week. I wish Dart wasn't starting.
Hey, give it some time. You don't know how long this season's going to go, where it's going to go. They might need Jameis at some point, even next year, too.
I completely agree. I just feel like we're throwing him to the wolves right now.
Yeah, I honestly feel like that. And I'll ask Alex, I don't think this was the plan. When I heard Dable today say, this was my decision, I'm like, this can't, I don't know who made the decision, but this couldn't have been your plan. Why would you sign Jameis? Thanks for the call, Jake. Why would you sign Jameis? Why would you sign Russ? Why would you deviate from the plan to start a rookie quarterback in week 4? You can't tell me that was ever the script.
The plan has really gone awry from your initial messaging of when they drafted Dart, when Cam started. Look, they signed Jameis, they signed Russ, then they draft Dart. Then they immediately say Russ is going to be the starter. And then all of a sudden, Jaxson Dart is number 2 on the depth chart. Very interesting. There was no need to press the issue. That was,
outside pressure presses the issue.
But they could have had him 3rd on the depth chart.
Yeah, and they played that game right away.
And there's no reason to bring him in for 1 play, 2 plays.
The Scatterboo package. The decoy to give it to Scatterboo.
And then every time Russ comes off the field, people are booing Russ. The way this has been handled, it can really just be attributed, I think, to a couple things. One is they couldn't throw Russ back out there, right?
They could.
No, they couldn't. They could not.
They could.
If they threw Russ back out there, you'd see fans with paper bags on their heads next week.
What if he played better against the Chargers? We don't know. I don't think he really would have made much of a difference. But, they could have started Russ again.
No.
You got to quiet the boos. If Russ is throwing touchdowns, the boos quiet.
Week 2 against Dallas, that performance looks a lot worse.
I try to tell you.
That performance looks a lot worse when you see what Caleb Williams did to Dallas's defense.
I try to tell y'all that was fool's gold, and you lost the game. You got to win that one. That was the one where I was like, okay, they weren't favored. They had to steal that game. And the Dallas defense, everybody has now watched enough film on them. They're terrible.
Going back to the beginning of the offseason, if I was GM and I could redo how the Giants did it, you sign Jameis, you don't sign Russ, you draft Dart if that's your guy, and they think he's their guy. And you know what? They have me believing that he's the guy. And then you start Jameis, because Jameis, in my opinion, is an NFL starting quarterback.
Games for the Browns. Won games for the Browns last year.
He's a gunslinger. He's got a low floor, but he has a high ceiling. You start Jameis week 1. You play him weeks 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then if you feel it's time for Dart, that the kid is ready, you play him week 5 in New Orleans against a bad Saints team in a dome. That seems like the time to play him.
You know what, though? I thought about that, too. I feel like, and I said this last night. It seems like the soft landing spot is to play Jaxson Dart in New Orleans against Spencer Rattler and, first-year head coach, and this team's not going to win a game. But, they're looking at the Giants as that's their spot to win, too. And they have a good culture down there, and it can get loud down there, and their fans will get rowdy down there. You don't want that to be Jaxson Dart's first game. So now, right, it's the NFL. It's the toughest schedule this year. You just throw him to the Wolves against the Chargers, hope he learns something from that has him better equipped to go on the road and beat the Saints.
So you're kind of making this a sacrificial weekend for Dart a little bit? Well,
he's going to get his head rocked.
There isn't a more favorable matchup than the Saints right now. I don't want to see it,
but there's going to be a moment, and that's another thing, this offensive line. It ain't the quarterback. This offensive line and this play calling, I hope that this offensive line, Andrew Thomas, his snap count goes up, and the play calling changes, and they get a little creative, and they protect this kid.
As one of the longest and most loyal supporters of Daniel Jones, it's the offensive line, and it always has been the offensive line.
You said the name, he who shall not be mentioned.
But I don't want to say it was never Daniel Jones's fault, but the offensive line has been bottom 3 pretty much every single year since the Super Bowl win. It is a concern big time. And you know what? Malik Neighbors last year in that press conference saying it's not the quarterback. It's a pretty big indictment on the coaching staff, especially looking back on it now when you're on another quarterback and Daniel Jones is balling out for Indy.
We'll do more on Malik Neighbors, Daniel Jones, Jaxson Dart, Russell Wilson, and your New York Football Giants. Keith McPherson on the Fan with Alex Day. I'll say good morning on the other side. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
New York Giants have good players on this team. But these good players are a group of undisciplined, underachieving, well-put-together roster who don't make plays.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Boomer to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Boomer. Now, we all love the app around here. It is safe, secure, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WFAN.
21 and over and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with the gambling problem, go 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Their expert team will help you find the perfect fit with flexible lease and finance options that make driving luxury easier than ever. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, your destination for luxury driving.
Dude, did you order the
new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years.
Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Visit your local Verizon store today. Best 5G source. Root metrics data. United States 1H2025. All rights reserved. Additional terms and conditions apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Get 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, or Murano. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval, not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends September 30th, 2025.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go!
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh my goodness!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if she feel.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy place with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Mets couldn't build off an impressive victory coming from behind as they spotted the Cubs a 6-run lead, and Chicago snapped a 5-game skid 10-3. Jonah Tong had nothing, 5 runs, 7 hits, and 2 innings.
Other than the second inning, he had a hard time elevating the fastball, and that's what makes him who he is. They took some really good changeups, and I don't think he used that breaking ball enough. He could have do a better job of mixing there, especially once they were all over the fastball, so they got him there.
Reds lost an extra, so they stay 1 back. Diamondbacks trailing the Dodgers 4-1, bottom of the 8th inning, so Mets hoping they continue to hold the wild card lead. Yankees find themselves tied atop the AL East for the first time since July. Aaron Judge went deep twice, gives him 51, joins Babe Ruth, Mark McGwire, and Sammy Sosa, the only players with at least 4 seasons of 50 homers, as the Yankees roll the White Sox 8-1.
I feel like really the last couple weeks he's really started to swing the bat really well again and having, just really good at bats night in and night out, at bat after at bat, obviously he gets pitched to so carefully.
Max Fried, 7 innings, a 1-run ball, 7 Ks, a league-leading 19th win. Blue Jays lost, so the Bombers now tied atop the division, but Toronto does own the tiebreaker. Ruth, Maris, Judge, Raleigh. Cal Raleigh, a pair of Jacks, now with 60 on the year as the big dumper, just the 4th player to ever reach that plateau in American League history. And the Giants officially turn the reins over to rookie Jaxson Dart, with Russell Wilson going to the bench. So what does Dart want to bring to the club?
The biggest thing for me is I want to do my best to be a spark. I want to create excitement on the field. I want to be explosive when opportunities are there, and try to just bring a little bit of swagger.
71 degrees, cloudy skies, Citrus Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Good morning, good morning. Honestly, I just felt ill during the break watching Cal Raleigh hit his 2nd home run. Earlier in this show, I said Cal Raleigh hit 59 home runs. He's going to get 60. I didn't mean in the same game. I didn't mean tonight. So Judge has a 2-homer game, and Cal Raleigh matches him with a 2-homer game in the same night.
I really don't want him to break Judge's record.
And how is he not gonna? They pitch to him. They literally serve him meatballs up in the middle of the plate like he's not Cal Raleigh.
Why doesn't he have more respect?
They don't know who he is.
You have to respect this guy at this point.
The pitchers forget. They don't know. They're not familiar with him. He just came on the scene. He's not a household name like Judge. Judge gets intentionally walked. I was telling you before.
Yep.
Judge has more intentional walks this year than whole teams combined.
Yeah, I think if he breaks Judge's record, it's going to be hard to not give him the MVP.
They're going to give it to him.
Even though, you want to talk about every single analytical stat that Judge is beating Raleigh in.
But it comes down to a vote.
It comes down to votes.
Always
it
a
comes
Yankee
down to storylines.
Storyline. He won the home run derby this year. They played into that with his brother and his dad. The Mariners are winning the division for the first time in whenever. I understand what's happening here. Judgy, if you're in the whip, you should be home by now. But if somebody is in the whip that talks to Judge, tell Judge I said, don't worry about the MVP, bro. They already stole one from you with Altuve. They're about to steal another. Go get the World Series piece of metal, and then maybe even the World Series MVP. It'll be even sweeter and better. It'll be like whatever, because you'll get that one, and nobody will care about Cal Raleigh and the other one. 888-808-1019.
You saying piece of metal. Just anytime I hear that Rob Manfred phrase,
it
doesn't matter how many years it's been. When Rob Manfred said that the trophy is just a piece of metal as his way of saying that his punishment for the Astros was justifiable enough, it pisses me off all these years later. It doesn't matter that it's been this many years and they've won since, and a lot of those guys are gone. When he called it a piece of metal, hard for me to forgive him about
Not sure if he's a baseball guy. He's a businessman. It is what it is. All right, let's get back to business. 888-808-1019. We're talking about the Yankees, of course. We're talking about Jaxson Dart, of course. Mets fans don't call and talk to me. They give me a break. Honestly, they know they don't even bother. But I'll say this, Mets fans. If you go back in the Odyssey app to last night, who told you that Juan Soto was going to homer tonight? It didn't matter, but I did call it. I literally said after Juan Soto had the ball go over his head in right field, after Juan Soto got embarrassed, after Juan Soto, everybody memed him and made fun of him on Twitter and Instagram. I'm like, he's going to return tomorrow and he's going to hit one out. And he did. So ding, 1 point for me calling that. I should have bet it, but I was doing other things. I was doing a lot of Ryder Cup things today.
Yeah.
Saw you at the Ryder Cup live at Rockefeller Center. That was dope. And then I was just down at the Wheelhouse for their Ryder Cup event with LA Golf and Diageo and some other folks. So, yeah, the Ryder Cup is going down as well. It's that time of year.
Yeah, there's definitely some Ryder Cup buzz right now, but Keith, I don't know about you. All my buzz this weekend is Jaxson Dart and the Giants.
No, I'm excited about the Ryder Cup. I don't get a buzz off that at all. But I'm excited to see him play, but I don't think it's going to go like that's why I keep telling Giants fans, enjoy it now. Enjoy it now because I don't think it's going to go how you think it's going to go.
Keith, the bar is low. We need something. Throw us a bone here.
Yeah, if he just breaks a 30-yard run, it's going to be lit.
Right. He's going to run a guy over and pick up a first down on a
slide.
3rd and 6.
He has to slide.
I agree with you. He's going to pick up a first down with his legs. He's going to run a guy over, and he's going to get up pounding his chest and yelling, and the MetLife crowd is going to lose their minds. And you know what? Giants fans need something to be excited about. And you know what also? The team needs that. That's how you ignite a fire in a team.
They need the swag, the juice, the moxie, the energy, the aura that he brings.
And not just that, but the ripple effect of, hey, here's someone who can get the ball to this guy named Malik Neighbors who barely got the ball last week.
Yeah, they're going to get the ball to one.
Here's someone that can do stuff with his feet, so now it opens up the running game, and you can run the option, and you have a dual-threat quarterback, which...
Cam Scatterbo is RB1.
Scatterbo, yeah, absolutely, and Tracy's hurt for a little bit as well. So the options that the Giants have this week that they didn't have last week is already an improvement even before he takes a snap.
Chris is in Bergen County on the Fan. What's up, Chris?
What's going on,
Coach, tell us something, man. I know you've been watching. I know you've been looking. I know you've been thinking about what's going on.
My question to you is about Dable. Now, if you're hung on your convictions, you have a plan, you believe in your plan, what do? You stick with your plan. You don't listen to all the outside noise. You don't get influenced by the outside. Oh, but in this case, we listened to the outside noise. We didn't have a plan for Jaxson Dart because we just ran backwards and said, oh, okay, everybody wants to see him. All right,
quarter
you know
of the way through the season. That's why I can't believe him.
I want to keep my job. So you know what? All right. If I don't give him Jaxson Dart, Mara's going to be mad at me, and I'm probably not going to have a job next year.
Yeah.
So you know what? Instead, let me start the kid. Let me screw him up, and somebody else can have him.
Right, because I'm a dead man walking anyway. I'm gone anyway.
Oh,
You're not going to win anyway. So here you go.
And here's my other question to that is now, anytime a coach takes over another team, what do we always say about year one? Oh, we'll give him year one. It wasn't his guys. They got to get settled. So what exactly happened year one here? Oh, they won. They went to the playoffs. So you know what?
Gettleman's guys.
Let's not give that one to Dable. You know what? Give that to the last regime.
Coach of the year,
Let's look at year. Yeah, coach of the year. When every other time, if he would have crapped the bed, it would have been, oh, it's okay, it wasn't his team. But instead, we put him on a pedestal, and since then, since it has been his team, what has he done? Nothing.
Nothing right. Thanks for the call, Coach. Now we can talk about Daniel Jones, because this is where I feel like Daniel Jones comes into play. And I've been saying this. I feel like John Mara is looking at them and saying, Daniel Jones is 3-0, 70% completion percentage, scoring touchdowns. They don't punt. Daniel Jones is balling. He looks like a pretty good quarterback that I drafted 6 overall some years ago. You couldn't fix him. You wanted us to cut him. I okayed that. Now, is he the next Saquon? Is he going to lead them to the playoffs and the promised land? Like, okay, well, you traded up for this quarterback. What are we waiting on? You already burned up my money putting $10 million on Russell Wilson. You already burned up my money on Jameis Winston. You bought him here first to just sit around and pump up his teammates and be positive. I want to see this kid. It's been 5 months since you drafted him. This is who they're chanting for. I want that building to sound better on Sunday. Play the kid.
Obviously, they're playing Dart because they went 3-14. They're 3-17 since the beginning of last year. 9-28 since the beginning of 2023. 9-28. And by the way, one of those wins was the win last year against the Colts when Drew Lock started that. The Giants would have had the first overall pick.
Look at how far the Colts have come. Yeah.
Correct. So, first of all, let's talk about the time between Jones and Dart. I like Dart, but the fact that Mara let this front office draft a quarterback was always risky to me. And here's why. NFL franchises like continuity between the GM, the coach, the quarterback. Look at Washington last year. Look at Washington 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 years ago, they were terrible. And they had a top pick, and they drafted Jaden Daniels. Granted,
Started
they also
over completely.
Literally from scratch. Granted, they also got new ownership. completely started from scratch. Then they go to the NFC Championship game last year. Letting this front office draft a quarterback, even though, by the way, this is a quarterback I fully believe in, was risky because now your coach has the hottest seat ever. Your GM also was on a hot seat. And now you have a quarterback that used a first-round pick on that's your quarterback of the future. What happens if they fire Dable now? Now the next coach you have is inheriting a quarterback, and it's the same thing that Shane and Dable had to do with Jones.
It's deja vu. It's a revolving cycle.
This is what bad franchises do. You need to have continuity with all three, and that's why, to me, I kind of thought they would go bridge quarterback this year and make these guys prove it before you take your franchise quarterback.
It's year 4. You have to draft a quarterback now. Like, you've passed on so many quarterbacks, and also that's the whole thing about, hey, it's your own guy. It's the guy you wanted. Like, that was the whole thing about Daniel Jones. They inherited Daniel Jones. They didn't pick up his rookie option. They had to pay him off of that first year. They didn't want to really pay him. I don't know, man. It's a mess. I'm starting to lump Mara in instead of just blaming Shane and Dable. Mara is the consistent theme. He has overseen all of this. And when he does eventually fire these guys, I don't think he's going to make the right hire on the next guy.
By letting Shane draft Dart, you're basically giving them a window to say, hey, we're cooling down the seat. But now all of a sudden, 4 weeks in, it's not even October.
Yeah, because it was supposed to be better this year, bro. They sold everybody. They had me fooled too. They hyped it up this year. We thought that there were some different characters in the building that were going to make the Giants better. And as we transition back into the Yankees, I think a lot of people have been saying this last week, 2 weeks, especially now that we've seen 3 weeks of Giants football and Jets football. The Yankees are always consistently good. Thank God for the New York Yankees in this city. We can depend on them to be there in October. We can depend on them to sell out. We can depend on them to have all-star players. We can depend on them to fight for the division. This year, we're dependent on them to get back to the World Series, potentially win it, and bring a parade back here. It's on the table. Like, as hard as we are on the New York Yankees, it's kind of crazy when you think about the garbage that we have surrounding us everywhere else. Let's talk to some people on the phone now. Let's go to my guy, Gary in Waterbury. What's up, Gary? You're back on the fan.
McPherson the Cavalier.
Yeah.
I smash teeth, F your beef, no relief. I step on stage.
The girls scream like I'm Keith.
Boom. Boom. Yo. And Foo Philly and Foo Soto. And thank God.
How about those Philadelphia Phillies?
You know I'm going to transition to the Yanks. You did a full 180 to G-Makes. And, yo, Judge is the MVP. He is the MVP.
Bro, they're going to give it to Raleigh. He's about to hit 64 home runs.
No. He's still the MVP. Don't even talk to me about that.
If I get a vote, obviously, but I'm telling you, they have Judge fatigue. They hate the Yankees.
No, I understand. I know.
The campaign is on.
No, I know. He already got snubbed. Yeah, once. But he still is. I still have faith. Fried is looking nice. And, Fried is looking real nice. But what faith do you have in Rodon? Game 2.
I have faith in him. He's got a beard now. This is a different guy.
At least it's going to be at home.
I have faith in all of them. Thanks for the call, Gary. I would say the only guy that I have some trepidation because I've seen the bad. I've said this, but I don't want to. I'm trying not to be negative, yo. Even when Big Mac came in, and shout out to Big Mac. First thing Big Mac said to me last night, he was like, "Enough of this off the ride, on the ride." He's like, "You're not off the ride. You were never off the ride." I'm like, "You're right. You're right. I was never off the ride." I was mad. I was mad at Aaron Boone. I was mad at Brian Cashman because that week I watched them pitch Devin Williams and lose 3 games to the Rangers and the Astros, where I'm like, this is malpractice. This is sacrilegious. This is blasphemy. They put Devin Williams in front of all of us. Devin Williams is the only one that scares me, that they're going to go to him in a big spot and he's going to fold. But because he's looked so good down the stretch now, even tonight, I'm like, is the old Devin Williams going to pop up on us at the worst time possible, like the World Series this year? Devin Williams, I don't want to put that evil out there, But, like, that's the only thing I'm worried about. I'm not worried about Rodon. I think Rodon has had his best year. I think he's learned from his past experience in the postseason last year and being a Yankee. This lineup is deep. Like, there's so many guys in this lineup. I'm not even worried about Judge. If Judge is just average, even if he is below average, there's enough guys to pick him up. So what do you fear in the postseason this year? What damns us this year? Is there anything you fear, Alex?
Okay, I'm going to give you 4 units of this Yankees team. You have to rank them and how much you're worried about them in October. Here are the 4. The starting rotation, the bullpen, the offense, and the defense.
Oof. I probably put the defense at the top.
At the top?
Yeah, only because I saw it fail last year, and I know it's different, but I saw it fail last year in the World Series. I'll never go sit in that section again. I was in section 133. I'll never sit there again.
I was
seeds
there.
5 and 6.
Nightmare.
Row 5, seeds 5 and 6.
Burn
it. The defense I've seen fail, and I just saw Trent Grisham let a pop-up drop in front of him. I just saw Ryan McMahon field the ball, not throw it cleanly, and it go under Jazz's glove. Like, I don't want to throw Volpe under the bus, but like, what if in a big moment Volpe reverts back to what he was? What if Ben Rice is at first base and he can't make a scoop? I'll put the defense at the top.
And by the way, this year against Toronto and Boston, against other good teams, the defense has been much
Judge
worse.
Throw? Is Judge going to be able to gun somebody down from right
Jazz
field?
on double plays. How many times has he thrown it in the third row?
Bro, Jazz
at the bag.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling Jazz.
Right.
Say less.
So
the
that's
defense
number one.
yeah.
More than the bullpen.
Yes, and the bullpen is number 2, but you're starting to see their lanes. You're starting to see, okay, as long as Booney pushes the right button, the bullpen, Bednar is your closer, right? Devin Williams is your setup guy. Luke Weaver can also be a setup guy. Tim Hill is a lefty specialist. I don't know what they're going to do with Camilo Doval. They'll figure it out. What if they add Cam Schlittler to this bullpen? Paul Blackburn, all of a sudden, I know he's not going to really be, but I don't know what he's going to be. I think the bullpen is second, and I think that they had a rough couple weeks, but they're rounding into form. Even guys like Mark Leiter Jr., I'm not so worried about the bullpen as I was. Fernando Cruz is who I was leaving out. I'm confident in Fernando Cruz to throw that splitter and get big outs.
You're much more confident in the bullpen than I am.
Bullpen is number 1 for you and a lot of people listening, I'm sure.
And you know what it also is, and this is a little unfair. When you're a reliever and your best pitch is an off-speed pitch, you're playing a
dangerous game.
A fickle game here. You know, Fernando Cruz is scared to throw that fastball. Devin Williams' best pitch is the airbender. Luke Weaver's changeup looked unbelievable last night. His fastball they were teeing off on his fastball. So getting from the starter to from the starter to Bednar, you also consider the fact that for a manager, that is the hardest part of being a manager in October. And now, hey, Aaron Boone, you're going to do it with a bullpen that is far less sure than it was last year. The chess moves that Boone's going to have to play with
we
guys
have starters that can go
cannot
6-7 innings. So like we shouldn't need to go to them that quick. What were the other? The hitting is last for me. I just like this lineup of Trent Grisham, Ben Rice, Cody Bellinger, Judge, Giancarlo Stanton. Even now, like Volpe and Wells figuring it out a little bit. Jazz having his best season. Ryan McMahon. Even watching his at bats tonight, I'm like, I didn't know he had this much of a strikeout rate. I didn't know it was going to be this bad. But
his defense is so good.
But you have to excuse it because he's a vacuum at third base. So what'd you say? Defense number 1 for me. Bullpen number 1 for you. So I'm going defense 1. Bullpen,
I'm flip-flopping those.
Bullpen 2,
and then starters and lineup.
Starting pitching. I would put last. Or if starting pitching, I would put third in order of worry, and then hitting, I would put last.
I'd flip-flop 1 and 2, and I'd flip-flop your 3 and 4.
Who do you not trust? Rodon?
No, I actually trust this rotation, I think, more than the lineup.
Oh, okay.
And I trust the lineup.
Who follows up? Max Fried, Rodon, who follows up after them? Who's the third starter?
I feel fine with Heel. I feel fine with Schlittler, and you just need 4.
Right.
Okay. I feel fine if they want to give the ball to either one of those two guys in a game 3. Of course, in the past, Rodon's emotions in big games have gotten the best of him, and
but I think he's learned.
Screaming in the first inning strikeout and stuff. And if Fried could be anything like he was during the regular season, Keith, I saw a crazy Fried stat. Katie Sharp, our friend here on Twitter, every Yankee fan knows Katie. Pitchers in Yankees history to have a season with 19 or more wins, 5 or fewer losses, over 180 strikeouts, and a sub-2.90 ERA. Can you name them?
Nah.
Max Fried and Ron Guidry's 1978 season. Gator.
Shout out to the Gator.
Louisiana Lightning. That's rare air.
Gator definitely was with him and passed some of that mojo to him this
absolutely.
year.
The picture of all the lefties during spring training, you got CC there, Guidry. If Max Fried can be like what he was in the regular season, taking out those 8 starts in the summer.
He's a World Series champion.
World Series champion. Of course, he was dealing with blisters in the summer. He's back. What he was like in the first half of the season, that's what he has returned to in the last 6 stats. Unbelievable year, leading the MLB in wins. Come on.
888-808-1019. Let's get another call or two in. Willis in West Milford, New Jersey. You got it. You're on.
What are you talking about, Willis?
Willis. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. How are you?
So, I'm trying to figure out what is the best rotation that we can have in terms of, now or in terms of
Thanks for the call, Willis. I'm just running out of time, bro. I gave you a good amount of time. I don't know. What's the best rotation that we can have for the Yankees? We just went through it. Fried takes the ball first. That's why you go get Max Fried. Shout out to Brian Cashman. Can I do that? Am I allowed to give Brian Cashman a shout out for having a plan? Juan Soto didn't want to be a Yankee. And I told you guys this live after it. I said, I guarantee you Brian Cashman didn't want Juan Soto to actually take that money because Juan Soto would outlive Brian Cashman as a Yankee. Brian Cashman would retire before Juan Soto's 16-year, $760 million deal would be up. Brian Cashman had a plan. That night at the winter meetings, Brian Cashman went to bed. That night at the winter meetings, Hal Steinbrenner also went to bed because Brian Cashman told him we already met with Max Fried. Max Fried met with Toronto, the Blue Jays. Max Fried met with the Dead Sox. He said he don't want to go over there. He said he wants to be a Yankee. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to pivot and we're going to take this money and we're going to outbid Toronto and Boston. Yes, we'll go the extra year. I know I was like, 8 years? Whatever. It's about this first year, which we thought was going to be with Cole. So what? The next year will be with Cole. That is valuable. Rodon, who we signed for 6 years. It took 3, but here we are. Rodon was an all-star. Rodon almost got up to 20 wins. Rodon has a different look about him, a different pitch mix, a beard. I'm telling you, it's the beard. It must be the beard. I'm fine with that. Fear the beard. Luis Gil, the reigning rookie of the year, shut down most of this year. He's fresh. He's ready to go for this month. Cam Schlittler. Who would have thought about Cam Schlittler being what he is this year for us? They're going to use him at some point, throwing 98, 99 miles an hour. That's the guys. That's the 4 guys. And in that order, I suppose. And then you go to the bullpen. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Val in the Bronx. What's up, Dunn?
Pierce, what's good, King?
In here, hanging out.
Heard you. You killing it as usual. Shout out to your guest, man. Nice energy, bro.
I appreciate it.
Pierce, man, got some things to talk to you about. But before I get into it, bro, a couple of things real quick. Yo, it ain't over until the biggest people stop singing. And my bigs refuse to stop singing, bro. You know, like it. I just like the energy.
Yeah.
And, you mentioned something just a little while earlier. You kind of hinted to something that I mentioned to Brother Mac last night. I really want this division, bro. I started looking at it, and I realized if we get the division, it just means that the next 2 drop down a peg. And it could end up, like you said, the easiest or the path with least resistance, because it means that instead of having to see both Toronto and the Sox in order to get where we want to go, we have a chance to just see one of them if the 2 of them end up having to play each other. So that I really want a vision if that kind of like forces some of that action as well.
And Val, check me out. We know it's not over. Even today, if the season ended today They own the tiebreaker. They're in. But news came out after the game. Shane Bieber is being pushed back to Friday. They don't know who they're pitching tonight, Thursday, in this last game where they're probably getting swept by the Red Sox. There's rumors they might have to bullpen game it. And then Saturday.
A couple of things.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm listening, sir.
Yeah, Jose Barrios is an option, but, you know, the Blue Jays are in peril right now. I got to pull up the quote from John Schneider, their manager right now. We all saw, the John Boy lip reading of George Springer saying, if they want to give it to the Yankees, just tell me. Like, bro, you think that this umpire is sitting on third base thinking about the Yankees winning the American League East? He's not. That shows they're in your head. That shows it's getting to you. That shows that you thought you had the division sewed up and you're failing now.
That's all good, Fitz. I'm not even concerned about that. I'm going to tell you now, getting to my points, I'm just so concerned with the present and moving forward because I'm hearing things from my team. You know, we've spoken about all the cliches over the season. You know what I'm saying? It's good to have these problems, as deep as you are. Let people push each other. But, a couple of things on that, man. The mentals right now, the way you hear them talking, you know what I'm saying? Like, each man in there, everybody's on Stanton's page right now. Job not finished. You know what I mean? Like, they just all about just trying to get what to get, and I like that. And the next nice thing about it, too, is I don't know how it would happen, but with Free going tonight, Rodon going to at a time when, Toronto is hitting up against Boston, it's good that we have our rotation where our best guys are going because it's going to give us a chance to do it. I really like the feel of the team right now. Boone even alluded to it. He said something like, finally you're getting to see what I was seeing or what I was. Susan had asked him how he feels to be here, like in the
Shout
pregame
out to Boone.
show.
Can we give some credit to the manager,
Absolutely.
too? He's made some history as well. Thanks for the call, Val. Day, look up the history that Aaron Boone has made. I'm sure if you just search Twitter or Instagram, I know I heard there's some history as far as being a manager that has been to the postseason. I think
7 out of 8 seasons.
7 out of 8 seasons.
I saw that too.
And
Dave Roberts
another
was the
90-win season. And here's on the converse what John Schneider, the manager of the Blue Jays, is saying. Last night he said, it feels like the sky is falling right now, but it's effing not. He used profanity in the postgame. He used the F word, children.
How dare he?
He said, we've got 90 wins. We're in the playoffs. And if the season ended today, we're winning the AL East. I want them to come in and not press. I want them to play confident. He's not getting that out of his bunch at this point. They're frauds. They know that, they've never won anything. They do feel the sky falling. They do see Garrett Crochet out there. They do know they have Max Scherzer going against him. That's a lose-lose situation. They do know that the Yankees have the White Sox at home in their building. They do know that it's the Orioles after that. The Jays even know that they have to play the Tampa Bay Rays, and the Rays are going to look at them and say, oh, we're not trying to do you any favors. They got those young guys playing for Tampa that are going to say, hey, let's bully. Let's fight.
We know what kind of manager Kevin Cash is. He'll have those guys ready.
Exactly. So
I'm totally with Val. And I think for me, when I started to feel different about the team was that series against Boston. To me, that's when the feel started to change. And then we got even hotter this past week.
Yeah, that's when Jazz was talking about we're stepping on next. I was like, Jazz, chill. All right. 888-808-1019. We got to break it down right here. It's already 12:30. I'm going to see if Day wants to stay for a little bit longer so he can talk to more of you guys on the phone. Call up. We will get to you. This show goes until 2 a.m. KM to AM returns right after this.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
It's the most exciting time of the year. Postseason baseball in the Bronx. 2025 postseason tickets are on sale now, and this is your chance to be a part of the postseason excitement at Yankee Stadium. Hurry up and visit Yankees.com/postseason so you can have the chance to lock in the best seating locations. Again, log on to Yankees.com/postseason or call 212-YANKEES to learn more about all the ways you can be at Yankee Stadium for some postseason baseball. That's Yankees.com/postseason.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Looking for an SUV with extra space and style? You'll find an impressive lineup of GLC, GLE, and GLS models in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Or take advantage of their exclusive loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy the experience of a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Don't wait. Upgrade your drive this fall at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman invites you to celebrate the Ryder Cup coming to Nassau County. Thursday, September 25th, kick off the festivities with a concert and fireworks at Eisenhower Park. Friday to Sunday, watch all the action on the giant screen with games, food, and Ryder Cup ticket giveaways from 12 to 6 each day at Field 6. Friday night, don't miss world-renowned EDM DJ Steve Aoki at 8 p.m. Free admission and parking. Join us for Ryder Cup weekend at Eisenhower Park.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey, it's Boomer.
And Gio.
Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
The Rico Brogna podcast is proudly sponsored by Takara Fuji Apple Chew High, the sparkling cocktail that blends shochu spirits with delicious flavors of fruits from Japan. Whether it's Citi Field or your favorite spot, raise the apple.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
And we're back. I'm going to let my guy Alex Day get his his last swings in here. And we're going to do a quick score update, and we're going to get back to the phone. I mean, quick score update because I'm keeping my eye on the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. Bottom of the 10th. It is tied up. That has implications for the Mets fans. Let's talk to some Mets fans on the Fan, and then, we'll get back to the score. We'll see how it ends. Bottom of the 10th here. There are no outs. Manfred is man on second. Will the Diamondbacks walk it off? Ross is in Bergen County. What's up, Ross?
Hey, what's up? I can't even believe the send I just saw, bro. Did you see that clip they sent Rortvedt, which I didn't even know he was a Dodger, by the way. They sent him Betts laced the ball to right. I don't even know why they sent him there. And the at-bat before Ohtani was swinging at stuff 50 feet away from him, man. This is
watching
like
it now.
An old-time horror movie, bro. Now you got a guy at third. He's going to come in to score on a D-backs team that I was citing about 3 months ago talking about. We thought we had it nightmarishly bad. You have to see some of the ways they were losing games. And if they don't get in, which, by the way, if they don't get in, they're going to pinpoint all those games they lost. They blew like 5-run leads. They were worse than us. And the fact that they sold at the deadline. Naylor Suarez just clinched a playoff spot a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the other
Merrill
league,
Kelly, they sold him off.
Kelly's another one, to a team that's been out 3 days before them possibly. So it's crazy, man. What is there to say about us? I mean, forget it, Tong. I mean, him and Sprode is like a seesaw. Who's garbage? Who should be starting a game one versus who should be sent back to AAA?
Bro. They're kids. They were playing in the minors. Now they got the whole franchise riding on their backs. It's not right.
Nolan McLean's a kid too, and apparently he's supposed to be Nolan Ryan. I'm telling you, bro. Watch out for him. He's going to be the last shoe to drop because nothing could ever be perfect with us, bro. I'm telling you, I can't believe he's like unanimously viewed as like dominant.
Ross,
like it's obvious he's going to fall apart.
The Mets need next year.
What happened?
Ross, how many new starting pitchers do the Mets need next year?
What was the record this year that we broke? 46? I'd say 47 next year. Although like 30 of those were relievers.
Starting pitchers? They didn't have 46 starting pitchers.
No, I mean the total pitcher. You got to count Montes and how many of these
you're talking about the bullpen
games are going on now. Yeah, well,
they got Manaea coming out of the bullpen now, giving it up.
Hey, man, for that number, are you counting piggyback starters? Are we counting like 2 or 3 pitchers if they pitch 3 games per inning? Because then it might be 45.
No, Ross, I just meant opening day next year. These are your 5 guys compared to how you're ending it this year.
How many new starting pitchers do you need?
I like, honest to God, probably 5. I'd say if we're being realistic, McLean's probably a good 3-4. I give him that. He's not a 1 in a game 1 of a playoff series. I mean, he has to be this year because who else is there? But, I mean, they got to fully reset, man. We're going – the fact we went into this year with Griffith Canning and Montes, obviously, and, I mean, look at Manaea now. He felt like a safe bet. Now he's the furthest thing from it. Senga, he can't even get people out of AAA. It's beyond a nightmare, man. And this was being called a pitching lab this time last year, and rightfully so. And the magnitude this crumbled to is beyond. I can't even think of it, bro. That's why I see people saying, like, well, why didn't we bring back Severino? Why didn't we bring back Quintana? Manaea felt like the safest of the three to bring back, and look at what he's become. So I don't even want to know what Severino would have been like if we paid him.
I think that Steve Cohen's going to step in. Thanks for the call, Ross. I think that Steve Cohen is going to step in. And I mentioned earlier how, hey, Steve was going out there giving the, big $40+ million contract to Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, bringing in Chris Bassett. Should have paid DeGrom. But I think Steve Cohen is going to step in and say, hey, listen, David, it did not work your way. I have the money to blow. Let's bring in some arms. I don't know what guys are going to be free agents next year, but I think that Steve Cohen is going to have a say about this thing where he's going to say, yo, I spend the money. We got to have this rotation fortified. Let's go to Mikey in Orangeburg on the Fan next. You got it, Mike.
How you doing? It's nice to call in and say my piece here. All I'm talking about is innings pitched. At the deadline, we had a chance to get some veteran pros, guys like Merrill Kelly, guys like Zach Gallen, Charlie Morton was definitely out there. Now, I'm not sold on Morton, but it is what it is. All I'm
Mike
saying
Soroka,
is that the Mets,
I'm trying to think who else was traded.
No, but also quality innings, but starting pitching innings. The Mets needed guys that could cover a long enough run in the game so the bullpen wasn't run through. And in the end, it cost us late August, early September. The Mets went like 5-25 or whatever it was. We didn't have enough innings to pitch quality innings through the year. And I think it started with the rotation at the beginning. We had Holmes, Senga. We're relying on these guys that are only going to go like 150, 130 if you're hoping and praying. We needed one or two guys. Now, at the deadline, I thought we had a chance. And actually, the truth is, I know he's a mediocre guy, but Merrill Kelly was one of the guys I thought we could have got, and he would have went like 7 or 8 for us once a week. And I think it would have saved the bullpen. I honestly think that was the major problem with the Mets, and that's why we couldn't. There was no stopper. There was no stopper in the rotation. So now we're in the position we are in, and listen, we're going for it. In the playoffs, we might have a chance, but I thought we were missing the one guy that could go 7 or 8 innings and slow down the bullpen for the week.
Thanks for the call, Mikey. Yeah, playoffs, you can't talk about going for it in the playoffs yet. You got to get there. Let's see what happened in the bottom of the 10th here. There's 2 outs. Bases are loaded. Still 4-4. Let's get some Yankee fans in here while we wait to see what happens if the Diamondbacks walk this off and the implications that'll have on the Mets. Ryan in Roxbury, New Jersey, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how are you? I just wanted to talk about the trade deadline with McMahon and Caballero. Just how you got 2 really good players, or I would say 2 good players, but 2 players that have great attributes that complement this team so well. And McMahon, he hasn't hit yet, but you want to talk about a great defender at third base that kind of put our pitchers at such an ease to be like, I don't need to worry about when the ball's hit there. And what a feeling that is. And then you want to talk about Caballero. He doesn't hit great. He doesn't field great, but he does everything good. And then base running, he's a great base runner and also a great team guy.
He gets on and
steals.
I
also think that helped Volpe because I think the competition helped Volpe. But I also now in the back of my mind, it's like, okay, if I'm not doing the job, someone else is going to come and do it. Because I think Volpe's a team player.
The threat of somebody else taking your job definitely lit a fire under Volpe.
People kind of get on McMahon about his hitting, but, I mean, you want to talk about a guy that is literally, I arguably say he's probably the best third baseman in the league defensively. And that's I think all those guys just complemented what this team needed to take that extra step, which where they're at now.
Great call, Ryan. Take it away, Alex Day.
I'm totally with you, Ryan. When you're talking about not maybe the biggest names, but filling needs, I'm giving Cashman an A for what he did at the trade deadline.
Oh, yeah.
And another name that Ryan there didn't even throw out was our closer, David Bednar, who allowed every reliever to move down a notch and play in a more comfortable role. So Bednar, I think, was the number one acquisition. The first half of the year, every Yankee fan's biggest worry when the Yankees were on defense was don't hit it to third base. Don't hit it to third base.
Or
now,
shortstop.
and
Ryan McMahon
shortstop
helps Volpe at short or Caballero at short because he covers some of that ground.
Correct. It went from the biggest negative to the biggest positive. Caballero also. And you know what? Caballero might not be the best hitter, but Caballero is a tough AB. And a lot of times Yankees, of course, you want to talk about strikeout rates and against good pitching and the playoffs. And Caballero's a guy that could battle. And we saw that last night in that ninth inning, the way, what was that, Keith? A 9-pitch at bat? When he had the walk-off there?
He refused to lose. He was walking it off.
That was a Caballero type of at bat. So I'm with you, Ryan. These are guys that fill holes. And yes, some of them, Doval hasn't fully worked out yet. Bird is in the minors. They didn't ace it, but Cashman filled needs, and those guys are paying dividends right now.
Yeah, he did enough to shore up the run. I know we celebrated it like it was the greatest trade deadline ever, but now after you've had a couple months here to look at it, like, yes, he filled the gaps. He gave this team what they needed to get to the finish line. Here we are at the finish line. They have to win out the rest of the way, and they can be American League East champions again. Tony's up in Montreal on the Fan. Timber, Tony, you're back.
How you doing, Keith?
Good.
Keith, just a quick thing. I was watching 3 games today, the Yanks and Blue Jays, and obviously trying to follow the Mets, see what was happening. And the Mets were just falling apart, Keith. They were making mistakes all over the field, crazy throws, missing throws. I mean, I don't know what's going on with them, self-imploding. But the news is Toronto media, it's not just that clip that you played on Schneider, or whatever the coach's name is, the manager's name. The entire media, the Blue Jays media, is having a meltdown. It's like typical Toronto. They torture their teams. They do. Like, I mean, honestly, it's like the Maple Leafs can never win a Stanley Cup because they second guess everything that goes on. And in New York, you guys are riding a wave, and they're so in. The Yanks are so much in their heads. Just think about Springer talking to an ump and saying, "Oh, you're going to give it to the Yanks." Are you serious, man? I mean, get real.
In your own building against the Red Sox, you're thinking about this is a conspiracy. They're trying to give it to the Yankees.
And you know what? You're defeated. If you go into baseball, hockey, or any sport, and you're talking like that, you're already dead before you start the game. You're done. You're done like last year's turkey. But I just want to say one thing about coaching and the Giants. I follow a lot of sports. You had Al Arbor in the Islanders, who won 4 Stanley Cups. You had Fred Shiro for Philadelphia, who won 2 Stanley Cups. You had great coaches in Jersey, the guys that you love, when Brodeur was coaching. You had Scotty Bowman that won Stanley Cups in Montreal and in Detroit. You could never tell these coaches what lineups to put. You could put pressure on these guys all day long. Chicago having a great way.
They're going to lose their way. They're going to fall on the sword. Yeah.
They fall on the sword. And like what you were saying, when the old days, Dick Butkus and all those kind of players, you could not tell their coaches who to put on the field. And all of a sudden, okay, you guys are talking about a new young rookie that's going to come in for the Giants. But why? You brought in Russell, and now you're going to give up on him? It's like you marry somebody, after 4 months of marriage, you give up. Boom. You had a bad night. See ya. I need a new girlfriend. And you know what? When I'm listening to this, I'm like, this can't be real. Like, the pressure on these I guess, general manager and coach must be phenomenal. But listen, bro, you should go out on your sword. You're going to go out with, this guy on this radio station telling you what, and you're absolutely right. Mara has way too much money. Why don't you just go into Division III football somewhere in the United States, in one of those small New England colleges, and pick out a coach that has some, he's got some gumption to him, and he's going to put his foot down.
They're saying
and
the
run
exact
the
opposite,
program.
Tony. Thanks for the call, Tony. The Giants fans are saying, hire John Gruden. Hire somebody who's done it before.
First of all, I love Tony because the passion that people from Montreal hate Toronto. Tony, I'm just picturing Tony watching the Blue Jays meltdown and
Thinking
getting
about
the
the Maple
same
Leafs.
kind of glee
Thinking
about the Maple Leafs and his Habs. And I just appreciate rivalries, and especially that rivalry. As far as the Giants go, Dable was never married to Russell Wilson. So, the comparison, he said this is like leaving your wife or your girlfriend. Dable was never married to Russell Wilson. This is Dable going out on his sword. Dable going out on his sword wasn't sticking with Wilson and seeing if he could make that work. This is the last card that Dable has to play. If this doesn't work for Dable, he is gone. But Dable needs to see if it works for him. And by the way, I don't think it's just the outside noise. I'm sure he's hearing it from the inside, too.
Last call before we break. Carlos in Clifton, New Jersey, on the fan again.
Hey, what's up, Keith? Hey, I kind of think that, as in my Giants grasses, I keep thinking that he had a plan, but it blew up. Just hear me out. I think he envisioned Dart starting day one. I got this feeling, just like Washington, they started the young kid day one because he's the.
They said Russell Wilson was the starter day one. They didn't even let him compete.
No. Right, Keith, but hear me out. I don't think Russell Wilson was ever part of the plan. I think Andrew Thomas messed everything up. Him not being healthy, they had to pivot. No, listen to me. They already had Winston. I think they were going to go with Dart, Winston, and what's his name that they let go, and they had to pivot to get Wilson that he was still out there because Andrew Thomas was hurt. Why would you make Dart as soon as you bench, make him number two? You had that plan all along. Wilson wasn't the guy; it was Dart. I just think that's what happened. If you think about it, and now that Thomas is getting healthy, let's get Dart in. I'm getting him in now. Now we got to go.
Thanks for the call, Carlos. I just can't put that much on a left tackle who wasn't available for much of last year and they knew wouldn't potentially be available this year. Like, they opened up training camp knowing that he wasn't able to go. I don't think that much hinged on Andrew Thomas. Brian Dable said he went back and watched thousands of plays of Russell Wilson, right? He watched thousands of plays, which was probably stupid because you really only needed to watch just those last 5 games of last year as a Steeler to know, not worth the $10 million. We can do something else. All that happened here was that they finally drafted their quarterback of the future, and the future got accelerated.
Keith, I completely agree with you. First of all, of course the Giants are bad without Andrew Thomas. We've seen the numbers. In the last 20 games that Andrew Thomas hasn't played for the Giants are 3-17. Woof. All right, so let's get that out of the way. But Russell Wilson getting paid $10 million means he is part of their plan. And the plan didn't change because Andrew Thomas is hurt. Andrew Thomas has been hurt his whole career. When he's there, he's great, other than his rookie year. But Andrew Thomas has not been reliable. So, by the way, that $10 million could have gone to upgrading the offensive line. Hey, go get a great guard. Go get a great center to compete with JMS. Go get 2 of them. Go get a swing tackle not named James Hudson.
I was about to say somebody better than James Hudson.
James Hudson was the swing tackle. Evan Neal hasn't suited up for any game yet.
Waste of space.
You could have used that $10 million and gotten 2 offensive linemen who you feel a lot better about and then started Jameis. I do not believe that Andrew Thomas getting hurt has completely evaporated the Russell Wilson plan. What evaporated the Russell Wilson plan was Russell Wilson sucking. That's what evaporated the Russell Wilson plan.
Where to go with the ball, not being effective, throwing the ball out of the back of the end zone. Like, how much can you watch a guy, get the ball snapped and then throw it incomplete in the air, throw 2 interceptions? It's like the offense isn't effective with Russell Wilson. So you go to QB2, who was effective in the preseason. You prepare him, you get him ready, and you hope that he can do more because he's going to let it rip. He's going to throw the ball. He's probably going to be daring and throw the ball into some tight windows. He's also not going to just sit back and take sacks. He's gonna try and run for his life, sprint out and get in green grass. And there was a play on 3rd down where Russ got the ball batted down. It was the linebacker from, I can't think of his name. I'm blanking now. From the Chiefs that batted it down, just got his hands up. And I'm like, Russ is too short. You got a short quarterback. You can't see anything.
It was Karlaftis.
maybe it was 50 something.
Yeah,
it was Bolton. It was Bolton.
Oh yeah.
But either way, all that happened was the future became now because there's no time to wait. They waited a long time with Daniel Jones. These coaches, this regime, they don't have any time to wait, and we don't have any time left. For my guy, Alex Day, crushed it. Appreciate you coming through,
Appreciate it, Keith.
Man, tell people where they can find you, what you're doing, and just sign off however you want to sign off before we break.
Alex Day 7 on Instagram, constantly posting about the Yankees, the Giants, the Rangers, Knicks, analysis, interviews, sketches. I'm from New York. I'm just like you guys. I do stuff with the Yes Network. I do stuff here with Keith. You can find me all over the place, so hopefully this is a long run here for the Yanks, and hopefully Jaxson Dart goes 1-0 as a starter for the G-Men.
Hey, there he is, New York's very own Alex Day. Keith McPherson on the Fan in New York. Let's break it down. I got 1 hour left. When we come back, I'm going to hit you with a bunch of different things, and then it's wide open mic style, whatever you want to talk about. I already see a call that popped up with Cal Raleigh. We'll get into it. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Every list the Jets and the Giants are going to be at the top of with the worst record because they've had the worst record in every single season.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Dude, did you order the
new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Visit your local Verizon store today. Best 5G source. Root metrics data. United States. 1H2025. All rights reserved. Additional terms and conditions apply per phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 26th when the Yankees host the division rival Orioles for a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night, presented by Star Insurance. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees Jersey hoodie. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night when the Yankees face the Baltimore Orioles on Friday, September 26th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO. We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, the Mets continue to scuffle as their pitching continues to have them fighting uphill. Jonah Tong rocked 5 runs, 7 hits in 2 innings as the Cubs rolled the Mets 10-3. Mets pitching so thin they had to use both Clay Holmes and Sean Manaea out of the pen while Ryan Helsley threw the final 2 innings.
We'll piece it together. We will continue to find ways to, get 27 outs and get the wins that we need here, It's not easy, especially with what's happened the past couple of days, even after an off day. But again, we'll get together here and we'll continue to piece it together.
Reds lost, Diamondbacks lost, so Mets still 1 game up on both in the wild card. Aaron Judge joined elite company, Babe Ruth, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, only players with at least 4 seasons of 50-plus homers, went deep twice, drove in 4 as the Yankees ripped the White Sox 8-1. Max Fried, now elite leading 19 wins, fired 7 innings, a 1-run ball with 7 Ks.
Man, just everything you'd want from a guy at the top of your rotation. We couldn't have asked for more. He's just such a pro, so talented, such a great teammate.
Blue Jays lost, so the Yankees have pulled into a tie atop the AL East. However, Toronto owns the tiebreaker. 2 homers for Cal Raleigh gives him 60. Big Dumper joining Babe Ruth, Roger Maris, and Aaron Judge, only players in American League history to ever reach that number. And the Giants officially in the hands of Jaxson Dart, so what should the fans expect from the rookie?
I'm just going to lay everything I have on the line. That's just the way that I play the game. When I step in between those lines, nothing else in the world matters to me except doing everything that I can to win.
71 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It's that Grey Poupon, that AV on that TED Talk. Hey. Right back at it on the fan. 5 minutes after 1. Wide open for calls. Open mic time. We're going to talk about everything, man. It's officially week 3 in the NFL. Well, before we do that, let's update you. More from what, Marco just updated you. I mean, the Dodgers win. The Diamondbacks lose. Tommy Edman the NLCS MVP. Remember him? Singles on a line drive to center. Freddie Freeman scores, and the Diamondbacks aren't able to recover. It made me think, too, about, like the Red Sox right now as they're knocking down Toronto for the Yankees. And I was looking at the box score. I'm like, who's helping them? Back-to-back nights. Former Yankee Carlos Narvaez driving in runs. And I know Yankee fans that follow minor league baseball and know that transaction from the Red Sox with Carlos Narvaez. I know you're fully aware of a young man that goes by ERC, Elmer Rodriguez Cruz. If you don't know him, you'll know him in a year or two. 888-808-1019. I know that they're going to keep pushing this narrative out there for Cal Raleigh to be the MVP. And it's not a narrative. It's a story, right? It's the biggest story. When I just typed in ESPN.com during the break to see what stories are, leading off the worldwide leader, it's Cal Raleigh's 2 home runs put him in exclusive 60-homer club and Mariners win. So as the Mariners continue to roll on and celebrate out there in Seattle, beautiful ballpark. I loved it out there in the Pacific Northwest. Good for them. They're playing the Rockies. Someone helped them with their soft schedule. The story of Cal Raleigh as a switch hitter passing Mickey Mantle. Done. Now he joins the 60 home run club. Done. Now, I've already sank into myself saying he's not just going to tie Judge's record. He's going to break it. He might even one-up it again. They pitched to him the Mariners here. Well, they have to face the Dodgers. But the Dodgers pitched to him, too. They have 4 games. Do I not think that Cal Raleigh can hit 2 home runs in 4 games? He hit 2 home runs today. This isn't his first multi-home run game of the year. And that's the thing about Cal Raleigh, too. He's a switch hitter. It doesn't matter who. You could bring a lefty out of the bullpen. He's switching to the other side of the plate. I got a ton of respect for the guy. I love the story with his dad, with his brother. I like how he's humble. I like how he really came out of nowhere. You heard about the big dumper, but he signed that contract and he settled all the way in. Cal Raleigh is having a special year. He is not more valuable than Aaron Judge. Cal Raleigh is having a storybook year. If the MVP is based off of all, Judge is about to win the batting title with over 50 home runs. He's a unicorn as well, but he's a unicorn that you've seen now since 2016, 2017. He's a unicorn that has won a couple MVPs, should have had 3 by now. It's tough, There's some people that argue that, the year that Judge won over Ohtani, it was because of the historic American League home run record. And so now, if Cal Raleigh goes and gets that record on top of Mickey Mantle's record, on top of leading the Mariners to the postseason, winning the division, and doing it as a defensive player that calls the game for pretty good rotation and squats, and you know how taxing the catching position is and how rare it is for catchers to have this type of prowess, people in baseball are going to vote for Cal Raleigh. They are. They are not handing another piece of hardware to the New York Yankees. 888-808-1019. Wayne is in Branford, Connecticut on the Fan. What you thinking about, Wayne?
Hey, Keith, huge Judge fan. You're with Raleigh. I agree with everything you just said. I've been paying attention to this for the last month. I've seen it coming. Finally today, I heard the stats on the intentional walks. Judge is leading at 34.
Yeah.
Shohei he's second with 20. That's a pretty third. I forget who they said third was. And I'm like, where is Raleigh on this list?
Nowhere near it. Not even just regular
thinking,
walks. He's not even close.
All summer long, I'm thinking, do you guys ever walk this guy?
No, they don't pitch around him. They pitch around Judge. They don't pitch around him.
Right, and they pitch around him on top of the intentional walks, too. So there's home runs there that could have been had on top of, he was out for, 2 weeks or whatever. I mean, the Yankees have held this record since 1927, almost 100 years now, starting with Ruth at 60, then Maris with 61, and then Judge with the 62. And now, so you had a Mariners going to own this record? I would rather have, if Rice, Bellinger, or Stanton won it, that wouldn't bother me as much because they're Yankees. I know it sounds stupid, but
don't sound stupid to me.
You know what I'm saying? I got a quick question for you. How many fitties did you own?
Oh, too many. Honestly, I just closed down my storage unit, and I'm like, I'm pulling old, dirty-ass Yankee hats out of book bags. I'm like, but I can't throw them away because I'm like, my son now is getting older, and like when we get a house, I want to just like have a basement or a garage where I'm like, bro, I got this hat and this year, and I've got so many hats, hundreds.
I found Fanatics like in 2022, and I buy one of 59. I got the everyday, the on-field one.
Yeah.
And then every day I'm back on Fanatics. Oh, I like this one. Then I like that one. I got like 15 now, which I'm sure you have a lot more.
Oh, I have a drawer under my bed. Just in that drawer of like fresh fitteds that I wear, there's over 20.
Yeah. I crack up when I hear you say fitties. They're fitties. 59.
59, 50, new era.
No one knows what he's talking about. I learned a lot. The 39 30s, the 29 20s, the high crown, the low crown, the curve bill, the flat bill. All that.
I know all the hats. I would love to go to Buffalo, where I think that's where the New Era headquarters is.
It is, yes, it is. I called there once to get some information on it. That's how crazy I got.
Who picked up the phone? You can get through to them probably easier than WFAN.
Yeah, you could. I know. Yeah. I even learned how to curve. Sometimes with the old vintage ones, they're all flat bills, and I'm a curve bill guy. And now I can curve those flat bills.
Back in the day, I used to take the baseball and the rubber band and tie them up like that to bend the brim.
What I do is I take the large coffee cans, like the family style.
Mm-hmm.
I put the bill over it, wrap a bungee around it, and I soak the heck out of the bill with water and leave it there for like a good 24 hours till it dries out. You pull the hat off, you got a perfect curve.
Yeah, I've always been a cap guy.
Yeah.
Hey, Wayne, thanks for the call, man. We're going off on a tangent, and I'm running out of time. I got 30 minutes left, 40 minutes left here. But it's open mic time, so we could do that. 888-808-1019. But, yes, like when you're talking about the most intentional walks, I think Juan Soto might be somewhere in there. Definitely up there in walks. But it's such a far gap between how many walks Soto has in Raleigh. Like, if we really have a group of people that do the blind test, knowing it's not blind, but just take the numbers and say, who adds more value to their team and the league? And then, like, that's another thing, too. With Cal Raleigh, I understand his value to the Mariners, but it is not an award for the Mariners. Most people don't know him. You know how many years they said about Trout? Trout could walk into a bar. Nobody would know him. Judge can't walk into anywhere. Judge goes on the road with the team. He can't leave the hotel. Cal Raleigh was on ESPN the other night, and his interview was so plain and boring, and just like they couldn't even get any good responses out of the dude. And I guess that's okay. He's just a ball player. But like when you talk about value, Judge is the face of the Yankees, the face of baseball. And, man, I love that like what he did tonight. I feel like that's him saying, we're not done yet. But then, of course, Cal Raleigh matches it. It's like, damn, we couldn't have a night where people start to swing towards Judge a little more. Nope. I was just about to say, we're walking down Raleigh. Raleigh's stuck at 59. Judge, get to 54, 55. Like, close that gap where it's only 5 home runs, 4 home runs. Nah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't care about the MVP if they give it to Raleigh. I also said this, and this is the last thing I'll say on it before we get back to your calls and talk some other stuff. I hope it motivates Judge. I hope it motivates Judge to say, like, I have MVPs. They're great. I have MVPs in years that we came up short. This year I want to go win the World Series. I want the World Series MVP. Simple as that. Steve in Rockland on the Fan next. You got it, Steve.
Hey, Keith. You know, I want to get into a little David Stearns here, okay? Because last year the Mets were 2 wins away from the World Series, and they added Juan Soto. Okay, now Arizona and Cincinnati helped them out a lot tonight, and I'm glad because I would love to see the Mets get it. But I want to talk about this guy David Stearns. You know, when you act like you're smarter than everyone else and it doesn't work, you're no longer a genius. You're smug. Okay, and you're a smarty pants smug. All right. And, you know, maybe this will be a little attitude adjustment for the boy genius, this whole experience. Because at the beginning of the year, you know, the Mets had their starting staff had that incredibly low ERA, and they were still only going 5 innings. They just weren't giving up any runs. And it was not sustainable. And he did not acknowledge. That's pretty stubborn. You know, that's a pretty hard line to toe.
Yeah.
You know, and that guy, maybe he's not as smart as he thinks he is. And that whole, like I said, when you think you're a genius and you're not, then you're just smug. And, you know, I would hate to be voting for MVP, but I totally agree with you. How could you not give the MVP to the batting champion of Major League Baseball, who has over 50 home runs?
Right.
I mean, the sound of that even, it seems preposterous that they would not. But you know what? Like I said, I wouldn't want to be the one voting for that. And now that the dust is settling, okay, all of a sudden, the Yankees have a solid postseason starting rotation, and you see what they could do. And I'll say this now, all right? The Yankees play mistake-free baseball.
When?
They can do this.
If they do, yeah. If they they make mistakes all the time, but if they can clean it up in the postseason for a couple weeks, they'll be the best team. They'll be the last team standing.
Yeah, don't make those little league mistakes. Don't do that, and you will see that you guys do have the best team. I mean, this is and there's a couple other things I would like to say, but it's too hypothetical and it's too if, and I don't want to go there. You know, I don't want to go there because I don't want to jinx anything.
Hey, we'll save it for the next call, Steve. Maybe we'll be closer to it being reality. Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. Let's go back to David Stearns. I could do the David Stearns conversation for the rest of the show. When David Stearns came in, right, it was another apple of Steve Cohen's eye. Had to have him, right? I remember when Billy Epler made all those moves, I had said Billy Epler was going to be a guy that you say, thank me later, right? Billy Epler was able to get some of those bums out of here and, replenish the farm, whatever. I don't know how much you're going to be saying thank you to Billy Epler, but, he was a dead man walking because Stearns was coming available, a guy from New York. He rubbed me the wrong way because when he first came here, he said that he used to sneak into Shea Stadium. And I don't know, maybe there was a way to do that. I wasn't around back then. I'm like, you can't sneak into the stadium. And I don't think you were like that. You're a nerd. And that's great. Like Columbia Preparatory School, Harvard, like you're a nerd. I don't think he tells anybody he's the smartest guy in the room. That's what we all do. I think he speaks that way. Like I remember the question in his last media availability about, hey, like after this experience, like, do you think you would invest in some, veteran arms? And he said very smugly, no, I think we need to develop pitching. I think what we're not realizing here, because Stearns isn't going to come out and just directly say it, he is playing a long game, right? Steve from Rockland's call started with the Mets were 2 games away from the World Series. I don't think Stearns cared about that. I don't think Stearns got in his office and said, 2 games from the World Series, we must get back next year. I need to build a World Series caliber team. The first big move is a move that he would never make. A move that he didn't make for the franchise. Like, that was all Steve Cohen, Alex Cohen, their pitch, what they did, and their money. I think he helped on the numbers of the contract. I'm sure he was in the room with Boris and Cohen at how they, because I remember when the contract details came out, I was like, masterful contract. But Juan Soto is not the type of player that David Stearns would go after. Doesn't he prioritize defense? Juan Soto's a hitter. He's an offensive player. He's not a defensive player. And he doesn't project to be over the course of 15 years. I think he's got maybe 4 before David Stearns. And David Stearns is not going anywhere. I don't think he gets fired. I think David Stearns is going to say, you're our DH. And that's an expensive-ass DH. But anyway, I've been saying for weeks, and I took a call earlier about the trade deadline from a Met fan saying that get Merrill Kelly, get whatever. I had to take where I said there's no way that the Mets can navigate through this National League in the postseason. And this was back in August when I was assuming they're definitely making the postseason without a starter. Here we are. You can't navigate through the last few games of the season. You're actually you're benefited by the expanded wild card and these bums. Like the Diamondbacks sold off. The Reds, come on now, they're the Reds. Like the Mets are about to sleepwalk into the postseason. But then you're probably a first-round exit because David Stearns didn't spend money on this rotation. He didn't trade for anybody to go into this rotation. He rested on what was already in the organization and then some lottery tickets. Let's take a flyer on Clay Holmes. He was quick to sign Clay Holmes from the Yankees. That math works for him. Yankee, New York, he can handle New York. He can handle it here. We'll turn him into a starter. Got some bang for your buck there. Griffin Canning. Who knows what Griffin Canning would have been? A $4 million acquisition that we laughed at. Like Griffin Canning, I always forget who else was still on the board. We were like, yo, why don't you go sign them? Why don't you go sign this guy? Frankie Montas, that is like, you know how I always used to say Scott Boras is not your friend? I think that's Scott Boras being in the building too much. That's him having Sweet 22 in Citi Field and the Supreme Court of Soto setting up their territory and then him saying, hey, well, here's Frankie Montas. And Frankie Montas, I guess, had some good moments in Milwaukee. Maybe he got some intel from the Brewers. Maybe they lied. Maybe they sabotaged him. Frankie Montas was literally lighting Steve Cohen's money on fire. Bringing Minaya back. I mean, you had to do that, right? People were pounding the table for that. That got done. But then all these other moves, even today, just popped in my head. Oh, the Mets are designating outfielder Jose Siri for assignment. What's the point of signing Jose Siri? What was the point of signing, what was his name last year? Brandon Waddell. Adrian Hauser, who actually ended up figuring it out, I think, with the White Sox. What's the point of signing some of these guys that they signed that were just not like David Stearns did all these fringe moves and it didn't move the needle. So when you do burn out here and you do look at everything, you got to look at the GM. You got to look at the president of baseball operations. I was in the newsroom saying, as I was watching Jonah Tong give it up, I'm like, if this was Brian Cashman relying on Cam Schlittler, let's say in another world, Cam Schlittler is not Cam Schlittler and he's Jonah Tong. If this was Brian Cashman with the New York Yankees in the third wild card spot, relying on rookies, babies, preschool pitchers to get the franchise to the promised land, Yankee fans would be rioting. They'd be absolutely rioting. Gary's in Harrison, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Gary?
Hey, man, I'm surprised nobody's talking about how live this ball is. There's 4 guys with 50 homers and 1 guy with 48 in the American League.
Go on.
I'm just realizing, like, what's going on here? What are they playing with? What are the little Super Bowls we used to call them?
The Major League Baseball owns Rawlings. I don't trust them at all. From the Juice Ball year where Brett Gardner had all those home runs, I don't trust them at all. They literally just flashed the stat, and that thought popped into my head. I'm like, oh, what a historic year. I'm like, 4 guys over 50 homers, Judge, Ohtani, Schwarber, Raleigh's at 60. I'm like, Schwarber could still get to 60. Like, we might have, these guys could get to 55. I'm like, that's kind of crazy. Eugenio Suarez is at 48. It could be 5 guys over 50.
I don't think that's ever happened. That's insane, man. And nobody's even talking about it. I don't know. It helped the game years ago when McGuire and Sosa were hitting all them home runs on steroids, so maybe this will help the game. I don't know.
I don't put it past them. Thanks for the call, Gary. I'll say this. The same way the NFL has gamed the system for your fantasy leagues, for your parlays, like I don't think we're talking enough about the new kickoff rule. Nobody is starting below the 20-yard line unless they make a crucial mistake. And it's like the whole league has shifted. I think I had a stat in my notes the other day about like what we're seeing so far with the kicking game. If you're starting at the 35, all you got to do is get 20, 30 yards to get to midfield. And depending on the kicker you have, right, special teams. And there's been a lot of blocked field goals too. Jets fans saw it. And even before the one that was blocked and returned by Will McDonald, it was close. The Eagles block a field goal, return it. The kid Andre Schmitz from Cleveland, who they wanted to run out of town because the first game he missed an extra point in a field goal. They lost by 1. He had to walk off 55-yard field goal to beat the Packers. Chase McLaughlin against the Jets. I mean, he's been doing it every week. Him and Baker. I'm sure Baker is buying his family dinner. Might have bought him a watch. Like, hey, bro, listen. At the end of the game, I'm going to get us close, and all you got to do is kick that through the uprights, and we're going to win. Cameron Dicker, I barely know her. Cameron Dicker, walk-off 43-yard field goal for the Chargers, who are coming to town. It's going to be Younghoe Koo versus Cameron Dicker on Sunday. Eddie Pinheiro, walk-off 35-yarder with Mac Jones and the 49ers. The way the NFL has gamed the system, similar, I'm going to get there with the live ball, the juice ball. The NFL has gamed the system now where we're having walk-off NFL football games. There were 4 last week where they're kicking the ball left and there's no time. It's heartbreaking. It wasn't always like this. Now, look at the Giants. You score, Malik Neighbors scores, he's doing a sleep sign. Like PCA was doing, I swear I thought tonight when PCA did the sleep sign, I thought it was revenge. I thought it was a former Met saying, I'm knocking these guys out of the postseason. No, he was saying like, yo, don't sleep on the base pass. You slept on me on the base pass, I end up scoring. But yeah, Major League Baseball, I don't put it past them. I remember the Field of Dreams game. I'm like, they definitely are using the juice ball. They're definitely using the juice ball. Too many homers. I'm like, and with Cal Raleigh, they're throwing him meatballs. Let alone juice balls. They're throwing him meatballs right down the middle. Sean is in Syracuse on the Fan before we go to our next break. You're in there.
Keith, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You made great points. Stearns, to your point, 2 games from the World Series last year. I do believe, to your credit, that Stearns is not worried about that. I do think he's playing the long game. However, I don't know if I don't know who remembers the 2023 Mets and the embarrassing failure that they were. That wasn't under Stearns' regime.
Mm-hmm.
For him to take that and turn it into 2024.
Ooh. Okay, time out, Sean. Was that Stearns or was that Grimace, Candelita, OMG? Was that
who brought Candelita in?
Yeah, but I got to give credit to those guys, how they rally, how they fought. They had something go on with that team. I guess you can, but in his first year, did he really strike gold that much by having JD Martinez and Lindor putting the team on his back?
Understood.
I don't know if I can give him credit for them, just the stars aligning for them to get as hot as they did. It was an aberration. It was so ridiculous what the Mets turned into from June on in 2024. I can't give anybody credit for that besides the players who did it.
But don't get me wrong, Stearns has done a horrible job in 2025. But we can't fire Stearns based off.
No, they're not gonna. They're not gonna. And another thing that goes against him is look at what Milwaukee has turned into without him.
Understood. However,
they are an anomaly. What their low payroll and their style of play and how dominant they've been this year.
Right. We remember 2023, and for him to do that in 24, we got to give him a pass in 2025, no matter how bad he's been. And the other thing is
too.
Yes, but the excitement, the Mets should be nowhere near in this position, but it is fun rooting for the Pirates. It is fun rooting for the Dodgers. And if the Mets do get to Tuesday, yes, call me a homer. I am a Mets fan, but if they get to Tuesday, they can beat the Dodgers in a 2 out of 3.
Anything can happen. And that is the beauty of baseball, Sean. Thanks for the call. That is why you're watching the out-of-town scoreboard. That's why I said 2 nights ago, I'm like, that was the random late Tuesday night in September that if you're not a baseball fan, you have no idea what you just missed out on. Where there are people that, I just watch football. I'm a casual Met fan. I don't really, when the Yankees are in it, I'll watch. But like, I was sitting at home like, damn, look at what is happening to the Guardians, the Tigers, the Red Sox, Toronto, the Diamondbacks coming back against the Dodgers, the Yankees walking it off, the Mets coming. I'm like, this is an insane night for baseball with all the implications and the standings and what's going to happen. So yeah, that's why I said the Mets are about to sleepwalk in. Wouldn't that be something? That the teams that, like, they've done enough. They've actually done enough. They might win 2 games this week, and that's enough to get into the dance. 888-808-1019. Let me break here so I can come back and take the rest of your calls. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Congratulations to the New York Yankees on clinching a playoff spot.
The victory for the New York Yankees!
For the 60th time in their storied history, the Bronx Bombers will be playing for a championship.
These guys really believe they have something to prove.
They were one step away from their 28th World Series a year ago.
Los Angeles is the new champion.
Will they get it done this season?
I think the attitude is that these guys are hell-bent to win a title.
Catch every pitch.
Swing and a miss, he struck him out.
Every hit.
3-2 here to Judge. Here's the pitch. Here's the drive we were looking for. Deep to left. Way out of here.
He was ready for it.
Here on your home for New York Yankees baseball. 101.9 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Fall is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months. Or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Oh, what are you doing?
Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep the city clean, man. Let's get it.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Okay. My last 14 minutes here on the Fan. I was thinking as we had the caller that we were talking about fitteds, I'm like, yo, I need that postseason hat. I went to the MLB store in the middle of New York City today. They didn't have it. and I wanted to go to Yankee Stadium tonight. I might still go for Bernie Williams bobblehead night. I'm gonna go late. I hate going to Yankee games late. My wife is working late, so I gotta be on daddy duty. So I'm like, I don't know. If my wife doesn't get home till 7, I won't get to the game till 8 o'clock. I hate doing that. It's like if I'm watching a game at home, I'd rather stay. But if somebody texts me like, yo, bro, they got the postseason hats in the team store, then I'm driving there to go get one. 888-808-1019. Let's take the rest of these calls. Chris is up in the Bronx where I'll go to get a hat tomorrow if they got them. What's up, Chris?
What's up, Keith? How's it going?
Good. Thanks for calling.
All right. To give David Stearns a little bit of grace here, David Peterson was an all-star. Kodai Senga had a 1.46 ERA before Alonso killed him. It's tough to predict that both of these guys would be unusable down the stretch. He's not perfect. He definitely has a lot of work to do, but I just want to give him a little bit of grace. And even Sean Manaea.
I got to counter, though. Like, David Peterson kind of backed into the All-Star game. There were 2 starters from the Phillies that ended up not wanting to go late. They even put Jacob Mizorowski, the rookie, in there. I will give it that David Peterson had a complete game this year. He was better. You couldn't know that he would completely fall off. But your job as the president of baseball manager, like the president of baseball operations, the general manager, is to pivot, is to make up for that, is to, be one step ahead of the game. Kodai Senga had a nothing ERA in the beginning of the year, yeah, but once he gets hurt, like, you have to find ways to right the ship and get the team out of that. Thanks for the call, Chris. He did not add a starter at the deadline. If we want to talk about more dumbass moves or more David Stearns moves that did not help matters, he added Ryan Helsley. He added Cedric Mullins. Enough said. Annette is in Flushing on the Fan. What's up, Annette?
Okay, this is my personal opinion about something. I think part of the Mets' downfall was they were no longer the New York Mets. They were the New York Juan Soto. And the other guys on the team couldn't quite get together on that. They didn't know how to wrap themselves around the big trade, the big money. And they tried, but it wasn't really, really working. And, of course, they had pitching problems, injuries. And there were a lot of times when I questioned Mendoza's moves. Like, for instance, the other night, he pitched 7 pitches.
Yeah.
And he brings up somebody else in the next inning. I couldn't understand it. I walked from the TV room to the kitchen, and I came back, and the Mets were finished batting. That's how fast Diaz was finished pitching. I couldn't understand that, and there were a lot of things. But I really think there were even times when Soto himself, with his body language, displayed that he made a mistake in coming. It was a lot of psychological factors. Now, that's my opinion.
You're not wrong. Thank you for the call. When you sign the largest contract in the history of professional sports, it brings a different element. It adds so much more attention to the Mets. It adds an element of, you're expected to be championship caliber. And the Mets were for the first 2-3 months of the season. And the funny part of all that was, it was Lindor and Pete Alonso and other guys, Brett Beatty, and, it was other guys that were, like, getting it done. And it wasn't so much Juan Soto. He was working his walks, whatever, but he wasn't the Juan Soto you were expecting from the year before. And the whole conversation was, hey, the pitching is carrying the team, right? Wait till Juan Soto gets hot. It was a huge distraction. And it was a hard left from the OMG Mets, which David Stearns decided, no, we're not getting the band back together. Pieces of it, but not the entire band. We don't need everybody. You can also blame him because Harrison Bader was available at the deadline. He went Cedric Mullins. He didn't go get Harrison Bader. Like, it was such a hard left from the vibes and the chemistry of the, oh my God, like that season to, no, now we're the evil empire. We got Juan Soto. We're big brother now. The city's under new management. We're going to get to the World Series because we're the... And then when the details come out that he's got his own suite, he's got a security detail, the lengths that the owner went to get him, you can't tell me that didn't make some of those guys that had been there forever feel some type of way. And then when they got around Juan Soto puts in his work. He's a baseball guy. He shows up. He's in the cage. He's putting in his work. He wanted to get better in the outfield. He got better at base running, but he's about himself. He is not the type of guy that comes in the clubhouse and elevates everybody around him. He's not the type of guy that comes in the clubhouse and spends time talking to other guys. He's not the guy that after the game, hey, let's go get a beer, let's go get dinner, let's go hang out. He's going home to his family. So, I don't know. And then Mendoza with those moves, that's all analytics and matchups, lanes and scripts. He came from the Yankee universe. That's the same thing the Yankees do. Like, this is who they like. That's what they're going to do. The guy could go out there and throw 10-pitch inning. That's it. Not bringing you back out because I don't like you against the next part of their lineup. Yeah, it is what it is, man. But all in all, make the postseason, and it doesn't seem so bad. Miss the postseason, and it's the biggest disaster in the history of sports. Let's go to Jack in Rockaway, Queens. We can talk about some more disasters going on in New York, New Jersey.
Hey, how are you, Keith? We're not talking about any of that story. Don't like to talk about the Giants and Jets. I just want to make a quick comment about Riley. I'm a lifelong Yankee fan, but you got to give this kid credit. He's the second catcher is Langsley. He's got 31 home runs. He's doubled him, and he broke the record for switch hitter. The kid's putting a historical year together.
He has put himself, his name, his story, his team in a place that no one can deny.
Right, and just the Giants and Jets. I don't know how you're a general manager and in the NFL when you need to score 25, 30 points a game. How do you go as a Giant? We'll start with the Giants if you don't mind. How do you Neighbors? I was screaming for them to take him a couple of years ago instead of the quarterback because if you don't love the quarterback, you don't reach. So they hit it with Neighbors. How do you go into the NFL season with a number one receiver, Neighbors? No, if you go down to the skill positions and you don't have a top 20 in any of the other six skill positions, the other five, a number two receiver, you don't have one. Two running backs, you don't have a top 15. Two tight ends, you don't have a top 15, 20. But how do you expect to score? I don't care if it's Russell Wilson or Tom Brady in his prime or Dart. You need to have weapons. And you to go into a season with Malik Neighbors and nobody else, nothing. It's insane. You're setting everybody up for failure. I don't know what Wilson has left. Probably not much, but his numbers the last couple of years are pretty serviceable.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. They felt like they drafted enough guys. They felt like Tyrone Tracy was a weapon. They felt like Theo Johnson was a weapon. They felt like Darius Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson were weapons. Now, they're not top 20 guys. It's hard to have top 20 guys on the same team, but they felt like they had some effective guys, and they think, Kafka and Dable are some type of offensive gurus. Your point on the Jets?
The same thing, almost the same thing. You go into a season with you got a top flight receiver in Wilson. You got a injury-prone, a good running back, Hall, and nothing else.
Their receiver room is so thin. Like, they signed Josh Reynolds. He's not available. It's like you don't have anybody else to throw the ball to. They should have drafted Tyler Warren, but they wanted to run the ball and get another offensive lineman. It's not enough to compete against these better teams and these better defenses. You're right, Jack. Thanks for the call. It's not enough. It's like you need playmakers, guys that are going to go out there and make plays happen, right? That's the NFL. All of these guys are talented, but the guys that are a little bit faster, a little bit stronger, a little bit smarter end up getting open, end up getting to the end zone, end up breaking the game open. Philip is in Freeport next on the Fan. Hello, Phil.
Thank you for taking the call, by the way. My opinion, by the way, whatever it's worth, Grisham's been unbelievable. What person on the earth
No one
would say that throwing with him, with Soto, the trade, would do this. I mean,
no one had
insane.
It. AJ Preller wanted to get his money off the books, and it wasn't a lot of money. The Yankees are paying him $5 million this year. No one had him being this. I heard Susan Waldman say it in spring training that Marcus Stroman told her if he gets the opportunity to play every day, he could be a 30-homer guy.
And he was grumpy. He was upset, in the beginning. He was all over the place. What this guy has done, again, in my opinion, they said, well, how are we going to replace these home runs? Well, there you go. I mean, it's insane.
How are you going to replace Soto's production? Grisham,
Come on.
Ben Rice, Bellinger.
Before you let me go, by the way, listen, my prediction, by the way, I mean, the Yankees are a tough team right now, a very tough team. But I think, I know where you're going with this one, Philip. Again, I'm just trying to say something, to cover some area here. How can you fire these coaches that do so well and get to where they need to get? Liberty, the Knicks, whatever. Thank God they kept Boone. Great show. We'll talk soon. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Philip. Yeah, see how it comes around? These players do love Boone. They do play hard for Boone. Boone is right about the time. We panic. He can't panic. Eli is in Hillside on the Fan. Next, go for it, Eli.
How you doing, Keith?
Good.
My favorite host on the Fan.
Thanks.
Anyway, so I'm starting to get a little sick and tired of hearing everyone saying how Cal Riley, historic season, breaking mantle. Now he's hit 60. He's a switch hitter, catcher. Enough. He's not more valuable than Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is ahead of him in everything else besides for home runs. I don't see how anybody would want Cal Riley to win the MVP now. I do think he will win the MVP because that's what people look at. They're going to look and they're like, oh my gosh, look what he did this season. Crazy. He hit so many home runs. He's a catcher. He's a switch hitter. I do think he will win the MVP. I don't think he should.
Yeah, I don't either. And clearly you're a Yankee fan, but you got to understand they hate the Yankees. They're tired of Judge. They're bored of Judge. There was a KD quote that popped up where it was like KD said something like, I've normalized greatness. Like I'm sorry that you're bored by me normalizing greatness. Like we take Judge for granted, and then a 2-home run night like tonight, it gets erased by Raleigh's 2 home runs. There is so much out there. He's the new shiny object. They are going to give it to him, and I hope that Judge is so locked in and he has his best postseason ever. And like I've said a bunch of times, if Judge is MVP Judge in October with this lineup and this rotation and this bullpen, the Yankees aren't losing a series to any of these teams. This is one of these years in baseball, there's not one clear-cut dominant team. Howard in Westchester County, you're in there. My last call of the night.
Yeah, I was hoping for the last call. Hey, Keith, great show. Just going back to Judge and Raleigh, I think Raleigh is a compelling story, no doubt about it. Give him his due, but I'm a Yankee fan, and I think Judge, just going back to your Judge-Soto comparison, Judge is out there rooting for the team, doing everything, very selfless, humble, and Soto is all about Soto, I think. And so I think Judge gets it on that. But just real quickly, there's only 5 guys in the league with 100 walks this year. And Raleigh was 95, the 6th best. And Judge was 121, Soto 124. That counts towards MVP status, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So I would give it to Judge.
And then also, to close this, thanks for the call, Howard. It's the most valuable players. You rank all of the players in all of the statistical categories, and then you look at what player tops all the other players in all of these statistical categories. And Judge is at the top of all these players. Raleigh comes in average or underneath a lot of other players in categories, but it is a story that has captivated America now. And once you get that, that's all you need to get votes. I'm out of here. I got to get home. C-Max coming up next. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Even the most basic things, Sal.
Yeah.
Like you watch this team and you're like, my God, it's a combination of boring and embarrassing, and it's just awful, and the Giant fans deserve so much better. It is a joke.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Rico Bronya podcast on the Odyssey app is proudly sponsored by Mio Sparkling Sake, the official sake of the New York Mets. Enjoy at Citi Field or your favorite spot. A new tradition in sake. Mio Sparkling Sake.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Looking for the best waste removal on Long Island? Maggio Environmental is your partner in recycling for zero waste. From commercial recycling to full-scale construction projects, we handle it all. Lead reports, trash, and everything in between. With state-of-the-art recycling facilities and service within 24 hours, including convenient roll-off containers, we make waste removal simple, efficient, and eco-friendly. Maggio Environmental. From the ground up, we've got you covered. Call or visit MaggioEnvironmental.com today.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. Swoon continues for the Mets as the Cubs got to Jonah Tong for 5 runs, 7 hits in just 2 innings en route to a 10-3 victory.
We got to play better. We didn't play good again today, and it doesn't matter, what other teams are doing. It starts on us, and we're better than that.
For the Reds and Diamondbacks, they helped out. They both lost, so the Mets remain 1 game up on both of them. 2 homers from Aaron Judge gives them 51. Max Fried, 7 innings, a 1-run ball, 7 Ks, a league-leading 19th win. Yankees dominate the White Sox 8-1.
Man, just everything you'd want from a guy at the top of your rotation. We couldn't have asked for more. He's just such a pro, so talented, such a great teammate.
Couple that with the Blue Jays loss, Yankees now tied atop the division, but Toronto does own the tiebreaker. 2 homers for Cal Raleigh gives him 60 on the season, just the 4th player in American League history to have reached that number. And the Giants officially in the hands of Jaxson Dart. So what made Brian Dable think the rookie and the 25th overall pick was ready to go?
I don't think any rookie quarterback is ever just ready to play. You put him in there because you think that he's done enough to show you that he can go out there and compete, and he's done that every step of the way, and that's why I made the decision.
71 degrees, Cloudy Skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Chris McMonigle here with you on The Fan. I got you for 3 hours till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show, which is now our custom here in the overnights. Fleegs on the other side, 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can hit us up on the live chat as well, streaming live on YouTube on this Thursday morning. Another baseball morning. We'll get to the Yankees and the fraud Blue Jays in just a second. As the division is tied, the records are identical. 4 games to play. Be 1 game better than the frauds, and the Yankees will be division champions. How sweet would that be? But we have to start again with this up and down, just extremely frustrating team that is your New York Mets. And I talked about it yesterday. This has to be it, right? That game 2 nights ago now, Wednesday night. Nope, Tuesday night. Try one more time. Tuesday night against the Cubs, falling behind in the manner in which they fell behind, and then fighting back to win a game everybody had written off. You get the Lindor leadoff home run. We went through it, all the different things. You get the 3-run home run from Nimmo, the home run from Alvarez. Just a huge win for the Mets, a huge win. Coupled with the Cincinnati loss, you're back controlling your own destiny. The season's back on, 5 games for your life. Got to build momentum. That's got to be the signature win. It's got to be the moment that propels them into this wild card. And then from there, I don't know what they're going to do. Nobody knows what any team is going to do in the postseason, and they have their issues, their starting pitching issues we'll get to in a second. But still, get there, build off of this, and come into this postseason and be dangerous because you can be. And instead, they give you another one of these performances right off. They cannot build momentum. And I know the old cliche, I was watching SNY, they brought it up too. The old cliche of momentum is only as good as the next day's starting pitcher. And Jonah Tong was awful. Like, let's be honest. He was awful. He catches a break in the first inning. Taylor makes an incredible throw home to save him from giving up runs in the first. He gets through the second. And then in the third, a young rookie pitcher. Like, I've been trying to talk about this for a month. rather. A young rookie pitcher who hasn't had all but 2 starts at the AAA level is called up here to be the savior of this franchise, along with his 2 compadres from the minors in Sproat and McLean. But he's got to come up here and pitch in the biggest games of the year. And this is a kid who now has had 2 starts where it's just non-competitive. And in this game, it gets to the point where he's got nothing else. He can't locate his breaking balls. He is fastball changeup. He's not locating his fastball up in the zone. And the changeup is getting pounded. Then the fastball gets pounded. And this kid, unfortunately, who's pitching in the biggest game of the season on the road against an offense like the Chicago Cubs, isn't ready for it. Plain and simple. It is impossible to expect 3 kids to come up and all of them to get you through this stretch of the biggest games of the year. He is not ready. He is not, who knows what he'll be. He was one of, if not the most dominant starting pitcher in all of the minor leagues. There is a very good argument that he has an extremely bright future. And is part of what David Stearns is trying to build here. It isn't ready just yet. And to watch him and give this team no chance. Now, I shouldn't say that because it shouldn't be the end of the game. And yes, it's tough when you fall behind and the offense came from behind 5 runs yesterday. How many games do you expect? Well, you know what? Matthew Boyd, after having an incredible start to his season, has been brutal his last 10 starts. Brutal. I was talking about it with Fleegs. He's like, he's their David Peterson. The Cubs beat up David Peterson. The Mets can't do anything. Outside of the Alvarez home run and then the Soto meaningless home run later, like this offense, again, does nothing. The starting pitching is awful. The offense hardly shows up. And then you've got this new, I shouldn't even call it a new wrinkle, but you've got a wrinkle that's kind of emerged here in the last month or so of playing terrible defense. We'll get into, obviously Clay Holmes comes into this game and Manaea comes into this game on their throw days. We weren't sure as we're watching the game the impact on that decision and how they were going to pitch over the weekend, but they both volunteered to throw on their throw day. They're both going to be available as early as Saturday. Still don't know who's pitching Saturday or Sunday. We'll get into the Kodai Senga news where apparently his bullpen went terribly, right? He's talking about, that his velocity's down 93 or lower. It was a little hot for him. Like it sounds like you could forget Kodai Senga. That's it. Kodai Senga's done for the year. You got Peterson, you can't pitch. You got Manaea and Clay Holmes as your other 2 options, and Manaea comes into this game and promptly gives up a single and a bomb of a home run. Clay Holmes was somewhat effective until his defense lets him down. And I can tell you, here's a story I've heard before. Clay Holmes comes in at a relief, defense lets him down, and 2-run score. I've seen that show before. As we see right now with this Mets team, yes, Taylor makes the big play early on, which you were hoping would spurn the kid into having a good start like it did in San Diego. That's a great throw. And from that moment on, he gets through the second. He's brutal in the third, can't get out of the third, and you don't know how you're going to get the rest of the outs. So you got to be creative. You can't you knew Diaz wasn't available. After the game, you find out Rogers isn't available. Like, you only have so many guys in this bullpen to consistently throw, even though it is crunch time over the last 4 games. You needed to go to Manaea. You needed to go to Clay Holmes. But not only are they hardly showing up offensively despite Tuesday night, not only is the starting pitching a disaster and has been since June. You saw the numbers on the broadcast. Since June, 26th, I think was the number the day they put up. Oh, no, they're the 26th. I think it was June 13th, the infamous day of June 13th. They have the 26th worst starting rotation. They have the 26th worst bullpen. You've got a bullpen you can hardly trust outside of Diaz and maybe Raleigh, although now Helsley has thrown 5 or 6 good outings in a row, and he pitched well last night as well. So you've got 2 or 3 guys at the max you feel good about in the bullpen. The starting rotation is literally down to McLean and maybe Sproat. The offense shows up once every 4 or 5 days. And now you're going to throw bad defense into the mix as on a routine play that could have got him out of the inning with Clay Holmes on the mound. Vientos throws the ball away. Alonso's unable to scoop it. Pete Crow Armstrong gets to second base, a run scores, and then something we don't see very often. A runner from second base scoring on a wild pitch because Clay Holmes got his head up as you know what, as he just assumes that's a wild pitch, he'll go to third, and he's futzing around with the mound, kicking it around, and Pete Crow Armstrong comes all the way around the score from second. These games are for your life. For your life. There is no tomorrow, Rock. These games mean everything. And you're allowing teams to run all over you like that, and Pete Crow Armstrong, who's probably, reveling in the idea of taking down the Mets, giving you the sleep sign, as he's stealing 2 bases and you are asleep on the mound, not covering home? I mean, you talk about Soto in right field. You talk about the errors from McNeil. You talk about what happened in today's game. Like, they're playing. It's amazing the offense showed up and gave them the 1 win here because they have been awful. They're starting pitching awful. The bullpen's actually been fairly decent in these last 2 games, but the starting pitching is awful. The defense is now awful. And the offense, which is still, to me, despite as bad as this pitching rotation has been, because we see what it's down to. We see what's left. We're not stupid. We see they're relying on 3 kids. One of them in Tong, who pitched today, is clearly not ready to be here at the major league level. They're relying on Clay Holmes, who hasn't thrown this many innings in his life. They're relying on Manaea, who's got loose bodies in his elbow and have been awful. They're relying on Peterson, who's pitching to an 8 ERA since August. Like, we know what the starting rotation is, but this offense is supposed to be better than this. I'm sorry. I know they scored a lot of runs. I know they put up 12 in Washington in the first game of that series. I know they came back from 5 runs down, 6 runs down yesterday. I get it. But on a consistent basis, there is just not enough from this offense. They're the reason they're in the position they're in, where these games are must-win. And you just put it together, and all of that, what's so frustrating is over the course of this second half, since that June 13th, we have seen them go into free fall and find ways to lose 7 games in a row, 3 separate times. And yeah, they went on the 1 hot streak after the David Wright game, and they won 8 in a row. But besides that, this team, the most consistent thing about them, the one thing you can bank on, is that this team doesn't build momentum. It's unbelievable. That win the other night should have helped them propel themselves into a good stretch of baseball. I'm not saying you have to win every one of these games. Baseball's hard. And I know Tong put them in a tough spot to start the game. But it just feels like, man, like the second they get a little prosperity, it goes the other way immediately. Immediately. And right now, moving forward, like, you're going to have the 2 starters you trust the next couple days with McLean and Sproat. I don't know what's going to happen on Saturday and Sunday. I have no idea what the plan is. From what we heard about the Sanga bullpen, forget him. The heat was tough for him, and he's throwing 92, 93 miles an hour. He's done. So who are you starting on Saturday and Sunday? Are you piggybacking it? Are they going to try and throw McLean on short rest? Like, what do you do here? Because this team's in free fall. And I'll be totally honest with you. And I'm, a baseball nut. My wife and kids are mad at me because I'm starting the first thing on the television is the Cincinnati Reds game at 6:40 because I'm invested, man. And I'm watching these 2 teams. And last night, by the grace of God, the Mets still have their position where they are a game up on both the Diamondbacks and the Reds, who both come from behind, both go into extra innings at home, and both blow an opportunity to get back into the wild card for lead. Like, they are 2 bad baseball teams. Let's be totally honest. The Reds are not a good baseball team, and to be fair to the Diamondbacks, they sold off pieces at the deadline. These are the teams the Mets are competing with. There is no excuse. I still believe they're going to do it, as much as I just went through the case of how bad they are. And on a nightly basis, we got to watch this up and down, team that can't build any momentum, a team that immediately falls behind, a team that has no fight in it, a team that you don't know what you can trust, if anything. I get it. They're still better than the Reds and the Diamondbacks who are playing the Dodgers. And yet they still find a way to come back and force extra innings and lose at home. In the bottom of the 10th, I'm listening to it in the car, driving in. In the bottom of the 10th, the Diamondbacks have bases loaded, 1 out, can't bring them in. The Reds hit the home run in the 9th from Stevenson to tie the game. They get an inside the park home run in the 8th, a home run in the 9th to tie the game. Can't get a bunt down. Everything. Arizona, same thing. Can't get a bunt down. These teams are awful. And if we talk about what a disaster it would be for the New York Mets to not make the postseason, when you take into account who they're battling with, when you take into account that all they have to do is outplay the Cincinnati Reds and the Arizona Diamondbacks playing the Dodgers. Like, all they have to do is be right now just the same. They don't even have to be a game better. Just be as good as the Cincinnati Reds and the Arizona Diamondbacks for the next 4 days. That's all you have to do. That is the bar to get into the National League postseason, the great National League that is so far superior to the lousy American League, which I shouldn't talk because, they're bad. The Astros can't win. The Tigers have fallen apart. The fraud Blue Jays, who we're going to get to. But this great National League, it comes down to which one of these 3 teams who can't get out of their way is going to find a way to just be average for the next 4 days. The Mets still have their fate in their hands, if you can believe it, despite being awful in every way you can be awful. They were bad in every way you can be bad. They couldn't hit a starting pitcher who's got an ERA around 8 for his last 10 starts. They can't get out of the 3rd inning with their lousy starting pitcher. The bullpen continues to give up runs. The defense was atrocious. And more than just bad defense, they got their heads up their ass when they don't know what's going on. Like, unbelievable. Unbelievable how they played coming off the game last night. Like, it is maddening. And to know if they would have, all they have to do is outplay the Reds. The Reds, who have now lost the first 2 games of that series against Pittsburgh. And yes, it was against Skeens today. They also threw their guy in Hunter Green. They had to win that game with Green on the mound. I don't care who they're facing. You can call it bad, and once you get in, you get in. All this goes away. And then you'll see if they're good enough and how they play when the postseason starts. But man, oh man, it is unbelievable how much this team hates prosperity. That was just an ugly loss. An ugly loss in every way. They didn't play defense. They didn't pitch. They didn't hit. They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything well. Coming off of that performance the other night when they rally and have that signature win. That's what's frustrating about it, man. You have got to be able to build. And even if they lost, and I get it, you got to win all these games. I get it. And what's the difference, Chris? 10-3, 4-3, 10-9. What's the difference? They scored more runs than the Mets did. That's ultimately all that matters. But you've got to be able to show that you can play a good brand of baseball here when you're needed to. And I know the pitcher doesn't give them a chance and they fall behind. Find a way. It's 5-0. You found a way the other day. They do nothing but 2 home runs. And now they're in a position, again, they're in as good a position as you can be in, I suppose, as they headed into these 6 games. They now have they still maintain the 1-game lead. They can't be caught. Both the teams have the tiebreaker over them. They can't be caught. They have to stay a game ahead. So all they have to do is over the next 4 games, 1 more against the Cubs, 3 against the Marlins, just be as good as the lousy, miserable, got swept by the A's, can't beat the Pittsburgh Pirates, Cincinnati Reds. Go find a way, because I'm telling you right now, this will be, and particularly because of who they're going up against. I'm sorry, plays a role. Not only are they awful, not only have they whittled down this lead that they built heading into June 13th over the course of the last 3 months, not only do they have the highest payroll and Juan Soto and all the expectations and the smartest executives and the richest owners and all that. The last week of the season, they're in a competition with average, at best, baseball teams. At best. And now they have the lead in that competition. They have got to get home. They've got to get home. And they've got to find a way to get some good starting pitching. You feel good about the next 2 days. You have no idea about Saturday and Sunday. This team is falling apart down the stretch of this season. They are falling apart. It's unbelievable. 888-808-1019. We'll get to the Yankees, who are now tied in their division after Aaron Judge hits 50 and 51 at Yankee Stadium last night against the White Sox. The Yankees win comfortably. The last start of the regular season for Max Fried, 19 wins, 5 losses, an ERA under 3, an incredible season for this year's ace. Part of the plan B, part of the pivot that we all need to give Brian Cashman a ton of credit for, as the Yankees now are tied for the best record in the American League and are, as we were just talking about with the Mets and the Reds, they are playing better than the lousy, fraud Toronto Blue Jays, and we got to get to them. We got to get to Springer and what John Boy was able to uncover from the other day. But this lousy, fraud Blue Jays team whose starting pitching is falling apart, whose offense was completely shut down the last 2 days against Boston. All the Yankees have to do is be the better team, just 1 game better than the fraud Blue Jays over the next 4 days as they're playing the White Sox and the Baltimore Orioles. And you are looking at not only the American League champion, but the #1 overall seed in the American League. With a bye, and everybody has to come through the Bronx, including the Seattle Mariners, who just won the division. Cal Raleigh hits 59 and 60 last night. They have clinched their division. I believe they've clinched the second bye. Everyone would have to come through Yankee Stadium. I'm feeling good about that. Not so much about the Mets. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back. We'll take your Met calls. We'll get into the Yankees. We'll get into Jaxson Dart and the decision of Brian Daboll, who he made very clear that it's his decision to start Jaxson Dart. And Jaxson Dart will be the starting quarterback moving forward for the New York Giants. There will be no, let's see how he plays. He's the guy. And it's Brian Daboll's decision. We'll get to that as well. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Come right back with your calls next.
The Yankees and White Sox play ball one last time this season. 7 o'clock tonight, driven by Jeep.
For one pitch, swing on a high fly ball. Deep center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. HL Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no games, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust HL Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Woo! McMonigle here with you, 2:30 on this Thursday morning. And I am pumped about the Yankees, man. I am pumped. I know you all assume I hate the Mets. I don't. I'm rooting for the Mets. Will I go back at some trolls who have thrown some shade at me over the last, 6 months or whatever, since last December, 8 months now, 9 months, about Juan Soto and everything? Sure I will. I'm only human, and I'll have some fun. It's about fun. This is supposed to be fun. But they annoyed me last night. We need playoff games here. Plain and simple. This team needs to make it to the postseason. I want playoff games. I want to watch playoff games and be invested in them. That's what I want. It's the best. Watching the playoffs now, these have been two of the greatest baseball days ever. If you're a baseball fan, this is as good as it gets, man. This is as good as it gets. Now, I know we don't all love the playoff format. I don't know if I love the playoff format with this many playoff teams. But, last night, I think it was the same today, 10 of 15 games. 10 of 15 games with 4 games left are meaningful to the standings. 10! You got the Tigers who might fall out of a playoff spot. I was just reading. They had a 99.9% chance to win the division on September 10th. September 10th. Not August 10th. Not July 10th. On September 10th. Today is what, the 25th? 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, they were 99.9% to win their division. They are now down 2 games, and they don't hold the tiebreaker. Or is it down 1 game? 2 games, rather. Is it 1 or 2?
No, it's 1 real game, 2 with the tiebreaker.
Right, that's what I thought. As soon as I said it, I was like, no, I'm wrong. 1 game, 2 with the tiebreaker. So they're down a game, and they don't have the tiebreaker. They have to make up 2 games with 4 to play. Now, I think they play 1 more against Cleveland here, so if they win that game, they've made up a game in 1 game. This is a must-win for Detroit. That's insane. And look at the Astros. The Astros pretty much, not nearly as much as the Tigers, but the Astros had a comfortable, the Astros were going to win the West. They're the 2 longest losing streaks in baseball right now is Detroit and Houston, who's lost 5 in a row. They got pounded by Seattle. They're losing to the A's, being shut down by Severino. And those 2 are fighting for the final wild card spot. As Boston has secured themselves over the last couple of days, beating Toronto of a playoff spot for sure. And I don't think they've clinched yet, but they're going to be one of the 2 wild cards. And the Blue Jays are falling apart too. And I wonder who could have seen that coming. I wonder if there's anybody out there who had this weird sneaking suspicion that the Blue Jays and holding on to division leads and trusting them in big games is kind of risky because they're kind of fraudulent. I wonder if there's anybody who had that opinion. And I don't normally dance on this kind of stuff, but this one I will. And I will tell you this, Yankee fans. I've been a Yankee fan for a long time. 41 years old, going to be 42 in December. I started watching the Yankees when I was young, but the first season I really remember following it day to day is 1993. So that's when I was watching the Yankees at some point before that too with my dad and stuff, but I went to games before that. But that's the year, for whatever reason, that I remember being old enough and with it and following it on a daily basis. So I've been a fan since 1993. I've seen a lot of championships, seen a hell of a lot of postseason, seen a lot of divisional titles. I will tell you this. Now, if they lose in the ALDS, it's not going to feel as good, but I will tell you this. This will be the most enjoyable division title in my history of a Yankee fan. This will be number 1. If after all the crap, after everyone telling me over and over again how awful they are, and where are you now? Where are you now about how awful the Yankees are? And where are you now to tell me every time, Toronto would win, still think the Blue Jays are frauds? You know how many times someone tweeted that to me? You still think the Blue Jays are frauds? And I had to explain my position on the Blue Jays and why I believe them to be frauds. Do you know how many times? Where are you now as division is tied? And I'm telling you, this will be my favorite division title in the history of my fandom of the New York Yankees. This will be it. After all of the crap, after the swoon in June and how terrible they are and they'll never do anything and they need to break it down and this is Brian Cashman needs to be fired, Boone needs to be fired. Even as they were this close to slipping out of the postseason in that series in Texas before they won that final game of that series, even I was on the precipice of like, hey, man, if they fall out of the postseason here, you might have to make a decision with Boone. Like, even I got there. But after all of this and all the hate and the toxicity of the fan base and everybody despising this team and, I'm not going to believe in them until they go through the gauntlet of the 12 games. They got to prove to me that they can beat playoff teams if I'm going to get invested in this group. Blah, 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 blah. After all of that, if they win the freaking division and overcome what has been, at its peak, a 6-game lead from the Blue Jays and take down the frauds, as I've been sticking to my guns about them being the frauds for, since September of 2021, this will be the best division. The best division win ever. I don't know if they hang division title banners. I don't suspect they do in Yankee Stadium. I don't think they do. This one they should hang. Hang it. Hang it proud. And the other reason why is because, let's be honest, the American League isn't that good. What we thought was a very good Tigers team is not. What many of you might have suspected, a very good Toronto team, is not. Cleveland now is the other division winner. The perennial losers that are the Seattle Mariners are the 2 seed. And if I have to see the Boston Red Sox, it's going to be with Garrett Crochet not being able to start until Game 3. Boom!
Could there be a better case scenario for the Yankees than winning the division, because you want the bye in this, but somehow also the Mariners pass you while doing that, so you're in the 2-3-6 bracket, and you get the winner of Cleveland, Detroit, Houston, pretty much no Mariners, no Red Sox.
No Mariners, no Red Sox, no possible Blue Jays, although, again, they don't scare me. But yes, that's actually, that is the better seat, right? The 2 seed actually is because the other division title, the Cleveland Guardians, although they are doing an incredible job, like you can't knock them. What they've done here is remarkable. They've won all these games. Like, I don't want to just dismiss them, but
you will.
But I will, because they're not good enough to beat the Yankees in the postseason. We know that. We've seen it. We know what's going to happen. So, I mean, if the Yankees are sitting there waiting for the winner of Cleveland and Houston, for example, or Cleveland and Detroit, who are both in free fall, but somebody's got to win. Like, see you in the ALCS.
What really hurts the Yankees here is they have the tiebreaker over Seattle.
Right.
It's too bad they don't have the option to tell Rob Manfred pass.
Well, that, and they have to win, and Seattle won't have to. Right, that's the other thing, too. Seattle, they clinched the division last night, and I would imagine, I got to look see how...
well, if they want to chase the Yankees or Blue Jays, they're a game behind.
Okay, so they're only a game behind. They are 3 in the loss column ahead of Cleveland, so they're kind of locked into a bye no matter what. I don't know how much it would mean to them to necessarily try and get the 1 seed and have home field advantage throughout. Which would only be against the Yankees if it's the Yankees. If anybody beats the Yankees, it would be in Seattle. So I don't know how far they would push it. They're guaranteed the bye already. They're pretty much locked into the bye. So I don't see that happening. But, actually, let me just...
And remember, though, same thing with the Yankees or anybody. When you have the bye, you're not skipping pitchers in this last weekend because they're not playing until the following weekend anyway.
That's a good point. But you might not push them. You might take them out after 4 or 5.
Instead of let them go 7.
Yeah. Like if they're dealing, you probably still take them out after 5. But I mean, whatever the case may be, like right now, this American League, the National League wild card is easy. It's the Mets and it's the Diamondbacks or the Reds. We just went through that. The American League, I mean, everyone else is eliminated. It's a battle between 2 teams for this final wild card spot between Detroit and Houston. But right now, that division, the Yankees are tied with the Blue Jays. That division's up for grabs. I suppose the Central is still up for grabs. And I guess positioning is still kind of up for grabs, where the Tigers could overtake the Red Sox if the Red Sox stumble over the next 4. But they're on an 8-game losing streak, the Tigers. The Astros are on a 5-game losing streak. The Yankees are on a 4-game winning streak. They're the best team in baseball since the beginning of August, and they are one game away from taking down the frauds and winning this division. And that would be sweet. That would be sweet. And then we're going to get to your calls in a second, but let's do Springer for a second. Because I got to be honest, as we're talking about the frauds, right? If you haven't seen the video, John Boy, who is, they do a great job talking Yanks. They'll be on after me on Saturday this week with a show here on the Fan. They've started doing that on weekends, so that's awesome. But he broke in with the Savages in the Box reading the lips. That's really what started to set John Boy apart and really, set him off here on this, making deals with MLB and Yes Network and WFAN. And he just put out a video of George Springer Tuesday. I get confused. Tuesday night, they obviously lose to the Red Sox. And George Springer hits a ball with the bases loaded right down the third baseline. And it's called foul. Now, I am not 1,000% sure, but I'm pretty damn sure that's a fair ball that bounces over the bag. Like, if I had to make a bet, my life depended on it, it's a fair ball. So I'm not saying George Springer didn't get screwed. He did. After that foul ball, which should have been a double down the line to score at least 2 runs, maybe 3, he gets back in the box, and there's a breaking ball, which is clearly at least an inch or 2 off the plate, called for strike 3. And he gets frustrated. He slams the bat. He goes into the dugout. When he's in the dugout, John Boy picks it up on camera. He's frustrated, obviously, and rightfully so. He got screwed not once, but twice in the matter of 2 pitches. So I get the frustration. But then he has the balls to say, and again, he didn't say it publicly. He didn't say it into a microphone. He didn't say it in the press conference. He said it in the dugout, not knowing anybody would hear him. But on his mind, as this team is blowing the division, as this team is losing on a nightly basis, this isn't just one game. They had a 5-game division lead 10 days ago. Not even that, a week ago. I think Meredith said, and I got to go double check, Meredith said to Judge in the postgame on the field that a week ago they were down 5 games. The Yankees have made up 5 games in a week or 8 days. They've been losing consistently. They're in free fall. Their pitching rotation is falling apart. They are doing what frauds do. And in that moment, he's got the nerve to say, if they want the Yankees to win, just tell us and give it to them. That's what he's thinking in that moment. In that moment, as a fair ball, or what we would suspect is a fair ball, is called foul, and a ball is called strike 3, he goes back to the bench, and his thought process is Major League Baseball is in it to screw the Blue Jays so the Yankees can win the division. Never mind the fact that they could get 3 more games from the Yankees at Yankee Stadium in the wild card. They're both going to the playoffs. But if you want to give it to the Yankees, just tell us and give it to them. That is coming from a dude who literally cheated at the highest level in baseball history. It is the biggest scandal since the 1919 Black Sox. He was banging on trash cans, cheating his way to a World Series title. This dude's got the balls to sit there and think they're being screwed because everybody wants the Yankees to win? Go take a walk, George Springer. You fraud. And you know what? That is peak fraud mentality. He is so terrified of losing the division. The Yankees are so far in his head. And the idea that they would beat the Yankees is so still in the back of his mind, hard to fathom, that he's got to come up with reasons why they're blowing it to the New York Yankees when they had a 5-game lead a week ago. This wasn't one. They didn't come into this tied and now they're screwed. This wasn't a one-day thing. They had every opportunity to pull away and own this division, and they have blown it. They have. Springer, Vladimir Guerrero, who got thrown out of this game because they're panicking, because they're frauds, because they have no idea how to stop the momentum clearly turning in the Yankees' favor. And that's what they're thinking about. As they get struck out, as they get a fair ball turned foul, they're thinking about how someone's screwing us. It can't just be that we're bad. It can't just be that we're blowing it. It can't just be that this is all too much for us frauds. It's no. Major League Baseball wants the Yankees. What a crybaby fraud. Unbelievable. From a dude who literally cheated to get a championship. Maybe it's the comeuppance of the Houston Astros because that excellent winning manager out in Detroit has no idea how to get a win either. And he's going to blow a division in obviously Hinch, if you don't know who I'm talking about, the former manager of the Houston Astros, current manager of the Detroit Tigers. Oh, what a job by Hinch. He's incredible. He takes over the Tigers. They're a playoff team last year. They're as dangerous as anybody. This year, they've built up the best record in the American League, and they're going to win that division. 8 in a row. They're a game up over the Astros just to hang on to a playoff spot. I wonder if he thinks Major League Baseball wants Cleveland to win. Hey, if you want Cleveland to win, just give it to them. No. They're taking it. And you know what, Springer? So are the Yankees. Ain't nobody giving it to them. Ain't nobody taking it from you. You're blowing it, and the Yankees are taking it. Sorry. What a loser. This is going to be sweet. This is going to be the best division title ever. This is going to be the greatest division title of all time. They still got to go out and do it. They got 4 games, and they have to be a game better. And the Blue Jays, to their credit, have earned every bit of the tiebreaker. They beat up on the Yankees this year. There is no doubt about it. I can't say different. The Yankees won the last series against them, won the first series against them, and in between, they won the bread. The sandwich was the meat was absolutely owned by Toronto. And if the Yankees could have just figured out a way to win one of those 4 games, just one, be locking up the division over the next couple days. So they still got to go out and play it. I get it, and they still do. And I'm not telling you it's a fate. It's not over. They got to go do it. Yankees got to go do it. But I told you these Blue Jays are frauds, and now they're crying. Now they're getting thrown out of games. Now they're blaming Major League Baseball for trying to rig the system. That's what frauds do. When they don't know how to stop it, they complain and say, look, this guy's doing it to me. That guy's doing it to me. That's what losers do, and that's not you. That's the second Rocky Balboa reference I've made in the last 10 minutes. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Ray in Brooklyn. What's up, Ray?
T-Mac, good morning, bro.
Good morning.
You got me hyped right now.
Let's go.
Oh, man. Yeah, listen, bear with me. There's a lot of meat on this bone. Let me address, and I know I can say this because I heard my boy Keith McPherson say, let me address that crybaby bitch, George Springer. Has he not seen how many times the instant replay has screwed the Yankees this year? Does he not know that Aaron Judge not only gets the low strike called against him, that's obviously not even a strike, but the one, east, west, and north as well? What is he, kidding me? And he's supposed to be in our heads because he was on those Houston Astros, right? That guy is just a clown. That team And C-Mac, I have nothing against big guys. Oh, I do have a pet peeve when you're supposed to be an athlete and you're a fat guy like Alejandro Kirk and Vladimir Guerrero and that fat bastard Alex Manoah, who's not even a major leaguer anymore. And, maybe if they weren't so fat, they could get to the finish line. So, but hold on, I got a little more.
I don't know if we have to get so personal. Fraud is enough.
It's personal. But shout out to Fleegs, and guys like Gallo who've been good guys, have not pounded their chest and they didn't take the low hanging fruit like most Mets fans did. And so I feel bad for them, because they weren't necessarily trolling us at all in the off season, and I told Fleegs that. Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. But as far as everybody else, let me just say this about Jonah Tong. T-Mac, why were they saying, why were they singing a song? I guess because this guy is just ass like the rest of the team. And then, the drum roll for me,
I got
please.
you, Thong. Yeah, very, very clever, Ray. I got you. Listen, it's not that Tong can't pitch. This is a tough spot for a young kid. Sometimes they come up and take the bull by the horns, as we've seen with McLean, who's had a hell of a lot more seasoning than Jonah Tong has. The dude was pitching, and he's got 2 AAA starts. He was in AA. Now, AA, you could argue the competition's just as good or better than in AAA. Certainly the pitching is usually better. I'm trying to think if the hitting is, but it's that's where a lot of prospects can tend to come from. Or where a lot of the top prospects play a lot of their baseball before brief stints in AAA before coming up. But still, very little seasoning. He was just dominant. They brought him up because they needed him and because he was the best minor league pitcher in all of Major League Baseball. In all of minor league baseball, rather. He was as good as it got this year. He was having a dominant season. And the Mets rotation's falling apart, so you give him a try. These are tough spots, man. This is you just thrusted him, and not only did you ask him to come up here and pitch well, it would be one thing if he joins a good rotation or joins a team that's playing well, and it's hey, I don't know, Shane Spencer, for lack of a better term, right? The Yankees offense was struggling a little bit at the end of 98, but and they could use some pop, but he was joining the 98 Yankees, he was able to go off. There's pressure situations and there's non-pressure situations. And to ask a rookie to come up and not only just join a Met rotation and be part of it, he's asked to be part of the saving of the rotation. As Manaea is failing, as Sanga's failing, as Peterson's failing. It's not just come up and help. It's, hey, we're losing. We're blowing this thing. We're going to miss the postseason. I need you to pitch against the Chicago Cubs and shut them down so that we can make a wild card. With our high payroll and Juan Soto's offseason. That's a lot. So I don't think he stinks. I don't think he's ass, as you put it. I don't. I'm sure I think Tong is a very talented pitcher. He's got some good stuff. He couldn't locate his breaking ball, and he just got predictable with his fastball changeup. They made him, he was a 2-pitch pitcher last night, and you can't be a 2-pitch pitcher against that lineup unless you're going to throw 100. And he was sitting around 94, 95. But I just think it's a very difficult ask. Very difficult ask. And again, I know people want to blame Stearns, and he deserves his share of blame. There's no doubt. But as we were talking about before, I think a caller said it to Keith, Kodai Senga fell off. Just completely fell off. The dude, before the injury, was pitching to a sub-2 ERA, not a sub-3 ERA. He was in the 1s. Then he gets hurt. He comes back. He's nothing like himself. Manaea, Clay Holmes was pitching great. Peterson was an all-star. It's tough to envision Peterson and Senga being unpitchable come mid to end of September. Again, I'm not saying Stearns did a great job building the rotation. I'm also not saying there were a ton of great options. Were there better options than Frankie Montas? Yeah, I believe, wasn't Boyd a free agent? Boyd's had a better season. Boyd would have been a better signing than Montas. we're kind of nitpicking there and now looking at it 2020, hindsight's 2020. But yeah, sure. He could have done a better job building this rotation. There's no doubt. I can tell you till we're blue in the face that there wasn't a lot of great options and this one hurt his arm and this one blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't matter. The rotation hasn't been good. He could have found a way if he was, on the run he was last year of having the Midas touch. He could have built a better rotation. He could have. But all I'll say about Stearns, and I've been on him for this the entire year, but what I will say is that, okay, it probably wasn't going to be good enough to beat the Phillies this year for the division. But if Senga and Peterson just pitched to 3/4 of what they were in the first half of the season, we are not stressing these last 4 games. Doesn't make them World Series champion. Doesn't even make them necessarily World Series contender or contending for the division because the Phillies have just, completely kicked their ass and pulled away by 10, 11 games. But if either of those 2 starting pitchers, almost either, but certainly both, if they just pitched to 3/4 of what they were prior to Senga's injury and August for Peterson, we would not be stressing, Met fans would not be stressing these last 4 games. They would be securely in a wild card spot, and we'd be figuring out, what's the rotation for the postseason. That's not an excuse. That's not to say that he did a good job this year, because I don't think he has done a good job this year. The trade deadline was not good for him. Finding a center fielder has proven very difficult for him. The rotation could have been built better. $17 million a year for 2 years for Montas is a disastrous deal. There's plenty of issues, and he's got plenty of blame. But the idea that this rotation is in complete shambles, part of it's just bad luck that you can't foresee. Yes, they could have went out and got a starting pitcher. Absolutely, they could have done that at the trade deadline. I don't know who. I don't know who's been so great that you feel like they absolutely had to have, but they did bring up Sproat. They did bring up McLean. Both of them have been really good. McLean's obviously been excellent. And we'll see how this rotation, see the next 4 days, see if they can find it. But I do think they've hit a little bad luck with the rotation. Not saying it would have been good enough to really win. I'm not saying it's a good enough rotation for a $300+ million payroll. I'm not saying it's the best way to look at a rotation to necessarily go win a World Series. I've had discussions about all of that. I'm just saying we wouldn't be life or death watching the Cincinnati Reds play the Pittsburgh Pirates with the same level of fervor as you did watching the Met game. We wouldn't be there if Kodai Senga just was okay and Peterson didn't fall off a cliff. If either, certainly both, but almost if either of those things happen, or don't happen, rather, you're looking at least a playoff team. You're looking at least that.
Well, based on the standings, if you're talking about just one decent start from the 2 of them,
right? I mean, that's
then
it.
The magic number's 1.
Then the magic number's 1. If either of them just give you a one representative start over the last month and a half, you're feeling a hell of a lot better about where you are today. Now, again, that wouldn't make them a championship contender or that they would get out of the wild card or that you would feel good about them in the National League. I get it. And that's ultimately the goal when you have this kind of payroll. Heavy lies the crown. That's what we talked about all offseason too. But we wouldn't be sweating out these games and we wouldn't be talking about one of the great collapse in sports history. And that's what it feels like right now. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Come back with more of your calls. Mets, Yankees. We'll get to the football in a little bit. But I'm enjoying the baseball talk. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Come right back after the update.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Abdul Carter, I know you're a rookie, but you came in talking like you were the man. You got a quarterback, Pat Mahomes, dead to rights for a sack. Sack him. Don't let him toss a ball 70 yards downfield and get a PI. Oh, and Drew Phillips. Can you play consistently, please?
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Got internet? Cool. A $200 Verizon gift card for switching to our Fios 1 gig plan? Hot. And here's a pro tip. Use it to pay your bill. It's like getting 2 months free. Plus, get a 5-year price guarantee. Hurry into your Verizon store today. Offer ends 10/8/25. Must install and maintain eligible Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on select plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for additional terms and conditions.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready, we're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard.
Your debit card doesn't have to be boring. With the Cash App card, you can actually customize it to your specific style. On top of that, you're getting discounts on brands you already use and even early access to major concert tickets. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and get $10 back. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit overdraft coverage and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. One step forward, two steps back. Jonah Tong torched for 5 runs, 7 hits, in just 2 innings as the Cubs rolled the Mets 10-3. The Mets pitching once again, putting behind the 8 ball, forced him to use both Clay Holmes and Sean Manaea out of the pen in a lopsided game.
Today was one of those days because of what happened yesterday. It was their bullpen day pretty much, and, they volunteered yesterday. Like, hey, if you guys need us, so you appreciate that. That he says a lot about them, and here we were today, meeting them, and instead of throwing that bullpen, they ended up, throwing in the game.
Reds and Diamondbacks both lost an extra, so the Mets do maintain their 1-game lead on both. Aaron Judge went deep twice, gives him 51 on the year. 4th time Judge has reached 50 homers, just the 4th player to ever reach that plateau, as the Yankees dismissed the White Sox 8-1. Max Fried, 7 innings, a 1-run ball, 7 Ks, the league-leading 19th victory. Blue Jays lost, so the Yankees and Toronto now tied atop the AL East, but the Blue Jays do on the tiebreaker. Ruth, Maris, Judge, Raleigh. Cal Raleigh with 60 homers, just the 4th player in American League history to ever reach that number, as the Mariners clinched the AL West for the first time since 2001. And the Giants made the move to Jaxson Dart official, but despite another 0-3 start, the rookie says pressure not on his mind.
I don't feel it from that standpoint. My focus is just trying to just win one game at a time.
71 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 306. McMonigle here with you on the fan. 888-808-1019. Yeah, Marco just told you. Cal Raleigh, number 59 and 60, making his case for the American League MVP. And look, all I've ever said about it, and I know the American League MVP is kind of a hot topic. Everybody wants to, you got to defend Judge on this. Other things we were allowed to, we get on Judge. But I will say that, and all I've ever said is that it's a conversation. People want to act like even insinuating or discussing the idea that Cal Raleigh could win the MVP is some sort of enormous slight on Aaron Judge. Like, I don't think that's the case. I do think it's a talking point. I do think there's a discussion. He's a catcher, and I know, it's not even just the position that he plays. It's how difficult it is to play that position and hit. It's not easy. Not a lot of guys do it. So to be a switch-hitting catcher who just hit his 60th home run, he's got 60. What if he breaks Judge's record and hits 63 home runs? You don't think he should be in consideration for the MVP? There's nothing he can do because Judge has got a better batting average and a better OPS? There's nothing he can do? I'm just saying it's a discussion. And especially if they win the division. If the Yankees win the division and get the 1 seed, and no one seems to bring that up. I'm the only one shouting about division and success of the team. I always thought that was a big part of the MVP, unless there was a no doubt about it guy having an incredible season on a losing team. To me, it makes a difference if Seattle's getting the bye and the Yankees are starting in a wild card. There is a difference to me. I don't care what the records are. You're in your division. Go win your division. So I put an emphasis on that. But, yeah, there's a guy who's hitting. He's now the 3rd guy, and he's going to be. He hasn't won it just yet, but he's going to win the batting title. He's going to be the 3rd guy in history to hit 50 home runs and win a batting title. I mean, that's incredible. To have that kind of power and have the batting title is crazy. And watching the end of the Yankee game, I thought Jack Curry gave an incredible stat. And I know on-base percentages and everything, but it's important, right? We've established how important it is over the last handful of years, really for a long time. But if Cal Raleigh got on base his next 150 consecutive at-bats, he still wouldn't have as good an on-base percentage as Aaron Judge. If Cal Raleigh got on base 150 times in a row, he still wouldn't have as good an on-base percentage as Aaron Judge. Like, he's hitting, almost 100 points higher or close to it. I don't know, 80 points higher. He's got an on-base percentage that the dude couldn't catch if he got on 150 times in a row. His OPS is better. His OPS plus is better. His WAR is better. Everything's better except home runs and RBIs. But I will just tell you, if you have a switch-hitting catcher who hits 60 home runs and leads the Seattle Mariners to a division title, which he already has, for the first time since 2001, the idea that there isn't a discussion about who the MVP is because Judge has a better OPS, I'm sorry. I disagree with you. I still vote Judge, and if Judge wins the division, if the Yankees win the division and beat the frauds, then I would absolutely put Judge ahead of him. But the idea that I'm somehow being disrespectful to Aaron Judge or that I got to be some kind of idiot when you look at the numbers, how could you say this? How could you? He's the better offensive player. We all know it. We all know Judge is the better offensive player, the better all-around offensive player. He's got more intentional walks than other franchises. That other teams don't have as many intentional walks as he does. And, I mean, that's the epitome of, and the Yankee lineup is deeper. And yet they don't walk Cal Raleigh nearly as much as Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge gets pitched around because you can't pitch him. He's the best hitter in the game. We get it. But you can't just dismiss a dude winning a division for a team that hasn't made the playoffs, let alone won the division all but once since 2001. He's hitting 60 home runs from a catcher. There's a conversation. To say there's no conversation is just stupid. Rob in New London. What's up, Rob?
Hey, Chris. How you doing tonight, buddy?
Good. How are you, buddy? I'm doing great. Doing great.
I'm doing really well. Thank you very much. So as far as Cal Raleigh goes, I think they should hold a vote for it. And yeah, that's what they should do. So let me tell you, I don't think the Blue Jays, I wouldn't be surprised if they lose the rest of their games. I mean, I saw them tonight because, I have Neston as well as Yes Network. And I was, switching between the channels, and I was just watching the Blue Jays play, and they actually look worse than the final score indicates right now. I mean, look, I don't know how anybody could hate on the Yankees. I mean, right now, they also passed the eye test. I think that they can really kick the Blue Jays' butt. What do you think?
Yeah, do I think they could beat the Blue Jays' butt? Yeah, I mean, listen, they got 4 games left. The Blue Jays' rotation is in shambles. They had to throw Max Scherzer out there. Right now, you could argue he's their third starter in the wild card series if they're there, or third starter in a playoff series. Berrios has been sent to the bullpen. He gave up a 3-run home run yesterday coming out of the bullpen. They have Gosman, and that's about it. You don't feel very good about that Blue Jay starting rotation at all. Bassett's hurt. Scherzer and Berrios have been terrible. So the starting rotation's in shambles. I don't trust Hoffman at the back end of the bullpen. And the lineup, while gives you tough at-bats and put the ball in play, they're not very explosive. I think the Yankees are better at almost everything. Other than defense, which they are a better defensive team than the Yankees. They're a good defensive team, and they're better than the Yankees at it. Other than that, they don't do anything better than the Yankees. But they have beat the Yankees over the course of the season. They played a lot of games while the Yankees were going bad, but that's no excuse. They beat them. And they've earned every bit of the tiebreaker. But yeah, do I think that there's a good chance that the Yankees are the better team over the next 4 days and win the division? I absolutely do. Paul in Buffalo, what's up, Paul?
C-Mac, that was a beautiful opening. The whole first hour. If you're a Yankee fan, that was as good as it gets. That was just special. And let me say this. Manager of the year, executive of the year, MVP. I think the Yankees could get the trifecta on the awards show.
He's not going to win Manager of the Year. Although, you know what? I mean, let's be honest. We all assumed it was going to be A.J. Hinch for a lot of the season. He can't win it now.
When the chips are down, look at how tuned up the Yankees have been the last month.
Yeah.
They're hitting. The starting pitching for the whole year. They're right up there with anybody. And the relievers are on point right now. The only thing that isn't going right now is Giancarlo, and he's going to flip a switch in October, I'm sure.
Well, let's hope
I am
so.
just ready to go, man.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm with you. I think you could argue that Cashman could win Executive of the Year. I don't think there's any chance Boone is winning Manager of the Year, but I appreciate you. I like it. And definitely judging the MVP. But yeah, right now, they're playing well. They're playing their best baseball. They are. They're playing their best baseball. They've been playing it for a month now. And I expect Stanton to turn it on too. The question mark of the team, let's be honest. The question mark is twofold. Really, to me, it's twofold. One, is the bullpen good enough? And two, are they going to make the critical mistake and cost themselves a game? And I guess three, are they going to hit, which is always kind of any team you're worried about scoring runs, and certainly the Yankees have not hit traditionally in this postseason. So I guess you could add three. Will they actually hit? Will Judge hit? Will they get enough outs in the bullpen? And are they going to make a critical mistake that kills them in a game?
It's that critical mistake part that I'm worried about, because Devin Williams is fully back in the circle of trust for me.
Yeah.
Luke Weaver's back. Bednar's never left it.
Yeah.
Even Tim Hill's looked good. I think I have four relievers at least I can count on. Cruz, too. I don't trust him as much as everyone else because I think he's been overused.
Yeah. No, they're getting it together. It's still a little shaky, though, for me. They haven't been consistent enough. I don't disagree with you. Right now, you're seeing for sure Devin Williams pitched the best he's pitched all year. Bednar's, been good. I haven't seen him that much because they've either, they haven't had a lot of close games. So we haven't seen Bednar much, but absolutely. Hill's been a little bit better the last couple times out. But Weaver I'm nervous about him. Not that I don't trust him necessarily, but I'm nervous about, at any moment these guys can come in and not give you a good performance. They haven't been consistent enough, even if they're turning it on in the last week or so. They just haven't been consistent enough all year to have real, true faith in them. But I agree with you. When I look at other bullpens outside of Boston in the American League, I don't, because Boston's got Chapman and really good arms back there. I think their bullpen is clearly better than the Yankees. Outside of that, I don't think there's another bullpen that's that much better. The Yankees just haven't been that consistent.
The only team in the American League I have nerves about right now is just because of the way they're pitching is Cleveland, even though we own them when we play them in the playoffs. But, man, they're pitching lights out right now.
Yeah, no, Cleveland is pitching lights out right now. Their starting pitching in particular has been great, and we know their bullpen still has, Smith and Gaddis, even without their closer, who's still going through, I guess, whatever he's going through. I haven't heard anything about that. I don't know if Class A is still under investigation. I haven't heard anything about Class A. But they've still got arms in that bullpen. The starting rotation's been excellent now over this stretch. And, they got pesky hitters. They don't have a lot of great hitters. I think they've only got two guys in the lineup with an above 100 OPS plus. And what's his name at the top of the lineup isn't even one of them, which is amazing. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? What the hell's his name? Why am I drawing a blank on it? Come on, give me the box score, would you? This is not one I'm going to let go. I can't let this one go. What the hell's his name? Stephen Kwan. Losing it. And Kwan's not even one of them, and he was an all-star this year for them. He's hitting 296, and he's not 100 OPS. He's not a 100-plus OPS guy. If that's what I don't know if he's done it in the last 2 days, but I read an article that had that 2 days ago. So it's like Ramirez and three. Ramirez, Manzardo, and Naylor, believe it or not, is at 100 OPS plus because he's gotten some power. They don't have a lot of great hitters in that lineup. They don't, but they're pesky. Ramirez is great. And, yeah, right now their starting pitching has been excellent. But, again, if they see the Cleveland Guardians in the postseason, that would be one hell of a gift. Because I just don't have – it's one of those teams the Yankees beat right now. I know they've lost to Cleveland before. They lost to Cleveland in 97. They lost to Cleveland in 2007. But – well, I guess they play them on a lot of sevens. 97, 2007, 2017. I guess I never put that together. 2017, they overcame losing the first two and won 3 in a row against Cleveland. When they were the best team, they were defending American League champs, and the Yankees took them down. And then obviously the last couple years, they've beaten them in the ALDS. So I feel uber confident if the Yankees were to take on Cleveland. Stuart in Brooklyn, what's up, Stu?
You were right. They hunted them down, didn't they now?
Excuse me?
They hunted the Blue Jays down.
They hunted the Blue Jays down. They've picked up 5 games in the last 7 days. They are now tied in the division, and the frauds don't know how to handle it. I love every second of it.
I love every second because, they walk around like Guerreros. I'll never play for the Yankees.
Oh, okay. Don't you worry. I'm saving a lot of my fraud ammunition for when it actually happens. They haven't overtaken them yet. There's only so much fraud I can throw around. I'm having fun with it the best I can, but they have to actually have to overcome it. But you're not wrong. Vladimir Guerrero has had a lot to say.
Too much.
About beating the Yankees. He doesn't want to join the Yankees. He loves to beat the Yankees. That's what he liked to say.
But guess what? It's going to be nice when we beat him.
And here's the thing. They've beaten him in every big spot ever before this. When have the Blue Jays ever beat the Yankees? Ever?
No, never.
They never have.
They've
won a lot this regular season. They beat them in a 4-game series. They've beaten them they went through the middle of the season and took care of the Yankees. But I'm just telling you right now, I've been saying it forever. I've never wavered. Frauds.
But they've always been frauds.
Yeah.
Well, the only 2 times they weren't frauds, 92 and 93.
I mean, I guess that's going back.
93 when they won the back-to-back.
Well, I mean, let's be fair too. I wasn't around. I don't remember it all that much. Or obviously,
I remember it.
Well, I'm just saying, in the '80s, didn't they? They kept the Yankees out of the playoffs a couple times. So it's not like
but when it came time, recently they haven't. I mean, after 92, 93, there haven't been anything spectacular except for maybe this year. And it's been a time to shut Junior up.
Well, let's hope so. But listen, I guess there are people on the chat in between talking about my shirt, my teeth, and my weight. There are people saying I said something about the Yankees having the best team ever. I never said anything about the Yankees having the best team ever. I said this would be my personal favorite division title. Not necessarily the best division title, not the best team to win a division title, not the toughest division they've ever been in. Just my personal favorite division title. To overcome this up and down season where so much of the fan base was ready to kick this team out, and not only kick the team out or be done with it, how many times did I have to hear, and I've gotten on Keith to his face about it. I love my guy Keith, but off the roller coaster, there's no such thing, man. There's no such thing of getting off or there are times that you don't know if you actually believe that this team could compete for a championship. Sure, that goes the course of every team for the most part. But I need to see this before I'll get back in. Before I let them break my heart again, I got to see this. They're going to play 12 games against really good competition, right? They've had a bad winning percentage against these teams. 12 playoff teams in a row. How many games do they have to win for you to believe in them? How many games? I believe in them right now. What do you mean? What do you mean? I never understood it. And now that they're on the precipice of winning a division and overcoming the Blue Jays, oof. And you're right, Vladimir Guerrero had a lot to say. And how sweet would this be? And again, I have all this ready to go if and when it happens. They still got to overcome them. Right now, they're just tied. Right now, season ends today, Blue Jays are the division champs. Yankees still have work to do. But Vladimir Guerrero has did interviews, talked about it, never want to be a Yankee, loves beating the Yankees. Loves beating the Yankees, would never sign with the Yankees, wants no part of the Yankees, would never be a Yankee, blah, blah, blah. Right? Said it a bunch. In the last 2 years, last year, Blue Jays were awful, talking about moving him at the trade deadline because they couldn't come up with a contract. And suddenly, wherever I get traded, even if it's the Yankees, I'll be a professional and that would be amazing and I would go try to win a World Series. So last year at the trade deadline, backed off all his talk about how he'd never be a Yankee. And now if they get to stick it to him this year, after he's been leading the division since July, If they come up and beat him after all this talk about how he loves to beat the Yankees, if the Yankees overtake him in the last 4 games of the year to win the division, ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. That's what I live for. That will be, and that is why, it will be my favorite division title ever. Now, they got to win a World Series, but I'm just telling you. That will be, I will go get 2025 division swag. 100% I will. I will go out and buy 2025 AL East champion swag. That's how I'll go get a hat. I'll go get a sweatshirt. I'll go get something that says AL East division champ on it. And I know we're not supposed to celebrate such mundane things. I know we're supposed to pity the franchises who do. I'm going to celebrate this one. 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll continue to take your calls on the baseball. Yankees, Mets. We got to get to Jaxson Dart, which, look, he's going to be the quarterback. We know what's on the line, and the coach ain't hiding from nothing. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back after this.
As a competitor, you want to play on the biggest stages in front of the best and most passionate fans.
Jaxson Dart has just trotted onto the field.
The Jaxson Dart era starts Sunday.
Pistol set with Dart and Scadaboo.
As the Giants take on Justin Herbert and the 3-0 Chargers at 1 p.m.
Dart pumps his right leg, takes the snap. Handoff Scadaboo. Up the middle he goes. Scadaboo to the 10. Scadaboo to the 5. Scadaboo reaching for the goal line, and he's down at the 1.
With help from fellow rookie Cam Scadaboo and the dynamic Malik Neighbors, the young QB will look to lead Big Blue to their first win of the season in front of the hometown faithful.
Into the end zone, standing up, and the Giants are back in front.
Don't miss a second of the action here on your home for New York Giants football. WFAN 1019 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Fall is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months. Or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Rico Brogna podcast is proudly sponsored by Takara Fuji Apple Chew High, the sparkling cocktail that blends shochu spirits with delicious flavors of fruits from Japan. Whether it's Citi Field or your favorite spot, raise the apple.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
It's officially Ryder Cup week, and our friends at Flag & Anthem have the best officially licensed gear. Join me at the official Ryder Cup watch party Friday at the Tap Room in Farmingdale, where Flag & Anthem will be giving away 2 tickets to Saturday's golf matches. Doors open at 11 a.m., so come stop by for a chance to go to the biggest event in golf.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 3:32. McMonigle here with you halfway through as we got you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. So let's talk a little Jaxson Dart. I will get right back to the phone calls. But I want to talk a little Jaxson Dart as the New York Giants, 0-3, of course. I mean, they've played 3 games, so probably soon to be 0-4, although keep our fingers crossed. Have made the move, right? We talked about it yesterday. They've made the move. Russell Wilson is no longer the quarterback. They have gone to Jaxson Dart. And Brian Daboll came out today, talked about it, made it very clear this is his decision. And I'm curious because I don't remember, most of what's happened here with the Giants and Daboll and Shane. You know, it's a mutual decision. Like we saw, for example, in the draft room about Jaxson Dart. Joe Shane say, hey, he's your guy. You ready? Let's go get him. And that's paraphrasing, but it felt like it was almost like, all right, I'm not sure, but you're my guy, and you say he's your guy, so let's go get him. Like, it was almost like, well, we're not on the same page necessarily, but you're the coach. You're going to have to be the one that makes it work, so let's go get your guy. And there was a lot of speculation that there was some sort of, schism inside the Giants room about which quarterback to take or whatever. And Joe Shane, I remember coming on with Evan and Tiki, completely dismissed that. Absolutely not. We all it's a mutual decision. Everything is a mutual decision. They got hired pretty much together. I mean, I know Joe Shane technically hired Brian Daboll, but they both came from Buffalo. They've been attached at the hip. I don't think there's any way, especially now that they decided to keep him from this year, that these two guys are in any. I don't think there's a chance Daboll stays and Shane goes or vice versa. They are going together. And so to make this monumental, season-changing, franchise-changing decision, and to have the coach stand there and emphatically, over and over again in his press conference, said it 4, 5, 6, 7 times if he said it once. This is my decision. My decision. To own it like that, I don't know if it's because he's uber confident in the way Jaxson Dart will play, because we all know, right, we can have this conversation over again. He's trying to save his job, or at least this would go a long way to saving his job if Jaxson Dart is successful. So if Jaxson Dart is successful and it's, well, the owner forced this on me, or it won't matter necessarily, because as long as he coaches him up and Jaxson Dart plays well, it looks good on Brian Daboll. But he was emphatic about, this is my idea. I decided this. So it begs the question, does the rest of the organization believe this is the right move? And I got to be honest with you. I heard a couple people call me up and go, oh, I'm sure the team is ready for this. Russell Wilson stinks. Jaxson Dart's look better in camp, blah, blah, blah. Go listen to Dexter Lawrence. See if there's any Dexter Lawrence sound. I'm sorry, Mike. I should have ran this by you earlier. But Dexter Lawrence is kind of like, well, no, I mean, they don't ask me, but he's my quarterback now, so I'm with him ride or die. And then they asked him how he found out. He said, I found out like everybody else found out. He found out through Adam Schefter's tweet, because that's how I found out. So if he says that's how everybody found that, he found out just like everybody else, well, I found out on Twitter and social media. So I don't know. I got to be honest with you. I don't think the team's that excited about it. You know why? Because Tiki Barber says it all the time. Rookies suck. That team wasn't excited about Eli Manning taking over for Kurt Warner. I don't know if these guys are excited for a rookie quarterback. Whatever you think of Russell Wilson, whatever you think of him, right? Whatever we've seen the first 3 days, whatever we saw in his 2 years in Denver and the end of last year with Pittsburgh, whatever we might think of Russell Wilson is a Hall of Fame quarterback who had the best game they've ever seen a quarterback have. Anybody who's with the Giants, and I know that's unfair to Daniel Jones. I'm very sorry, Daniel. I'm very, very sorry. But Russell Wilson threw for 450 yards, put up 37 points, and threw bombs into the end zone, including what should have been the game winner with 25 seconds left. Whatever you might think of him, that's a Hall of Fame quarterback that has a ring on his finger for an organization and a bunch of players who ain't won squat. And 3 weeks into it, they're going to take this quarterback who has a ring on his finger, all the experience, the leadership that they're praising over and over again in camp, and they're going to go to a rookie with their season on the brink. And we might say it's over 0-3. Those players don't believe it's over 0-3. They play 17 of these bad boys. They ain't thinking it's over at 0-3. So part of me thinks he's making the decision and saying that it's his decision so that the team doesn't think, well, this is from up on high, just like last year with Daniel Jones. They cut him because of money and everything else, and this is strictly to appease a fan base. This is strictly for this. And I think the coach is getting out in front of it and saying, no. This is my decision because it's a football decision. It's my decision because I genuinely believe Jaxson Dart is ready, and Jaxson Dart is the best option for this team to go win football games. There's a couple of different reasons why he would come out and be so adamant that this is his decision. But after listening to Dexter Lawrence and understanding the dynamic, because if you think of this team as bad as it's been, over the last handful of years, can't trade away Saquon Barkley, even though we don't intend to sign him next year in the offseason, because that will ruin the team. Oh, we've got to be very careful about Daniel Jones and making that decision and dumping him because this team has grown to love him and he's their quarterback, and it's a business decision. It's not about football, and that could ruin the team. And in many ways, I thought it did. I thought some of the team didn't respond well to when they moved on from Daniel Jones. And now you're looking at it and you're like, well, oh man, we go to this rookie quarterback. It could ruin the team. Like, enough of this. You guys have been terrible forever. Get behind this young quarterback. And I think that could be a big reason why Brian Daboll made sure to say it's his decision, because if it's not his decision, it's not a football decision. It's a let's just go. I don't want the crowd to be going nuts and booing us again at home. I don't want anyone flying planes. It's time to see the young quarterback. It's not about football. But when the head coach, whose job is on the line, who has to go win football games, says it's his decision, that's kind of saying it is a football decision. And I think he needs to tell his team that, because he can't tell his team at 0-3, we're already making business decisions. So I think it's that. I think he knows that they're attached, so he might as well go down with it. I was listening to Connor Hughes on SMY, and he was talking about how he thinks, not necessarily why he took, credit or blame or control for the decision, whatever you want to put it. But he thinks he's going to him because he knows his job's on the line, and not necessarily that Brian Daboll would be saved by a great Jaxson Dart play, which he might be. But it's more of just on the lines of, hey, Russell Wilson isn't my guy. I drafted this kid. I believed in this kid. I pounded the table for this kid. And if I'm going to lose my job and I'm going to go down losing all these games and, get fired from my first head coaching job, I'm going to do it with the quarterback that I believe in, that I drafted, that I handpicked. And I think that has something to do with it, too. It's one of those, screw it, man. If I'm going down with the guy I believe in. Not that you don't believe in Russell Wilson, but he's not his guy. And I think they're deviating from the plan. There were reports last week, and I know it was after a big game from Russell Wilson, but there were reports last week that the Giants hierarchy had no real rush or no impetus to make this switch yet. Because rookie quarterbacks don't win football games. Like, not all of them. Jaden Daniels did. C.J. Stroud did. There are handfuls. But you got to be a special quarterback if you want to come and win football games right away, especially on a roster like the Giants or a team like the Giants playing the schedule they're playing. So I'm very fascinated to see it. I do think Brian Daboll could be rejuvenated from it. I think he could get a little bit more, creative play calling because of the skill set of Jaxson Dart. I'm really hoping to see some intermediate routes. I know that seems like a weird thing to say, but let's be honest, over the first 3 games of the year with Russell Wilson, it felt like it's either 40-yard bombs into double coverage or checkdowns. Like those are the only 2 plays they ran. I'd really like to see some crossing routes, see some intermediate, look at the middle of the field, use these tight ends. And hopefully, my hope is that this offense and the coaching staff in particular gets a little juice from the idea of we can do things and we're molding our ball of clay. And what the hell, balls to the wall. We've thrown in the rookie. We've got nothing else. We're 0-3. Let's go out there and play games the way we want to play them instead of trying to set it up for how Russell Wilson plays. So, we will see. I don't know if I love the idea because I'm all about developing the quarterback, and I don't know if throwing him out there this early against this defense is the right thing for him. But I got to admit, I kind of like the idea that Brian Daboll was so adamant to put it on him, to put this decision on him. I kind of like that. And I like the idea that he knows this better work or you're gone. And not only does it have to work in terms of Jaxson Dart playing well, it's got to work in terms of winning football games. You got to win some football games. You absolutely must win the Saints game. And let's be honest. Like, we'll see how he plays on Sunday against the Chargers. You can't tell me that you know right now Russell Wilson can go out there and beat a bad team. He put up enough points to do so against Dallas. Let's see how he plays, but you better be pretty freaking sure that the one winnable game you have next week, I mean, you're going to a rookie quarterback instead of, Russell Wilson go beat a bad Saints team. I'd probably have more confidence in Russell Wilson than a rookie. Now, we'll see how he plays and see if he's really ready. And that's what, the idea that they're willing to risk winning the game that you feel confident they can go win, and they're risking it by playing a rookie in that game. They either have immense confidence in him, or it's been an edict sent down from on high. And maybe Brian Daboll is just masking that by saying it's me, and it's really not him. I don't know. But I think this is his guy, and I think he's making the decision, and I think he wants the entire team to know it's not like what happened with Saquon Barkley. It's not like what happened with Daniel Jones. This is a football decision. This is not a business decision. This is a football decision. We're going to go have a better chance to win the game on Sunday by making this quarterback change. And I hope they're right. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Eddie in Rockland real quick. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on? How are you?
I just turned on YouTube. Your key lime pie shirt looks good on you.
Thank you. It is a very nice color for me.
Yeah. On this Jaxson Dart, let's break this down real quick, okay? We know what Daboll, you finally said it. The play calling's got to be, a little bit better. Double tight end, good idea. 2 tight ends. Maybe a bigger target. But basically, the situation is, you saw the 3 plays he gave Jaxson Dart, right? The 2 handoffs and then a little scramble. Is he going to force his system down there, his throat, or let Jaxson Dart be a baller? I want to see, you know what? I want Jaxson Dart to go into shotgun and be a baller for this team. I don't want Shane going, handoff, shotgun slant throw. Handoff, shotgun slant throw. Let the kid play.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of. They're going to run RPOs with him. I think that's clear. They're going to run.
What did you think of the 3 plays they gave him, Chris?
Yeah, I think it's a package designed specifically to run the RPOs with. They.
What if he got to come in to hand the ball off?
Because
what does that show?
It makes the defense assume he's coming in to run a play for him, and instead they hand the ball off. It's an RPO.
Like the baller
did they work? Did they work?
No, they didn't work. If it didn't work,
in both games,
he can't hand off the ball. He shouldn't be in the NFL.
In both games, the biggest run play they had was during the RPOs that he was on the field. Scatterboo broke the biggest runs of the game. That was a package. He wasn't the starting quarterback. This is a completely different thing. They had a package of RPOs for him to come in and run.
Daboll's system stinks. You finally said it. You want to see?
I want to see more creative.
Calling,
yeah,
right?
I mean, I don't. I think Russell Wilson also, his vision. We're starting to see some of the all 22 clips and some of the highlights. Like, he was not very good. There were some wide receivers running intermediate routes. He didn't throw them. Like, I don't think it's.
There's enough talent. Listen, Chris. There's enough talent on this offense. Yeah. Scatterboo.
I agree.
Outside. Use his. You got 2 good wide receivers. You could put 2 big tight ends. There's no reason there's not should be some action going on unless run up the middle.
They scored 37 points against the Cowboys. They scored 37 points.
Oh, Chris, why every year you harp on one game?
I'm not. You're harping on one play with. You're harping on one play from the quarterback who wasn't the starting quarterback. What are you talking about? You're harping on one handoff from 3 plays. You're harping on 3 plays. I'm just telling you, they did score 37 points.
Daboll is not a good play caller.
Well, then what's the point? What do you think he's going to do? Go in there and not call plays? He's just going to go back there like with me and the kids in the backyard and say, "Get it, Jaxson Dart. It's on 2, and hopefully someone gets open." What are you talking about? They're going to run his offense. What do you think? You're going, okay, just line up in shotgun and then make a play. What are you talking about? That's not how the NFL works. It's not how organized football works. They're going to run their offense. Their offense isn't as bleak as what it was this past week with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was part of the reason why it looked the way it looked. We're seeing highlights. I saw, Baldinger. I saw Bobby Skinner, who was, embroiled in controversy, I suppose, with Carl Banks. He was putting out videos. There were open receivers running curl routes, running slants over the middle. He didn't see the middle of the field. I think part of the reason they're making this quarterback change is that Russell Wilson didn't play well, didn't see the middle of the field, didn't see a lot of things, and was just chucking the ball deep because he can still throw the ball deep. Like, I'm not saying it's strictly Russell Wilson's fault. The offense does need to be better. The game plan, the scheme needs to work out better. Don't get me wrong, and particularly inside the red zone. He threw 4 straight passes out of the end zone. Now, I'm not saying the play calling was great, but what quarterback throws 4 straight plays inside the red zone and throws the ball out of the end zone on all 4 of them? So it was partly Russell Wilson had a miserable day, because I can guarantee you that wasn't the game plan. That wasn't the purpose of those plays. So you want to say his offense stinks? I can't argue with you. But when you say, how about some explosive plays, and they had a ton of them against Dallas, I'm going to bring it up because they've only played 3 games. In one of them, they had 8 different plays for over 25 yards. And I'm not harping. You're harping on one game. You're harping on 3 handoffs. And assuming that's the only offense they're going to run. They had a designed package for Jaxson Dart to come in and run the RPOs because they didn't think that Russell Wilson could run them. And there was a threat of having somewhat of a mobile quarterback, although he's not Lamar Jackson or some sort of real running. He's not Justin Fields. He's not a legit running quarterback, but he's got some wheels, and it presented a little bit of a change of pace. And by the way, in both games with the Jaxson Dart RPO package, they got the biggest runs of the day. Giving it to Scatterboo in the RPO with Jaxson Dart on the field, broke the 2 longest runs for both the Dallas game and the Chief game. So it actually was, in its brief little stint, and even if you want to call it silly, fine, I'm not going to argue with you, but that silly little package they put in did create the 2 best runs they had in each of those games. But now he's the starting quarterback. It's a new world. It doesn't even make sense to reference that package in the RPOs he ran. That's not what he's not going to do nothing but hand the ball off. He's going to run the offense. Are they going to rely on the run game? I think they're going to try to if they can. If Scatterboo can run, you don't want to help a young quarterback by giving him a good run game? Trying to establish the run? No, let's just snap it to him in shotgun and say, go make a play, kid. That's a better idea. Walt in Ocean Port. What's up, Walt?
Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Good morning. I heard the interview early this morning, and I sensed a lot of fear in Daboll. And the other thing is that the more important thing is that I think he said something like Jaxson Dart is going to be the quarterback for the rest of the year.
He did, yes.
Because and nobody mentioned that. I thought they were going to pick up on that. They didn't, but I thought I heard that. And the thing is I don't even know if the kid is going to go a full half in the Charger game.
Well, I mean, barring injury, he will.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, of course, nobody wants an injury.
Right.
Okay.
They will not pull him if he's playing poorly. That's what he said. I mean, that's the reason he said it. He's going. Okay. They are making a change to a young kid who is going to be the future of the franchise. There's going to be growing pains. Prepare to deal with the growing pains because we're not going back to Russell Wilson if he doesn't play well. That's the point of saying what he said.
Okay. So thank you for confirming that. I just did not.
He did. He made it clear that this is now this isn't, hey, Russell Wilson's not playing well. We've come up with a game plan against the Chargers where I think Dart can run it better. And then after the Charger game, we'll revisit this. He didn't want any speculation into that. This is the official shift to Jaxson Dart is the leader of this football team and the quarterback of this football team. That's what it is. This isn't, hey, Russell Wilson's struggling. We're going to give him a day, see how he does against the Chargers. If it doesn't go well, we could always go back to Russ. No. This is the transition. This is the moment. It is now Jaxson Dart's team for the rest of the season. And hopefully for longer than that. But if it doesn't go well and they're drafting high and Shane and Dable are gone, I don't know if Jaxson Dart's the future of this team. I don't know. I'm hoping that's not the case, but it's possible. Because I'm telling you, I absolutely think it's possible. If they have a top 5 pick and this quarterback draft turns out to be what people speculated it was going to be, and there is a new regime, a new GM, a new head coach, and Jaxson Dart plays poorly this season, I absolutely think they could draft a quarterback. And more than that, that's what they should do. That's what they should do. The new regime should draft their quarterback and not wait till year 4 of the regime to do it. They should have their guy. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because unless it goes really well, I mean, that's the scenario you're probably looking at. Most likely, even if Jaxson Dart plays well, you're looking at new head coach, new GM, top pick, or at least close to top pick. But hopefully Jaxson Dart could play well enough where whoever the new regime is believes in him. Because whoever it is has probably been doing some scouting, probably did scouting on last year's draft, probably has their own grade and report and feeling about Jaxson Dart, and we'll see how it goes. But the Giants are high on him, and he did play well in preseason. That doesn't mean a damn thing, but he did play well. There were reports going around that he's been the better quarterback in camp and that he would have won the job if it was an open competition. And clearly, from the minute the coach made him the second-string quarterback, you got the idea that this kid was higher on Dable's scale than we thought, and that he was probably more quickly to get in than we thought. Even I, who wanted him to wait, I came on and ranted about how I didn't like moving him to the second-string quarterback because it probably signifies going to him earlier than I'd like. So, I mean, from the minute they did that, you knew Brian Dable was high on him and that he was performing better than they expected, and he was picking up the offense quicker than they expected. And they were ready to go to this when they needed to. And I think, despite playing great against Dallas, if you look at how he played against how he played last week against the Chiefs, I think Russell was pretty bad, and the offense is probably, hopefully, going to function better with Jaxson Dart. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back, say good morning, and we'll take you the rest of the way to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. We'll be on YouTube streaming the whole time, so you can check me out there. Just go to the WFAN YouTube page. You'll see the overnight with me and Keith. Click on that. And you could be watching this right now. Why listen when you can watch? 888-808-1019. Quick break. Be back after this.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
This game, right? They got guys on their team talking about going undefeated, feeling like they should have been undefeated in years past. How they're this, and they got Micah Parsons now, they're Super Bowl favorites. They were on extra rest because they played Thursday night football. Please, laid an egg.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Fans, step up to the plate this fall with Primo Brands home water delivery at water.com. Whether you're hosting the big game or keeping the whole house hydrated, water.com brings your favorites. Poland Spring, Pure Life, and even Saratoga straight to your door. No heavy lifting, no last-minute store runs, just the refreshment you need when you need it. Signing up is easy. Pick your water, choose your schedule, and enjoy. Use code BASEBALL for 50% off your first order, plus free delivery. Stay refreshed all season long. Order now at water.com.
Hey, New Yorkers! Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with AutoPay mobile plus discount and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman invites you to celebrate the Ryder Cup coming to Nassau County. Thursday, September 25th, kick off the festivities with a concert and fireworks at Eisenhower Park. Friday to Sunday, watch all the action on the giant screen with games, food, and Ryder Cup ticket giveaways from 12 to 6 each day at Field 6. Friday night, don't miss world-renowned EDM DJ Steve Aoki at 8 p.m. Free admission and parking. Join us for Ryder Cup weekend at Eisenhower Park.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your Dita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Kevin and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, the Mets couldn't build off an impressive come-from-behind victory as they spotted the Cubs another 6-run lead. Chicago snapped a 5-game skid 10-3 as Jonah Tong had nothing. 5 runs, 7 hits in just 2 innings.
Other than the second inning, he had a hard time elevating the fastball, and that's what makes him who he is. They took some really good changeups, and I don't think he used that breaking ball enough, he could have do a better job of mixing there, especially once they were all over the fastball, so they got him there.
Reds and Diamondbacks both lost an extra, so Mets still 1 game up on both. Yankees find themselves tied atop the AL East for the first time since July. Aaron Judge went deep twice, gives him 51, joins Babe Ruth, Mark McGwire, and Sammy Sosa, the only players with at least 4 seasons of 50-plus homers, as the Yankees roll the White Sox 8-1.
I feel like really the last couple of weeks he's really started to swing the bat really well again and having, just really good at-bats night in and night out, at-bat after at-bat, Obviously, he gets the pitch to so carefully.
Max Fried, 7 innings, a 1-run ball, 7 Ks for a league-leading 19th win. Blue Jays lost, so the Bombers now tied atop the division, but Toronto does own the tiebreaker. 2 homers for Cal Raleigh, gives him 60 on the season. Joins Babe Ruth, Roger Maris, and Aaron Judge, only players in American League history to ever reach that mark. And the Giants officially turn the reins over to rookie Jaxson Dart, with Russell Wilson go to the bench. So what does Dart want to bring to this club?
The biggest thing for me is I want to do my best to be a spark. I want to create excitement on the field. I want to be explosive when opportunities are there, and try to just bring a little bit of swagger.
71 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
McMonigle here with you on this Thursday morning. I got you for 1 more hour. We take you to the warm-up show at 5 a.m. 888-808-1019. Tomorrow will be a football Friday. We'll get more into the games. Obviously, we were just talking about them. We will see the beginning of Jaxson Dart's career with the New York Giants. Hopefully, it's a long and fruitful one, and not the picture I just painted before where he's on another team with a new coach and new GM drafting a new quarterback. Hopefully, that's not the case. Hopefully, this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship between Brian Daboll and Jaxson Dart. But we open with the baseball because, believe it or not, it's still that time. As the New York Mets just flushed all the goodwill and momentum they had from the other night, beating the Cubs after falling behind, and dropped the second game of the series 10-3. The only positive is the 2 teams chasing them are worse than they are, as the Cincinnati Reds can't beat the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Arizona Diamondbacks lose in extra innings. They actually both rallied to get 4 extra innings at home, both of them, and lost to the Dodgers and Pirates respectively. But the Mets, obviously, Jonah Tong starts the game and is absolutely miserable. And you feel for the young kid because these are tough spots for a rookie, man. The Mets brought up 3 rookies. This rotation's in shambles. It's the 26th. Ranked the 26th rotation in baseball since June, the 26th bullpen since June, and the offense outside of 3 weeks and maybe 2 days ago in the Cubs game, has been lackluster at best. And you called up 3 kids from the minors to save your season. You're lucky you found McClain, who looks like an ace and is going to be your game 1 starter. Sproat's been pretty good, but Jonah Tong is just not ready to be here. And you saw it early on. He gets lucky to get out of the first with a great play from Taylor to nail the runner at the plate and avoid giving up runs in the first. And then in the third, after 2 innings of really not being able to land his curveball, he is pretty much a fastball changeup pitcher, and both were getting hit around. He doesn't make it out of the third inning. The Mets are forced to go to, Manaea and Clay Holmes out of the bullpen. They get absolutely pounded. They do nothing offensively. They play miserable defense, which they have done in both games now. You go back the other night, even in the victory, you get 2 terrible throws from McNeil. Soto loses a ball in the wind. In this game, Vientos opens up the door to a big inning or 2-run inning by botching just the easiest of plays and making a terrible throw that Pete can't scoop. Then, of course, Pete Crow Armstrong at second base scores on a wild pitch from second base as Clay Holmes just doesn't even bother to cover home plate. So they've got their heads up there, you know what. They're playing terrible defense. The starting rotation's a disaster. The offense comes and goes, gives you maybe one good game a series if you're lucky. The bullpen's unreliable. And the only saving grace is that the Reds are worse. But that was a disappointing performance coming off that first game against the Cubs where you really felt like you were building momentum. And yeah, momentum's only as good as your next day's starting pitcher, and Tong didn't give you any. But let's be honest, Matthew Boyd, who they faced last night, has been brutal, and particularly brutal in the first inning in his last handful of starts. He had a great first half. I believe he was an all-star. Since his last 10, he's been brutal, been terrible in the first inning. The Mets do absolutely nothing against him, and this game fades away. And the only saving grace, again, is that the Reds and Diamondbacks can't take advantage, and the Mets still, believe it or not, have their destiny in their own hands with 4 games left, and they've got to figure out how to put a good, solid, complete game together, or at least, hopefully 4 games together, and find their way into this final wild card spot after what was just another disappointing, lackluster, blah performance. And then we get to the Yankees, who beat up on the lousy Chicago White Sox. No big news there. 2 home runs from Aaron Judge, who is getting hot and is hitting 400 in September. He's going to win a batting title. He hit his 50th and 51st home runs last night. He's going to be one of 3 players in Major League history to have 50 home runs and win a batting title. And obviously Cal Raleigh with 2 home runs last night for his 59th and 60th. And that's going to be an interesting MVP battle, although I think it's Judge, and especially if they're going to overtake the fraud Jays and win a division. As last night's victory against the White Sox isn't insignificant by itself, but when you combine it with the loss that the Boston Red Sox gave the Toronto Blue Jays, and now the Blue Jays and Yankees are tied in the standings. They have the exact same record. Yes, the Blue Jays have the tiebreaker, so the Yankees have to be a game better, but they have completely caught the fraud Blue Jays, who have been terrible down the stretch here, who were up 8 days ago, up 5 games in the division. The Yankees have made up 5 games in a little more than a week, and they are on the precipice of only having to outplay the fraud Toronto Blue Jays, who are crying about fair foul calls, crying about balls and strikes. Vladimir Guerrero got thrown out yesterday, crying and screaming and pointing at the ground and pointing at the batter's box, getting thrown out of the game. And then George Springer is complaining that Major League Baseball wants to give the division to the Yankees. Can you imagine what kind of loser mentality you have to have a bad call against you after you've lost how many games here? After you've gotten your brains beaten for a week, blowing 5 games to the Yankees, and you sit there after one bad call and say, if you want to give it to the Yankees, just give it to them. Losers, frauds, that's who they are. And the New York Yankees, with 1 more game against the White Sox and 3 more against Baltimore, have an opportunity of winning this division after all the ups and downs, after all the crap, after everybody telling me how bad the Yankees are and how bad Aaron Boone is and how bad the roster is, and they don't belong and they'll probably blow it and won't even make the playoffs. They are right now tied for the best record in the American League and playing 4 more games against lousy baseball teams, have an opportunity to not only win the division over the fraud Blue Jays, but be the number 1 seed, get the bye, and have the American League playoffs, which is filled with teams that aren't any good. Whether it's the surging Cleveland Guardians, who I don't think anybody thinks would beat the Yankees in the playoffs, the failing fraud Blue Jays, the collapsing Detroit Tigers, or the absolutely dreadful, old and tired and injured 5 losses in a row Houston Astros. And the Boston Red Sox mixed in. And the American League playoffs is 1 game away from being run through the Bronx. But tell me how terrible they are again. Let's go! And let's go, Mets. Figure it out, would you? And we get the beginning of Jaxson Dart's career. So it's been a busy Thursday. It kind of has been. 888-808-1019. Plus, we're on the live stream. You can find out what color shirt I'm wearing, what chair I like to sit in, the exact separation between my 2 front teeth. We can play everybody's favorite game and how much does he weigh. It's all on the table. Join the chat. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Eric in Ronkonkoma. What's up, Eric?
Morning, C-Mac. I think you forgot to list the Mariners in that.
Oh, that's right. I did forget the Mariners. Right. The Seattle Mariners. Hold on. Let me finish my rant. The Seattle Mariners, who've won the division for the first time since 2001. Those perennial losers who the Yankees beat every time they're on the field with them. Okay. Thank you. I forgot that, Eric.
Okay. No problem. Now, I mean, you touched on a lot of what I was going to say with the Mets. I'm still going to bring it up, but I mean, you got to say, you're talking about what Toronto's just done. I mean, look at what Detroit has done.
Oh my God!
Just in the last, I think 3 weeks.
Yeah, I got
games that.
Let me go back to exactly. I know this. I know that a little more than a month ago, the division was 12.5. But the division lead was 12.5. But that was against Kansas City. Kansas City was two games better than Cleveland. At one point in August, they had a 15-game lead over Cleveland. 15. And just on September 10th, today is the 25th, 15 days ago, they had 2 weeks ago, they had a winning the division percentage at 99.9. 15 days ago, and now they are a game back, and Cleveland has the tiebreaker. They have to make up 2 games in the next 4. Unbelievable. They're only a game up of being out of the playoffs.
Right. I mean, I think it's probably been the craziest last month I can remember in a while.
And if you're a baseball fan like us, Eric, like me, I'm loving it. I got 3 TVs in my living room. I have all 3 TVs games going. It was 10 games out of 15 games or something crazy like that, where all of them, 10 out of 15 had impacts on the standings with 4 games left. And, I mean, you're watching the Reds and Pirates. You're watching the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. You're watching the Mets. You're watching the Yankees. You're watching Seattle. You're watching Houston. You're watching the Tigers and Cleveland. Like, it's been everything Major League Baseball could have ever hoped for when they set up this new format. It's been incredible.
Now that being said, all right, I still have very little confidence at all that the Mets are going to get in there. All right, I mean, we know how the Marlins like to beat up on the Mets, and they put Alcantara in their rotation for the weekend.
They have,
and look, I didn't know what to expect out of Tong yesterday. Well, what's interesting is the afternoon show brought up. And it's a very small sample size, but they did say that prior to yesterday, the one game that Alvarez caught Tong was the game against DeGrom, and he got shelled in that game too.
Yes, that's true. I forgot to mention. I was listening too. Yeah, the only other game started with Tong was the game he blew up. So yeah, now it's 2 for 2.
Yeah. So now again, that is a very small sample size.
Yeah.
But, something to keep an eye on in the future. But I mean, look, out of the 3 kids that have come up, I think he still needs some more time.
No doubt, he had the least amount of seasoning. And thank you for the call, Eric. He had the least amount of seasoning in the minor leagues. He got called up because of his dominance. If he was just pitching relatively well. Now again, they did need something. They did need him. Look at the rotation. So I mean, it's not like they didn't need him, but. If he was just having a very normal, typical, progression season of a minor leaguer, I don't know if he'd be here. He led the minor leagues in strikeouts. He was arguably the best minor league pitcher in all of baseball. So the need plus his dominance, despite only having a handful, if that, at starts at the AAA level, they decided to call him up because they needed him. And to be totally honest with you, to be fair to the Mets right now, and I know we're all going to kill Stearns for the way he's built this rotation. I get it. And to rely on 3 young starters is with a $300 million payroll seems ridiculous and obviously proving out to be unsuccessful. But the idea that of those 3, if you would have told me in September or late August into September, I'm calling up 3 pitchers from the minor leagues. 1 is going to be my ace and start game 1 of the postseason if I'm lucky enough to get there. 2 has been pretty damn good, and 3 just isn't ready yet. I would sign for that. That's about as much as you could ask for calling up 3 minor leaguers in the final month of the season. You got your best pitcher in your rotation, probably the second best pitcher in your rotation, and a kid who just isn't ready. You're lucky you hit 2 out of 3. You're lucky. So, like, it's hard to kill him because the kids they brought up, Tong has not been good, but McLean's been brilliant, and Sproat's been pretty darn good. So, it's unfortunate, and now you're going to see both of them the next 2 days, and at least you feel somewhat comfortable in what kind of outing you're going to get. Doesn't mean you're going to win the game, but at least because you're going to still see, what's his name? What's his name? I always pronounce his name wrong. You're getting the Japanese pitcher right from the Cubs, Imanaga. Imagine all the people. Imanaga is pitching, and he's tough. So there's no guarantee you're going to win the game, but at least you're comfortable in what kind of start you're going to get. Saturday and Sunday, I don't know what the Mets are going to do. I'm still fairly confident they're going to find a way because all they have to do is play as well and win as many games. They don't even have to be better. All they have to do is win as many games as the Reds, who just lost 2 to Pittsburgh. And I know, the greatest pitcher in the league pitched against them today in Skeens, but they threw Hunter Green, which sucks for them because Green's been their best pitcher. But so they lost to Skeens, but they were tied in extra innings at home. Couldn't get it done against Pittsburgh. They've lost the first 2 of that series. The Diamondbacks are playing the Dodgers, and same thing, extra innings at home, bases loaded, 1 out in the 10th, couldn't get it done. I still think having all they have to do is just win as many games in the next 4 as those 2. I still like their chances, but right now, the offense comes and goes at best. The starting rotation's a disaster. The bullpen has a couple arms you trust. And right now, just defensively and just baseball IQ has gone out the window, it feels like, over the last month. So I don't know how you have much faith, but I still, because of who they're playing, I still do. And it's going to make it worse if they don't figure it out. Because the Reds nobody's taking this thing. Last weekend, they had an opportunity while the Mets were still in that 8-game losing streak to go beat the A's, and they got swept. I know they then came back and swept the Cubs. I get that. But they had a real opportunity against a bad team, lost all 3. Now they're playing the Pirates. They've lost the first 2. The Diamondbacks have an impossible schedule, and they traded some of their best players away at the deadline. Like, if the Mets can't figure out how to beat a game to be just as good as those 2 teams down the stretch, it's an embarrassing collapse. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back. Take your calls as we take you to 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Fall is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months. Or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, so one more thing to add to the fraud Blue Jays, since we're having so much fun now that the Yankees caught them. And by the way, I'm having a little bit of fun. I'm going to have a whole lot more fun if and when they pass them. Right now, they've just tied them. Season ends today. Blue Jays still are the division champs. They've earned that by beating the Yankees, absolutely. So the Yankees have to go out there and be a game better over the next 4. But I got to be honest, at this point, I'd be disappointed if it doesn't happen. Pretty confident right now. But I don't know if you saw, I just saw it now. I don't know how I didn't see it. I don't know if you saw the end of the Blue Jays Red Sox game. Not that it mattered because it was a blowout. It was 7-1. So that's why I didn't see it, because I turned it off. I was watching other things. The game was over. But the way the game ended is even hilarious too. These Blue Jays crying about everything. Alejandro Kirk hits a bullet base hit to right field. Runner on first. 2 outs in the ninth, obviously. Last play of the game. He hits a bullet to right field, and the right fielder throws him out at first base. He gets thrown out on a bullet to the right fielder. That's how the game ended for the Blue Jays. The catcher thrown out on what should have been a single on a bullet, base hit to right field, and he gets thrown out at first base, and it wasn't particularly close. Oh, that's one way to end the baseball game. The frauds. This is going to be fun. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Phil and Howell. What's up, Phil? Phil, you there? Phil? All right, well, hold on. Ned Needleminder, is that you? All right, well, hang on, Phil. Richard in Manhattan. What's up, Richard?
Chris, on September 10th, the Tigers were the number 1 seed in the American League.
Yep.
19 days later, September 29th, end of the season, they will have gone from 1 seed to 7 seed and out of the playoffs. That's unbelievable.
Let's see if that actually happens, but I don't. It very well could. The only thing that's keeping me from saying that is the Astros have been just as bad. They've lost 5 in a row.
Okay, Schwarber, if he wins the MVP, the National League's had the DH, 7 years? You go Ohtani and Schwarber twice in 2 years. American League, 54 years, 73 to 2025. Never had a DH. Isn't that unbelievable?
Yeah,
that season went downhill the minute Alonso threw the ball wildly to Senga, and that was all she wrote. Saturday,
it's proven to
Mendoza
be
says, "No, I'm not going to pitch. I'm not going to pitch Diaz more than 1 inning." He throws 7 pitches. 7. That was a disaster. They didn't. That bases loaded, 1 out in the 9th, and score. 1st and 2nd in the 10th, and didn't score. That was Game 7 of the World Series. You got to win it. Diaz should have went more than 1 inning after throwing 7.
I agree.
And Mendoza defiantly says, no, he wasn't going to pitch. Tuesday night, he figured it out. This is it. Game 7 of the World Series. He lets him throw 27 in the same circumstance. Made no sense at all. You said the Mets have no offense. Top 4 guys have 400 RBIs. That's pretty good. So that's not bad offense. Yankees, after the first inning yesterday, bases loaded, don't score. I said, if these guys lose this game because they partied like crazy the night before, I will never watch another Yankee game again. That was bad. And I'm worried about Jaxson Dart. Last time we had a quarterback with the headband was Zach Wilson. So you better be a little scared about it. I wish he ditched the headband.
Anything else? Anything on the Jets or Knicks or what do you got? Nothing? That's it?
Jets. Aaron Glenn got to stop about talking about the media, expectations, the fans. Aaron, just concentrate on the Jets playing well and say, we'll get better. That's what he's got to concentrate on.
Not the same old Jets. He's very concerned about that. Listen, I agree with you on Saturday. I don't think it was the same set of circumstances he had pitched the day before, or he wasn't in the same, but I don't disagree with you. That game was important. He threw 7 pitches. You could have went back to him on that Saturday. But again, hit a sacrifice fly with, if Nimmo puts the ball in the air, they win the game. Very disappointing. You're right. That Saturday game is a tough game. This game yesterday was a tough game. They're not able to build on any momentum. They take 2 out of 3. That Saturday game is the perfect example. They take 2 out of 3 from San Diego. They fall behind in the first game against Washington, and then the offense explodes for 12 runs, and they do nothing the next 2 days. And yes, the center fielder made a couple of spectacular plays. Absolutely. Robbed a home run that would have tied the game. They did battle back and tie the game on Saturday, but they just can't. They don't live with prosperity, man. They just cannot build on things. 2 out of 3 against San Diego. Win that first game against Washington, score a ton of runs. Then you're facing 2 pitchers who are awful with 5 ERAs, and you don't score any runs. Brutal. And then you fall behind against the Cubs 6-1. You battle back. They open the door with an error from the shortstop, Swanson's, why am I mixing up his first and last name together? It's 4:33 in the morning, everybody. Dansby Swanson, he has the error on Alvarez, opens up the door, you kick it in, you tie the game, you come back, you hit the big home run from Alvarez, you get the 2-inning save, as we said, from Diaz, all the momentum, and then, I know Tong gave up 5 runs, but the offense against Boyd, who's been terrible in his last 10 starts, does nothing. And you kick the ball around defensively. Nate in Flushing. What's up, Nate?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good, Nate. How are you?
I just think I'm good. I'm good. I'm a little upset right now.
Mm-hmm.
I just think, I'm not a Mendoza doomer. I'm not like let's fire this guy right now, but the decisions have been baffling. There's been some absolutely baffling pitching decisions. I know he's not working with much, but really still, it's just been some crazy stuff. I just want to know your opinion. Is that the problem?
I don't think it's the manager. No, what baffling decisions are we talking about?
I mean, starting Mania the other day, that's ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah, I honestly don't think. Yeah, I know. There was several to go to, and you started with the game. You started Mania. I don't know. That's probably. Instead of Clay Holmes, when the piggyback worked the first time around with Clay Holmes starting, I don't know. Again, there's been some interesting ones. We talked about Diaz not getting the second inning on Saturday. Should they've even started Peterson the other day? They ended up winning the game, but still, he's been that bad where it's questionable to even throw him out there. There's been some questionable decisions. Every manager makes them. And right now, his rotation and the bullpen is in such disarray, it's hard to really make good decisions. He hasn't done a good job this year. I don't think there's any doubt. There's been a handful of decisions, not always pitching. The one that jumps out to you is not pinch running from Marte in the series against Milwaukee, because that one just doesn't make, you need to score that run. You have faster runners on the bench. It's just an obvious one. So there's been some mistakes that really make you shake your head. I get that. I do. And, the same message he's been sending all year hasn't clicked with this team, and that's really what a manager's job is in 2025 more than anything else. Getting his team in the right frame of mind, and whatever he's saying ain't working. So I'm not saying he's done a good job by any stretch. Whenever you were the best team in baseball on June 13th and you have slowly collapsed to the point of possibly missing the playoffs and being at the mercy of the Cincinnati Reds, not a good job. But do I think he's the reason they're here? I do not. Do I think he's going to get fired? I absolutely do not. Do I think he's a terrible manager? I don't. But is he the same guy who somehow found a way, to go from 11 games under 500 last year to the NLCS? I don't think that was on him either. I think it's on the players mostly. I think the reason they got there is Francisco Lindor, and the reason they're failing now is the rotation, Brandon Nimmo, and the rest of this offense, and that doesn't score enough runs. Let's go to Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
Chris, stop making excuses for your mistakes because it's 4:30. Your time, this is what you do. Step up. You're disrespecting Daniel Jones by saying Russell Wilson has a more historic game than he ever had. That's absolutely false.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Jones did something historic. He threw for over 300 yards, rushed for almost 80 yards, had 2 touchdowns with no turnovers. Russell Wilson threw for 700 yards, right? But you leave out that he threw the ball backwards, killed the drive. It was 3rd and 19, then followed it up, had another chance, closed his eyes, threw an interception that ultimately led to the loss.
Yeah, you're right. Daniel Jones never did anything to help the Giants lose a football game. You got it. So what else?
You're
what else is new?
And saying,
what else is new?
I'm just saying.
What else you got?
Okay, what else do I got? I'm arguing with a lot of people in my 11 online social media groups about whether Jaxson Dart should start this week. I'd say the majority.
Well, the argument's over, buddy. They've made the decision for you. So don't waste your time arguing with your 11 social media groups whether or not they should start Jaxson Dart. They're going to. They're going to. So don't ask me silly questions that make no sense. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back rapid fire style as we take it to the top of the hour in the warm-up show right here on the Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
Before the game even starts, the damn kicker's hurt again.
Yeah, which, I mean, I've never seen anything like the amount of times that the Giants have had to struggle with injured kickers within games. I mean, it's just insanity.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, New Yorkers, fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Pirie coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The Rico Bronya podcast on the Odyssey app is proudly sponsored by Mio Sparkling Sake, the official sake of the New York Mets. Enjoy at Citi Field or your favorite spot. A new tradition in sake. Mio Sparkling Sake.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 4:44. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Another few minutes before the top of the hour and 5 o'clock. And the warm-up show on this Thursday morning. That means tomorrow's Friday, a football Friday. The first football Friday where Jaxson Dart is the quarterback of the New York Giants. We'll get into all that. We'll do the picks as usual. Another week of 2 and 3. I had the freaking Denver game. They blew it. Mustard's last stand lost with the Giants. I didn't even get a smile. I must not be listening. I didn't even get a smile out of Fleegs on that one. But we get the Jaxson Dart era to begin for the New York Giants, and we'll see how it goes. And, you know, listening to Dable again, just be so adamant about his decision, I found interesting. Because they're not like that. They usually, it's a tandem, it's a group decision. And apparently, you know, the significance of the moment is not lost on the owner, who apparently was at practice. I was watching, again, Connor Hughes talk about this on SNY. The GM came down on the practice field. The owner came down on the practice field. This is, hopefully, the dawning of a new era. And, you know, it's scary because, well, I shouldn't say scary, but it's so, how this works or doesn't work is going to decide which direction the franchise goes in. Like, it's not just about the rest of the season. It's not, like, we did this many years ago with Eli Manning, right? And the Giants were 5-4. I think they started 5-2 and lost 2 in a row. But they were 5-4. They were, you know, obviously it's a winning record. They had a chance to compete. They had a veteran team, and they made the decision to pull Kurt Warner and go to Eli Manning. And obviously they lost a lot of games up until the last game of the year when he beat Dallas. But that was the beginning of, like, the Tom Coughlin era. It didn't feel like everything hangs in the balance about the direction of the franchise. And Eli Manning was the number 1 overall pick. He wasn't going anywhere. He was going to get years. Like, I don't even know if this could be the only run that Jaxson Dart gets in a Giant uniform. Like, it's very plausible that it doesn't go great. They lose a lot of games. The coach gets fired. The GM gets fired. And with a top pick and a quarterback-heavy draft, you could be looking at the Giants doing what the Cardinals did a couple years ago when they decided to, after drafting Rosen in a, what was it, top 10 pick, 12 pick, turning around the next year with a new coach in Cliff Kingsbury and taking Kyler Murray. Or we could be looking at a successful run of Jaxson Dart playing extremely well and the fan base furious because Brian Dable and Joe Shane stay. Like, it's such an impactful decision that the coach put squarely on his back. But it's such an impactful decision that has so much ramification on the entire organization. And I know maybe that is typical with going to a young quarterback, but year 4 of a failed coach and GM, it seems like a unique situation. Like, you know, Stroud stepped in, it's year 1 with D'Amico Ryans. Like, Daniel Jones steps. I got Brett Long Island yelling about Daniel Jones on the brain, and I'm sorry to use that as an excuse, Brett. I'll just be better. But you got what happened in Washington last year with Jaden Daniels. New regime, new offensive coordinator, new head coach, new owner, everything new. Like, typically, when you get these top quarterbacks, first-round picks who are going to shape your franchise, it typically all starts together with a new regime, a new coaching staff. You've been miserable. You have a top-of-the-draft pick. Your coach has been fired. Your GM's been fired. First decision of the organization, right? How many GMs' first decision is the quarterback? How many coaches' first draft pick is the quarterback? This is year 4. Year 4. And to do it without real belief in sticking with Dable, which I understand why you can at 0-3, and who knows where the season's going. And we could talk till we're blue in the face about last-ditch effort to save his job and whether or not, this is his decision or it's from up on high. You don't want to hear people boo or whatever the case may be about what Brian Dable has to do, what Shane has to do to keep their jobs, how many games they have to win, how good he's got to look. Like, making this decision now, week 3, we have a 14-week or 14-game now, 14-game window into what the next, 3 or 4 years of this franchise is going to look like. Because, again, if he's bad and they win 1 or 2 games, which with this schedule is not impossible. And let's be honest, I didn't like what I heard from Dexter Lawrence. We heard and we know what, Tiki Barber and other Giants of that time period with Eli Manning, they weren't thrilled to be going to a young rookie quarterback when they had a chance to win with a Super Bowl MVP behind. I mean, there are some parallels. I know the situation's not exactly the same. The Giants are 0-3. That team was 5-4. But we can scream till we're blue in the face that the season's over at 0-3. We can have the conversation, another dead season before October. We can all have that. I promise you the players in that room don't think the season's over because they're 0-3 in a 17-game schedule. And Dexter Lawrence was like, yeah, listen, I didn't make the decision, but now he's my quarterback, so I've got his back. Like, I don't know how the team feels about it. And if he doesn't play well in the first couple weeks, and 0-3 turns to 0-5, including losing to the lousy, New Orleans Saints before taking on the Eagles twice in 3 weeks, like, this thing could spiral real quick. Because we talked about it 2 years ago. Oh, no, can't trade Saquon Barkley, even though we have no intention of signing him because that would ruin the team. And then we saw how the team reacted and responded to the business decision that was Daniel Jones last year. Like, so many different things are in play with this. This coach not only has to convince this team that it's a football decision, which I think is a big part of why he's taking such an impetus on putting it on him, that it's his decision. Because if it's not his decision, you could argue it's a business decision. If it's John Mara's decision, it's certainly about selling tickets, creating a buzz, preventing booing, stopping planes from flying above. Like, that's what it feels like, right? If that's the case. But if it's Dable, it's a football decision, and he's going to try and sell his team of a bunch of guys who haven't won a damn thing, who just got used to the idea that a Hall of Fame Super Bowl quarterback who put up 37 points against Dallas and played a better game in that building than they have seen in their lives as New York Giants is kicked to the curb for a rookie quarterback because, well, it's time to find out what we have. Brian Dable has to make sure he doesn't lose the team. Brian Dable has to make sure that his quarterback plays well. Brian Dable has to make sure the offense looks more creative and exciting and creates points. He's got to be on top of his defense, because if they start losing games with Jaxson Dart with this schedule, 0-3, they're probably still gung-ho about the season. 0-4, they might fool themselves with the Saints coming up. 0-6, 1-7, 1-8. There's really nothing to do but watch this young kid play, which is where we thought we'd eventually get. But to do it this early, to change the plans, to remove a quarterback you paid $10 million to, that I think his leadership was starting to connect with a lot of these players, it's a decision that has far-reaching tentacles through this team, through this season, through the next 5 years. And it starts on Sunday, and it's both exciting and terrifying, I suppose, because I'm so sick of the losing. I'm so sick of this. Like, can you imagine being in a position come April where they've hired a new coach, they've hired a new GM, they're ready to draft a new quarterback, they've traded Jaxson Dart for a second-round pick, and we're just starting all over again? Like, oh, my goodness. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine where we would be. But that's on the table, man. That's how bad it's gotten with this franchise. That's how bad it's gotten. And hopefully he's a breath of fresh air and not just more of the same.
The one good thing is think about how much content we'll get from the debate between Giants fans, whether to keep Jaxson Dart or and trade the pick that they have. Let's say they get the first pick, Jets are picking 3. Keep Dart, trade the pick to the Jets, or just draft their own QB.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious to see how, because, you know, during the Daniel Jones era, and part of the reason I couldn't stand the Daniel Jones era, and again, it had more to do than just Daniel Jones didn't play well or whatever was going on with the team. I was just sick of the constant, it's not Daniel Jones' fault, he's a great quarterback. Like, or vice versa, it's Daniel Jones, he's terrible, I don't care what the Giants are, he's just not good enough. Because I'll tell you, a lot of Giant fans never, ever wanted to draft a quarterback. Ever. Every stinking year, no matter how high the pick was, it was, no, Daniel Jones is good, don't draft the quarterback. Oh, Daniel Jones is good, don't draft the quarterback. Don't do it. You get that quarterback wrong, it sets you back forever. Like, I wonder how the fan base would feel if you're staring at a second or first overall pick, new regime, has no connection to this quarterback, and he didn't play particularly well, and obviously how well could he have played if they got the 1 or 2 pick? Like, would the Giant fans be ready to draft another quarterback, or would they say, oh, I don't know, Jaxson Dart last year, let's go draft an offensive lineman. That's what you should do with that first pick, draft an offensive lineman.
No QB can play well without the offensive line.
You can't no QB can play. Patrick Mahomes couldn't win a game with this offensive line. The Giants never addressed the offensive line except for, you know, Flowers, Andrew Thomas, Hernandez, Evan Neal, Azudu. I mean, just it's never ending. Signing Nate Solder to a contract. Like, you know, the idea they don't do anything to fix the offensive line is another one that drives me crazy. They're just awful at it. They try constantly. They try. How many top picks? How many top picks have the Giants invested in offensive linemen? Like, how many? Flowers, I think, was the 9th overall pick. Andrew Thomas was the 2nd or 3rd overall pick. Evan Neal's the 7th or 8th overall pick. Andrew Thomas was 4. I mean, that you're talking about, I believe Flowers was the 9th pick. I know that's a long time ago now, but that's in the last, 10 years, that's 3 top 10 picks on offensive linemen. Top 10. Hernandez was their first pick in the 2nd round. I mean, it goes on, man. It goes on and on. And now we're staring at and I hate to be pessimistic because I hope he plays well. And he showed belief that he can. And I honestly don't think, and call me crazy, because I know he's got to save his job and everything. The other thing about saving your job is the kid's got to perform. You can't just throw him out there when you don't have belief that he can perform because, yeah, you need him to play well and you want to get it started, I suppose, but he can't go out there and be awful. Like, I firmly believe that I do believe that Brian Daboll thinks this is the better quarterback. I don't think this is just, let's throw him out there and let's get him to start playing well because that's the only way I'll save my job. Like, I honestly believe he thinks that Jaxson Dart is the best quarterback for this team right now to go win football games. And we'll find out if that's true. It's hard for me to believe that for a rookie. I know how bad Russell Wilson played 2 out of these 3 games, but this isn't preseason. This isn't college. This isn't practice. He's not running the scout. Like, I knew he was destined to start early when during the game they constantly talked about how impressive he was running the scout offense as Patrick Mahomes. They talked about it 3 or 4 times. And I'm telling you, everybody in that building was just floored with how much he ran that offense like Patrick Mahomes. It's like it was Patrick Mahomes out there. They got Jaxson Dart being called Patrick Mahomes on Sunday Night Football as they were getting their tails beat in for their 3rd loss. And Chris Collinsworth is talking about how much he looked like Patrick Mahomes when he was running the scout team offense. I knew right then and there we had Jaxson Dart on the brain. And we'll see how it goes. Plenty more to talk about that tomorrow on a Football Friday. But it's still baseball. We still got impactful games left and right. We got Mets-Cubs in desperate need for a win. Actually, that's not true because the Reds stink and the Diamondbacks stink. The Yankees, the next time we speak, is there a chance they are leading the American League East? It's possible because the Blue Jays are frauds. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Thank you to Fleegs. Thank you to the callers. Thank you to the listeners. Thank you to the viewers and the chat as you're streaming us live on YouTube. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Catch you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samwell Pain Management. Visit SamwellPain.com. Mets continue to scuffle, and their pitching continues to have them fighting uphill. Jonah Tong rocked for 5 runs on 7 hits in just 2 innings as the Cubs roll the Mets 10-3. Mets pitching so thin, they had to use both Clay Holmes and Sean Manaea out of the pen, while Ryan Helsley threw the final 2 innings.
We'll piece it together. We'll continue to find ways to, get 27 outs and get the wins that we need here. It's not easy, especially with what's happened the past couple of days, even after an off day. But again, we'll get together here and we'll continue to piece it together.
Reds and Diamondbacks both lost, so the Mets maintain their 1-game lead. Aaron Judge joined elite company with Babe Ruth, Mark McGwire, and Sammy Sosa, only players with at least 4 seasons of 50-plus homers. He went deep twice, drove in 4 as the Yankees ripped the White Sox 8-1. Max Fried now a league leading 19 wins, 7 innings, a 1-run ball with 7 Ks. Blue Jays lost, so the Yankees have pulled into a tie atop the AL East. However, Toronto still owns a tiebreaker. And 2 homers for Cal Raleigh gives him 60 on the season. Big Dumper joins Babe Ruth, Roger Maris, and Aaron Judge, only players in American League history to reach that number. And this report is sponsored by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm, lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com. 71 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
5:02. It's Thursday. We have reached week 4 in the National Football League. We are reaching the weekend, the final weekend of the baseball season. We got lots going on. Al Dukes, what's up?
Good morning, Jerry. I was watching Mets and Yankee highlights at 12:20 this morning, I guess. 12:20, yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, yes, Jerry, the dog.
12:20.
My dog has chronic diarrhea at all times. I don't know what.
God, man. I swear to God.
Jesus is testing me, Jerry, by giving me this dog.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
You went and got the dog.
I did, but something made me go and get the dog.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like something.
Pandemic boredom.
No, this was prior to the pandemic. It was.
I thought you got her during the pandemic.
No, I mean, I guess I did at the very beginning, but the wheels were in motion before we even knew about COVID.
Okay, fair enough.
So I can't call it a pandemic dog.
Okay.
But
12:20.
12:20.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Have you been up since?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Because I laid back down and at
1:05, your alarm went off.
No, well, 1 o'clock, the dog woke me up again to do a second diarrhea.
Wow.
But I hadn't even fallen back to sleep yet. And then I